turned into intensive crops, and then people were allowed to gather in bigger groups and survive in a single area. They didn't have to roam around anymore. And that's where we get the first sedentary communities, which means they stayed in the same place all year long. For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles, depending on the geographic region, where they know, okay, in the mountains, we'll be in the summer in the mountains because there's berries and things, and then in the winter we'll be down here and we'll hunt. But they've moved. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, I think that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
What do you think is a lot of questions I want to ask you? What do you think is the motivation for societies? Is it the carrot or the stick? So you said, like, is it like when resources run out, when the old way of life is no longer feeding everybody, and figure stuff out? Or is it more the carrot of, like, there's always this kind of human spirit that wants to explore, that wants to maybe impress the rest of the village or something like this with the new discovery they made, venturing out and coming out with different ideas or technological innovation?
Well, I have an explorer's heart, so I'm kind of I'm biased, right? I do think that we have an innate desire to see what's on the horizon and to impress other people with our achievements, things like that. We're social beings. That's really the edge that humans have, is our ability to work together. So I think that much more the carrot than the stick. When things get ugly, the stick comes out. But usually the carrot does the job.
The really interesting story is how the first people came to the America. I mean, to me, that's pretty gangster to go from Asia all the way, potentially during the Ice Age, or maybe at the end of the Ice Age, or during that whole period, not knowing what the world looks like, going into the unknown. Can you talk to that process? How did the first people come to the America?
Well, first off, I agree with you. That was pretty gangster. I mean, that's a hard place to live. I listened to some of your podcasts. It's that guy, Jordan Jonas, he cut the mustard, but I wouldn't have made it crossing there.
Well, there you go. Like the fact that those guys exist, that somebody like Jordan Jonas exists, people that survive and thrive in these harsh conditions, that's an indication that it's possible. But yeah, so when do you think and how did the first people come?
The traditional theories are still somewhat valid, or at least on the table, that when that land bridge occurred, that nomadic hunters just followed the game like they always had, and the game went across there because there was no barrier, and they followed them across. The thing that has changed is how early that happened. DNA has been a total game changer for archaeology. We get all these evolutionary tracks that we could never see before. When I was a young archaeologist, I would have never dreamed we'd have the information we have now. And that information, a lot of it's coming out of Texas A&M. We see the traditional, like 12,500 years ago, that there was a migration. But now we're seeing one that's almost certainly happening closer to 30,000 years ago. And now the thing that seems like madness but might be true is that it could have been as early as 60. A lot of the DNA things are suggesting that the very first migration could have come across as early as 60. And when I was a younger archaeologist, it was heresy to go beyond this 12,500. Wacko said that. But now it's really very clear that they came over at least by 30,000. And the bridge opened and closed and opened and closed.
That's during the Ice Age.
Right.
I mean, that's crazy, right? That is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't roll in and immediately make New York, but there were people. And there were definitely not people here before that, which is fascinating. When the bridge closed, DNA mutated, and so we have specific kinds of haplogroups that are here in the Americas that don't exist otherwise. And that same haplogroup game has been showing us more and more that people came across Siberia. It's not Africa. It's not Western Europe. Those are still, they've become kind of fringe species, but they're not totally eradicated. I have DNA is a developing science as well, and I think we all need to keep that in mind. That it's not like they just cracked the code and now we know all the answers. And sometimes, like in any science, a breakthrough puts us two steps backwards, not forwards. So I think, we don't need to have too much faith in the models that are now being created through DNA, but they are pointing in the direction of everybody came across from Siberia. That all Native American people are of Asiatic descent.
Do you think it was a gradual process? If it's like 30 to 60,000 years ago, was it just a gradual movement of these nomadic tribes as they follow the animals? Or was it like one explorer that pushed the tribe to just go across maybe across 100 years, travel all the way across maybe into North America, into North America, where Canada is now. Sort of like big leaps in movement versus gradual.
I think it was big leaps. Now, this is just, mostly guess, I'll admit. But I think that much in the way that a lot of our evolutionary models talk about punctuated equilibrium, that there are big moments of change, and then it settles out into a more slow and steady pattern, and then something big will happen again. I do think that the early people went as far as they could go, and there were certain colonies that just got isolated for thousands of years. One of the fascinating things that DNA is showing us, which actually blood types were showing us way before that, is that the oldest people in the Americas are in South America. The ones that got separated early and didn't mix their DNA, like the people in the Amazon, most of those guys have O blood type, and they're haplogroup D, which is the oldest one that entered the U.S. And what are they doing down there? If I do believe they came across the Bering Strait, I don't think it's very. We have no real evidence to say they came in mass across Oceania. So they made it probably by boat along the coast all the way to South America.
So there's some kind of cultural engine that drove them to explore. So if you had to bet all your money, it happened like tens of thousands of years ago, but at a very rapid pace, these explorers went all the way to South America, and there established their kind of more stable existence. And from there, South America, Mesoamerica, North America was kind of gradually expanded into that area.
Like the next waves came down into North America and Central America, and the very first wave made it all the way down to South America and got isolated, and then mixed in with the next groups that came.
That's fascinating.
Kind of like there's an interesting correlate in Europe where today everybody feels like Celtic people are from Ireland. But actually, Celtic people started in Eastern Europe, and it was the entire area. And when Rome kind of swept everything, and Rome was now the ruler of the day, it was only that far edge of the Celtic world, Ireland, that they were like, we're not going to mess with those guys on that island, we'll leave them be. So now it looks like that's the heart of Celtic tradition, but actually, it's the French.
If it is 60,000 years ago, these are really early humans.
Yeah. And there were consistent things that have been coming out for decades about very old carbon-14 dates in the Amazon and in the Andes area that everybody just dismissed. It's no, he didn't get a date of 40,000 years. But I think we're going to come back around to start readdressing some of these based on new evidence in hand.
And that's the interesting thing is, the early humans spread throughout the world. And then, like you said, gotten isolated, and then civilizations sprung from there, and they all have similar elements, even though they were isolated. That's really interesting. That's really interesting that there's multiple cradles of civilization, not just one. Like one good idea. Those ideas naturally come up. Those instructions naturally come up.
And I wonder whether the similarities that all those cradles have, it could be a shared, much deeper past that they all have, or it could be a more kind of Star Trek thing where Captain Kirk was always talking about the theory of parallel human development. That humans across the universe go through certain stages of development, and that could be the answer to it.
Which one do you lean on? Which one do you lean towards?
I think it's a case by case thing. I think if we look globally, I lean much more towards the human parallel development. But if I look just to the Americas, and we have a shorter time period where the things that become major civilizations now I'll say up to 30,000 years ago, which is still a blip in the time of humans. I think that there were shared things that those people came over with from Asia, and that as they got separated, that they had core values that then turned into things like religion and cultural customs that we can see. I'm a big proponent that there are commonalities in all the cultures of the Americas that lead back to and point to a single distant origin.
You've spoken about the lost cradle of civilization in South America. So South America is not often talked about as one of the cradles of civilization. South America, Mesoamerica, can you explain?
Well, we have very early stuff in South America. You're right. I mean, especially as an American, our country's so big, and we are so far removed from these places, we don't even think about it. But more and more, we're seeing things that predate the earliest stuff that we like to talk about, like Egypt and Mesopotamia. There are things, it's all on the Peruvian coast that we have these cradles of civilization. Someday we might start talking about the Amazon. But right now, what we've got are things that date back into the 3000s BCE along the coast of Peru. And there are big stone-built pyramids and temples, and they're amazingly isolated. Even now that we've found them, some of them, like Corral, is one of the most famous ones, just north of Lima. We've known about it for a couple decades now, how old it is, but every time I visit there, it's like I've visited the moon. There's absolutely nobody there, not for miles. It's amazing how such a discovery was made, and yet still nobody goes to see it. It's not easy to get to.
Do you think there's a bunch of locations like that? Some may not have been discovered in the Peru area.
Oh, there are so many. Peru has tons. That desert gets really ugly quick, and it buries things completely. There are so many pyramids out there that are still completely untouched. When people hear the name pyramids, they think of Egypt immediately. But Egypt has got about 140 pyramids, and we have pretty much found them all. Peru has thousands of pyramids. And now they weren't built of a lot. Not all of them were built of stone. Some of them were adobe bricks, which have weathered terribly. So now they don't look. They're not exciting places to visit today. You know what's funny too? We started off talking about whether I think there's a lost civilization out there. There are definitely things that are still to be discovered, but there are some things that were discovered 100 years ago, and archaeologists, or back then they called themselves antiquarians, just kind of passed over. Corral was one of these sites because the coast of Peru has some of those pyramids that were made by the Moche are full of gold and beautiful ceramics and things that you can sell for big money. But Corral was found a long time ago, but the archaeologist was like, God, no gold, no ceramics. Forget about it. This place is no good. We can't sell anything here. And then about the 1970s or 80s, somebody said, hey, no ceramics? Is that older than the invention of ceramics? Shit, we better go take another look at that place.
So what's the dating on Quran?
Corral, I think, starts at about 3200 BCE, and it lasts as a major civilization with a lot of other cities around it until about 1800 BC.
So what's the story behind like looking at some of these images? What's the story about constructions like that? What was the idea? I guess is that amazing?
You know, that, gosh, I mean, it should be some sort of, I'll be a flaky archaeologist, like, that this is a place where we're rich. So many things we say are so just painfully vague, and that's about what we got. And a place like this, I know the one we're looking at here. I've been here a couple of times. In the pyramid behind it, the rubble's built in a way where the building won't rock apart. This is a very earthquake-prone place, but the buildings haven't fallen because they make these net baskets of rocks inside that all kind of wiggle around and don't allow the building to fall down. And inside these, we've also found a couple of things that were babies, that were human babies that were buried in there. And I don't think, there's a lot of people that see that and go, oh, look at that, they were sacrificing babies, these monsters. I think a lot of the things that are interpreted as baby sacrifices, Corral's evidence being one of them, I think it's more about the tragic nature of infant mortality. In the past, it was a lot more common. There were cultures that didn't even really properly name their kids until they got to 5 because chances were they were going to die. And so I think a lot of these babies that we find in these ceremonial contexts that are interpreted as sacrifices, I think they're putting them in special places because they mourn the death of their kids, and it just happened a lot more frequently.
One of the things you said that really surprised me is that pyramids were built in Peru possibly hundreds of years before they were built in Egypt. Is that true?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact,
That's crazy.
There's one that's now pushing 6,000 BCE. Like, that's thousands of years before the stuff in Egypt. And that one's called Waka Prieta. And it was not an Egyptian pyramid. But it was a pyramid, and it was thousands of years before.
What do you think is the motivation to build a pyramid? The fact that it can withstand the elements structurally, that kind of thing. Is it? Why do humans build pyramids, and why do they build it in all kinds of different locations in the world?
Well, my root answer is pretty boring, really. And a lot of people ask me, why are there pyramids all over? Like, how is that? Is that a coincidence? I mean, I think that when people wanted to build a big building without rebar or cement, you end up building something with a fat base that goes up to a skinny top, and that turns into a pyramid. Any kid who's playing with blocks on the floor builds a couple towers, and his brother knocks him down, and he wants one that's going to stay and be tall. He ends up making something with a fat base and a tiny top. And I think that building something big and tall together is one of those human things. Like, we built that. That would be here after we're gone. People will remember who we were. We are all. If there's any human commonality, it's fear of our own deaths, and that we were nothing, and no one will ever remember us. I think that the first big monuments like that were probably a group of people saying, we're going to do something that people will remember forever. Now, that being said, you remember we were just talking about Waka Prieta, this one that's almost 6,000 BC now is the first one. That one's a funny case. We just talked about all these lofty goals, but actually, I'm pretty sure that Waka Prieta's first pyramid was about capping a smelly pile of trash. I think everybody piled up their trash in the middle of town, and it stunk. It's on the coast. It stunk like fish. And somebody said, if we just bury this thing with dirt, it won't smell anymore. And then it was a big mound where people could get up and talk to everybody. And then said, well, it's squishy. If we cap it with clay, then it will really not smell. I really think that the very first pyramids in Peru were about trash management. Talk about deflating, huh?
Yeah, but then they probably saw it and they were impressed and humbled by the enormity of the construction, and then they're like, oh, maybe the next guy thought maybe we should keep building these kinds of things.
Yeah. In not to jump ahead, but in North America, where they also made pyramids, there's this interesting evolution where there were these piles of shells along rivers and along the coastlines. People ate a lot of shells. That was an easy thing to collect and eat. So these piles of shells would be near communities, and they probably became landmarks. But eventually, they started burying their dead inside those too. Probably again, about stink and about well, we don't want the dogs to eat them. Well, you put them in the middle of the shell pile. But then that all of a sudden became this, like, that's where my grandfather's body is. That's where great-grandfather's body is. And all of a sudden, people started being attached to place, not just for the resources, but for the shared memories of their ancestors. So when the very first pyramid was built in Ohio area by the Adena people, it was built out of dirt, but it's full of bodies. And I think it's an echo of a old thing where they used to be putting bodies in shell mounds.
So where and who were the first civilizations in South America?
Well, I think we're still piecing that together, right? Coming back to the first things we talked about, I think we're still missing a lot of stuff, especially in South America. It just keeps getting older and older. Part of the reason it's hard to answer that question is, at what point do we consider people a civilization or a culture? We have in the Americas this long period of time that we call the Paleo-Indian time, where they were hunting megafauna. And then when those went away, we get into this even longer period of time called the Archaic, where they're just hunters and gatherers. Sometimes somebody's coming up with a cool, different kind of arrowhead. They go back and forth with different hunting tools, but really nothing changes for thousands of years. And then finally, they start developing into these larger groups, which for the most part has to do with agriculture. It used to be archaeology. That was just the end-all, be-all. Civilization starts with the invention of agriculture. And we can't have sedentary communities until people learn how to farm. But that's been discounted. Peru was a big part of that. That area of Corral, it's connected to another city on the coast called Aspero. And Aspero starts about the same time, but they're all about fishing. They have no farming. And Corral, who's upriver from them, is farming, but funny enough, they're not really farming food. They're farming cotton, and they're making nets, and they're trading the nets with the people on the coast for the fish. So it's not as simple as it's just agriculture anymore, but it is, I think, still rooted in how can we feed more people than just our family? How can we together create a food abundance so we're no longer scared about running out of food?
So is it possible, which is something you've argued, that civilization started in the Amazon, in the jungle?
I do think so. I think religion in South America began in the Amazon. I think there were people there very old. There's actually the earliest pottery in all of the Americas. All these places that we have civilizations that grew up, you know where the oldest pottery is? The middle of the Amazon.
So there's interesting culture developing in the Amazon. So religion, you would say, preceded civilization.
In South America, the Corral and Aspero that I was just talking about, it's weird what a dearth of art and any evidence of religion we have. We have those pyramids and things that we call temples, but we don't really know what went on in there. And there's no hints of religious iconography, ceremonies, nothing like that. The first stuff that we get is right when that culture ends, about 1800 BCE. This culture called Shavin starts up, and their main temple is up in the Andes, in this place of uh, least least resistance between the Amazon and the coast. It's about 3 days walk either way from this place where this temple is. That's where we start seeing the very first religious iconography, and it's all over the temple. There are things that are definitely from the coast, but the iconography are all jaguars and snakes and crocodiles. And those don't come from the coast. All of those things are coming out of the Amazon.
I mean, religion is a really powerful idea. Religions are one of the most powerful ideas. They're the strongest myths that tie people together. And to you, it's possible that this powerful idea in South America started in the Amazon.
I do. I do think it did. Um, and you're right. Ideas are more powerful than weapons, but archaeology can't see them at all. We can see, sometimes we can see ideas manifesting in the things they create and lead to, but there's an interpretation problem. Are we right about what idea created this? And those are things that archaeology just can't get at.
And that's one of the challenges of archaeology and looking into ancient histories. You're trying to not just understand what they were doing in terms of architecture, but understand what was going on inside their mind.
That's really what I'm in it for, trying to understand these people, and it's real detective work. And we know we're dealing with a totally flawed record. We only have what preserved the test of time. If we look around this room here, if 2,000 years of weathering happened in this room, what would be left? And what would we think happened here?
Right. But there's not in this room, but if you look at thousands of rooms like it, maybe you can start to piece things together about the different ideologies that rule the world, the religions, the different ideas. Tell me about this fang deity. One of your more controversial ideas is that you believe that the religions, there's a thread that connects the different civilizations and societies in the Andean region. And the religion they practice is more monotheistic than is currently believed in the mainstream.
That is exactly what I think. And I think it's all about this fang deity who somewhere thousands of years ago crawled his way out of the Amazon up into the Andes, and a religion took hold. That could have been kind of a combination of ideas from the coast and the Amazon, but he is the one creator deity, in my opinion, through all of these cultures. And the people in the Amazon still talk about him. His name is Bihomase in some groups, but they say that his emissaries on Earth are the jaguars, and that he is the creator deity.
Why is the current mainstream belief is that a lot of the religions are not monotheistic?
Well, there are bona fide pantheons. Greece had one, Egypt had one, Mesopotamia had one. Lots of the early religions of the old world were pantheons, and I think that was part of the problem. The earliest archaeologists walked in there with a preconceived notion that ancient cultures have pantheons, and so they went to the art and looked for them. And they came up with things like the shark god and the moon goddess and the sun god and all these things. But when I look at the art, and I was trained by a person right here in Austin, Texas, as an art historian, you follow certain diagnostic traits through art to see the development over time. And when I look at it and use that methodology, there's a single face with goggle eyes and fangs and claws on his hands and feet, and snakes coming off his head and off his belt. He's got really identifiable traits. He also likes to sever people's heads off and carry them around. But he's the fanged deity, and he's there. He shows up at Chavin de Quantar, the capital of that Chavin culture, and he keeps showing up through every culture even thousands of miles away, throughout the next 2 millennia, right up to the Inca. The Inca have a creator deity they call Viracocha. But Viracocha is the Fang deity. He is, when we do see him, by the time you get to Inca, they do this kind of like almost Islamic thing where they say you can't understand the face of Viracocha. So when they do put him in a cosmogram, they'll make him just a blob, like he's just unknowable, but he's at the very top. I think we're misunderstanding a lot of things that we used to say were deities as just supernatural beings. If we flip the mirror on Christianity and take a look at it, which of course Christianity is monotheistic, right? It would be heresy to say otherwise. But who are all these other characters? Who are all these angels and demons and Jesus Christ? And, I mean, I don't even know who the Holy Spirit is, but he's some sort of supernatural being. But it's that monotheistic system has lots of things that have supernatural powers that are not God. That's where I think the crux of us misunderstanding ancient Andean art.
So what is the process of analyzing art through time to try to figure out what the important entities are for that culture? You just see what shows up over and over and over and over?
Well, certainly without the advent of writing, depictions in art have all sorts of meanings encoded in them. And there are certain, what we call diagnostic elements. Like we can pull apart the same sort of thing in like in the Greek pantheon. You know by their dress and what they're holding what the different gods are. You can tell Hades from Zeus by the different things they're holding, lightning bolts or tridents or whatever it is. So they all have these diagnostic elements to them. So that's how art history goes about analyzing art over time. Once we can put it in a chronological sequence, then we can say, okay, here's a deity here in Chavin culture. Now we move forward 500 years. Now we're in Moche and Nazca culture. Where are the deities here? And what I see is that same guy with not just one or two traits, but a whole package of them that shows up again and again and again for thousands of years in each one of these cultures. He's got circular eyes, he's got a fanged mouth, he's got claws on his hands and feet. He's a humanoid, but he also has snakes coming off of his head like hair and snakes coming off of his belt. And then, not so much in Chavin, but as it goes forward, he starts parting around severed heads, human severed heads. So they're like in the old literature, the Moche will call him the decapitator deity. But then they have these other like, oh, here's the crab deity and here's the fox deity. But if you look at them, like the crab deity is just that guy's face coming off of a crab, and the fox deity is that guy's face coming off of a fox. So I think on that particular instance, I explain it similar to what Zeus did. You know how Zeus was able to turn into whatever animal he wanted to get with the woman he wanted, and he showed up in all sorts of forms, but he was always Zeus. I think that the Fang deity manifests himself through people and animals throughout the art, and that there are missing stories of mythology that we don't have anymore.
And across hundreds of years, thousands of years, from Chavin to Moche to Inca, as you're saying.
Right. Wari has the two, Tiwanaku, that's that famous place, Pumapunku. He's all over there.
I wonder how those ideas spread in North of this Fang deity.
I think people walked and proselytized. And places like Chavin, there's a later one in Inca times called Pachacamac, that are pilgrimage places where people come in to be healed if they're sick, but also just to pay homage to the powers that be. So Chavin was a place where people from the Amazon and people from the coast were all coming together. In fact, we saw it in the archaeology there. There's these interesting labyrinths under the pyramids with the Fang deity all over them. That have like one labyrinth will have all pottery. The next labyrinth will have a bunch of animal bones. The next one will have a bunch of things made out of stone. So people are showing up and giving this tribute, and they're learning, and then they're going back to their communities. So I think it dispersed from certain pilgrimage spots and became just like pilgrimage spots do. Somebody goes back and they build a temple to the Fang deity.
Do we know much about the relationship they had with the Fang deity and like their conception of the powers of the Fang deity? Were they afraid of the Fang deity as an all-knowing God? Is it something that brings joy and harvest, or is it something that you're supposed to be afraid of and sacrifice animals and humans to keep it bay?
I think he had two sides of the coin. Like a lot of the Hindu gods are, one aspect is terrible, the other aspect is lovely. I think he had that same sorts of qualities because we do see him as a fierce warrior taking people's heads off, and he is a jaguar, which in and of itself implies a certain power and ferocity. But then there are other funny things about it, like he is definitely involved in a lot of healing ceremonies, and a lot of those healing ceremonies are involved with sex acts when it comes to the moche. There's this whole group of sexual pottery where priests are having sex with women or men, and some of them show their faces transforming into that Fang deity, like he is acting through them. But the thing that most cracks me up that shows the softer side is the Fang deity has a little puppy. He has a puppy that's like just dancing around his feet and like jumping up on him in various scenes. You see him again and again. Sometimes he's in these healing sex scenes. In fact, I tracked that puppy from other contexts to these sex scenes where where a priest was having sex with somebody in a house and there's a Fang deity, and there's a puppy just scratching at the door like, "Hey, you forgot me." And then finally one day I found one with the puppy having sex with the woman instead of the Fang deity. I was like, "Oh, he really is very involved." What is this weird puppy? So he likes to take heads off, but he also has a puppy.
This awesomely makes sense now because I saw the opening paper you wrote 30 years ago on shamanism and mocha civilization. It reads, "The mocha are the major focus of this paper. Sex, puppies, and headhunting will be shown to be related to ancient mocha shamanism." So now I understand. I was like, well, the puppies.
Puppies, yeah.
And the headhunting. That's the decapitator. Right?
And I've added rock and roll to that list since, actually. Which is rock and roll, or music is also a big part of it.
Interesting.
They call spirits down. There's this whole spirit world. There's the ancestors. And the people that drink San Pedro cactus juice they don't talk about the Fang deity anymore. I think Christianity in 500 years has somewhat put him in the back. It was unpopular to have a pagan deity. So they don't talk about him much anymore, though he's still around. They're in, like, around Trujillo, they call him I. But music playing in the Amazon, they play flutes. Sometimes a chorus of women sing, and that's supposed to bring the spirits down into the ceremony. There's a spirit that's hurting the person that's sick, and then the priest or the shaman or the curandero, whatever you want to call him, has his own posse of spirits that are going to help him figure out what's going on. So when the music starts, that's bringing those spirits in. And people don't see them unless they've imbibed the San Pedro cactus juice, which is this hallucinogen, which is, in the Amazon side, it was ayahuasca. On the coast, it was San Pedro cactus. But that's what allows you to actually see that other world.
Yeah, I went to the Amazon recently. I did ayahuasca on a very high dose of it.
Bold move.
When in Rome. How far back does that go?
Oh, I think longer than anybody can remember. But I mean, it's a natural plant that's been there forever. I think that it's thousands and thousands of years. That's another thing Shavin de Huantara was talking about, where I think the religion came from the Amazon. There's this wall on the back side that faces the Amazon side. So if you're entering the city from the Amazon path, you see this wall first. And it's a bunch of faces that some of them are human, some of them are total jaguar, and some of them are transforming in between. But there's a group of them that are midway through transformation, and they show their nostrils leaking out this snot that's going like down their face. San Pedro doesn't do that to you, but ayahuasca does. Ayahuasca, traditionally, they take a blowgun and shoot it up your nose or up your ass. But it would a lot of times up your nose, and when it shoots up your nose, the first thing that happens is just this gush of snot comes out. And there are stone depictions of people uncontrollably snotting on the backside of this temple from 3,000 years ago.
So that you think could have been a big component of the development of religion and shamanism.
I think that hallucinogens opened the mind then, like they open the mind now.
Do you think that the Stone Ape theory? Do you think that actually could have been an actual catalyst for the formation of civilization?
In the Americas, yes, I do. Though, hallucinogens are not part of every ancient tradition in the world. In fact, strangely, the majority of plants that are actually psychotropic, not just mood altering, are from here in the Americas. There are very few drugs that will make you hallucinate outside of the Americas. Of course, now they're global, and they can be grown all over the place. But originally speaking, very, very few were outside of the Americas. So they were part of the experience here in a way that they just couldn't be in other places.
I wonder to what degree they were just part of a ritual and the creative force behind some art versus like literally the method by which you come up with ideas that define a civilization. Like the degree to which they had a role in the formation of civilizations. It's kind of fun to think about psychedelics being like a critical role in the formation of civilizations.
I think in terms of South America, they possibly really were. In North America, where we're in a more northern climate here and there are less of them, not so much, at least in terms of psychedelics. Things like tobacco was always a big part of it. But a lot of there's more than one way to reach a hallucinatory state. The hard way is starvation, sleep deprivation, and for the Maya, for example, would go sleep deprivation, starvation, and then they cut themselves very badly. And that loss of blood, we believe, triggered hallucinations and visions. Nothing to do with drugs. I
So
would much prefer the drugs route.
it's the result, not the tools aren't the thing that creates insight. It's the result. So
That getting to it's hallucinogens are poisoning us. They're killing us. That's it's a near death state, and people of the Americas believed sleeping was entering that other world. Death, you entered this other world, and that when you took this mighty dose of poison, it was helping you enter that other world for a period of time.
yeah, as Tom Waits said in that one song, "I like my town with a little drop of poison." And maybe that poison is a good catalyst or invention. So, who were the early first sort of mother cultures, mother civilizations in South America? Like what is, if we look chronologically, is there a label we can put on the first peoples that emerged?
That picture is evolving. I mean, forever it was just the Shavin people that we've been talking about, the ones with all the first depictions of religious art, were the mother culture. And they certainly did transmit a lot of stuff. But then all of a sudden we find Corral. The next one that we've barely even begun looking at but it's probably older than Corral, is Sachin culture. I was just poking around there last year, and just from the bus on the highway, I could see like that's a pyramid out there. Wait, oh, there's another one. And I know how old the stuff we have studied there is. It's again 3000 BC. We're just barely beginning to understand them. Corral frustrates me to no end. The lack of art there. We've got stones and bones and not even ceramics to go on, and they didn't have the courtesy to leave me a bunch of art I can interpret. So I don't know what those people believe.
Right. So one of the ways to understand what people believe is looking at the art, the stories told through the art, and then hopefully deciphering if they were doing any kind of writing.
That's our most fruitful place to try to get at this elusive ideas.
And it sucks when they don't have art. If we just go back to the Amazon, you've mentioned that it's possible that there's a lost civilization. It's carried a lot of names, Lost City of Z or El Dorado. I think it's possible it existed.
Well, City of Z and El Dorado are pretty different places. El Dorado, the ideas where it is kind of center around towards Colombia. Okay. And City of Z is named after a region of Brazil called the Xingu. Mm-hmm. And so those are an America worth of distance apart. The entire, people don't really think about it on the map, but the entire United States would fit inside the Amazon. That's how big that place is. And these two are on either end, but both of them have evidence of civilizations. These big, it's lowland and it floods all the time. So what they did is they make these big mounds and then they make huge causeways between mounds so they could walk through their cities while they were seasonally inundated. And a bunch of that stuff has been found in the Xingu area, like huge areas that would support tens of thousands of people. Again, it's not stone built, and it's been under the forest forever, so it's very torn up. But it's there. Now, Brazil is big on cattle farming more than ever now. And a thing that I think is completed now is Brazil and Bolivia partnered together and built a highway all the way across and opened up a whole bunch more land, which has found more of these, what we call geometric earthworks. So there's more and more evidence of these civilizations. It's not it could be there. It's there for sure.
By the way, the people who are trying to protect the rainforest really hate the highway. One of the things I learned is if you build a road, loggers will come.
Yep.
And they will start cutting stuff down. Now, from an archaeology perspective, if you cut down trees, you get to discover things. But from a sort of protect a very precious rainforest perspective, it's obviously the opposite way. But it is interesting. I've seen where loggers cut through the forest, and then and when they leave, the forest heals itself very quickly.
So quick.
And you just think that across decades, you expand that to centuries, and it's like you could see how a civilization could be completely swallowed up by the rainforest.
And it happened for sure in the Amazon. One of the ways that we're trying to push the frontier of where people were in the Amazon, because yes, the trees and just the biomass have eaten so much evidence, but they're finding more and more of these places that they call terra preta, which is black earth, and they're huge swaths of it. So I guess the anthropology term is anthropogenic landscapes. And what they're saying is that really dark earth couldn't have just got that way through natural forest processes. And sometime in the distant past, that forest wasn't there, and there was major farming and human activity to the point where they totally turned the soil black, and it's much more enriched. And when I took a trip into the Amazon, I went from Manaus up the river, the Black River, a couple of days, and went and met some different communities. And I asked them about this Black Earth, and they were like, "Yeah, that's why we're here. Sometimes we move our village, but when we move, we look for the terra preta, and that's where we're going to put our village because that's a place that all of our gardens work. The other places they don't."
One of the things you talked about, literally, just you have to ask the right question, and the stories, all the secrets are carried by the people.
Yeah, there's so many of them. The thing that excites the world about archaeology right now is Göbekli Tepe. And this, 10,000, now Quran Tepe is 11,000. Whole area is called the Tas Tepler. We only found it a couple of decades ago. But it was just, an archaeologist roaming through the area and asked a sheep herder, "Hey, you guys know where anything ancient is?" "Oh, yeah, let me show you this." And then all of a sudden, we've got a lost civilization. And the shepherds always knew where it was, just nobody asked.
So speaking of Göbekli Tepe, what do you think about the work of Rabbi, who also believes that there's a lost civilization in the Amazon?
Well, I've met Graham, and personally, I like him. He's a nice guy, got a nice sense of humor, and I think he's smart. And I also think he is a very good researcher. He and I are working on the same set of facts. The differences are interpretations. I do not believe Graham's idea that a single, now lost ancient civilization seeded the rest of them. I just don't see that on a number of levels, artifact-wise, technology-wise, art historical analysis. So I think his research is great. I think that he's very well read, in fact, better read than a lot of my colleagues. But his conclusions I disagree with. And he and I have talked about this and had a very civil and normal conversation about it and agreed to disagree without spitting any venom at any point in the conversation.
That would be a fun argument to be a fly on the wall for. So he believes he's proposed it as possible that the Amazon jungle is a man-made garden that was planted there by an advanced ancient civilization. Is there any degree to which that could be possible?
Frankly, I agree with you. I mean, it's just like what I was just talking about. It's the conclusion part that we differ from. But the facts that he's basing that on are that terra preta, are the huge geometric earthworks, are the ever-increasing evidence of them. They are now from the bottom of Bolivia to Guyana. They're everywhere. Every time we open up the jungle, we find these big works. So yes, there was a vast civilization that was there. How advanced they were is a question, and also a perspective thing. Graham really focuses in on what we don't know and what could be.
Just to educate me, what's the key idea that he's proposing that you disagree with? Is it was the level of advancement the civilization was, or how large and centralized it was?
My main point of disagreement is that his ideas evolve like everybody's. No scientist or researcher in anything has an idea at the beginning of their career and holds it till the day they die. His ideas are evolving, but his ideas remain, a core of them are that there was a very advanced single ancient civilization that was utterly destroyed by climatic conditions, and the younger, driest hypothesis is part of that. Most recently, he used to not say that. Now he's into this meteor thing. But he believes that civilization was destroyed, but that members of it escaped this cataclysm and then spread out all over the world to seed all of the world's civilizations for the next revival. There's where I disagree with him. I think these were independent civilizations that grew up in their own ways, that they were not seeded by some more advanced civilization from the past, and that they all hold things in common because they have this common ancestry. In his early books, he suggested it's Atlantis. I don't think he suggests that, but he still hangs on to the single advanced, now completely lost civilization. Archaeology is, we don't have, all of our ideas are theories. Very few of them are facts. And we're not, we could have the story wrong, but one thing we're real good at is finding stuff. We find fish scales. So I find it just too big a pill to swallow that there was a civilization that was that technologically advanced and that large that we can't even find a potsherd.
Yeah, and of course, it is a compelling story that there's a single civilization from which all of this came from. Because the alternative is the idea that we came across the Bering Strait from Asia, but all the way down to South America, got isolated, and created all these marvelous, sophisticated civilizations and ideas and religious ideas that look similar to other, everybody has a flood myth,
right?
So there's a lot of similarities. Everybody building pyramids.
Yeah.
But there could be a lot of other explanations. And for, even if it's a simple, compelling explanation, there has to be evidence for it. And what would that evidence
That's
look
the bottom line. Everything's theories, and as responsible scientists, we're trying to disprove our theories. We are not supposed to be trying to prove our theories. That's one more foot out of the science box that archaeology often steps. We're supposed to be disproving what we think is happening, not proving it.
Yeah, you don't want to lean into the mystery too much. I mean, most of it's such a weird discipline. You're operating like really in the dark room, feeling around in the dark room. So it's mostly mystery. I would say a lot of sciences operate in a mostly it's like a dark corner, and you're kind of figuring out a way to light it. But in archaeology, most of it is a mystery, right?
Yes, it's job secure. I like that. But I do also try to always remind myself that every paradigm shifting idea that humans have ever had began as heresy and lunacy. That guy was crazy up to the second he was brilliant. And so we got to keep our minds open to the things that sound outlandish, because one of them eventually is going to lead us to the big paradigm shift. And if we're busy burning books of ideas that we don't like, that's where we close our minds to the possibility of advancing.
I really love that, and I really appreciate that you're saying that. One of the fascinating things about just the Amazon to me is that there's still a large number of uncontacted tribes. And to rewind back into ancient history, you can imagine all of these tribes that existed in the Amazon that were isolated, very sort of distinct from each other. Can you speak to this, your understanding of these tribes and their history? They're still here today.
Well, a lot of them are these, by uncontacted, we mean we don't know anything about these guys. We know roughly where they are, but places like Ecuador have very responsible policies where no one's allowed to go contact them. So we have a dearth of information. If they walk out of the jungle and talk to us, that's one thing, but we don't go out there looking for them. But they do seem frozen in time, and I don't think any of us have a good estimation of how long they've been like that. But we were saying earlier that humans change based on pressures of their environment. It's mother necessity is oftentimes how we invent things or why we change. It's pressure. And one thing the Amazon is, once you figure out how not to die in it, it's a paradise of food. Food's falling from the sky all the time there. And once you learn to adapt to that environment, you've got very little need. There's no pressure to make anything else. Things are working.
for the modern humans that come across these uncontacted tribes, one of the things they document and notice is the propensity of these tribes for violence. They get very aggressive in attacking whoever they come across.
And not just foreigners, they attack each other. The Yanomamo are famous for just having never-ending feuds with each other.
What do you think is the philosophy behind that?
I don't, you know, I'm a relatively peaceful person, but I've got the monster in me like everybody does. And I think these, it's cultural norms that become institutionalized. And for the Yanomamo, they really, part of the rite of passage to be a man is to go kill or maim somebody from an outer village. And they go in there, they oftentimes, the way they don't let inbreeding set in and ruin everybody, not that they think of it scientifically, but they typically go and steal women from far off communities. And that starts a big fight. Another thing that starts fights when nobody even thought is illness. Illness in the Amazon and all of the ancient Americas wasn't seen as a biological thing, it was a spiritual thing. So if somebody in your village gets sick, the question is asked, well, what spirit is menacing him and who called it out on him? And then the rumor starts. Well, I bet you it was Joe over there in that other community. He's still pissed off for that time when we stole his daughter. And we ought to go over there and kill him. And then he'll get better. And so this round of never-ending violence, Hatfields and McCoys had that thing, and the people of New Guinea also do that. So it's not, there are certain areas, mostly wooded areas, now that I think about it, where people just hide out and they attack each other as a cultural institution.
It's such a tricky thing to do, to study kind of uncontacted tribe without obviously contacting them, to figure out their language, their philosophy of mind, how they communicate, the hierarchy they operate under.
And there was a fascinating story in Peru. I guess it was probably like 8 years ago or something, but there was a ranger from one of the biology stations who, just in the by and by of protecting his area, met one of these uncontacted tribes and befriended someone, not the whole tribe, but he made some friends who would meet him in the woods, not in their community. And he started to learn their language over a couple of years. And so he was this kind of important guy who actually could be the first translator to talk to these people. And one day, a couple of them just came out of the woods and just plugged him with arrows and just killed him. And then they went back in the woods. Like, that's the one guy who understands what we're saying. We should kill him and move our village.
So those folks really lean into the, as you said, the monster versus the puppy.
Everybody's got it. I think. We need to listen to our better angels, because if we don't, we as a human species can easily devolve into just using violence and against others to get what we want. It's a daily choice we make not to be savages.
Which is a fascinating thing to remember. I kind of think in civilized society we move past all that, but it can be summoned. Like in 1984, the 2 Minutes of Hate. With the right words, that primal thing can be summoned and directed and lead to a lot of destruction.
And our sports are really based on taking those kinds of urges and channeling them positive where somebody's not dead at the end of it.
Yep. So at which point did what we now call the Maya civilization arise?
That's another complicated one. Another group living mostly in a jungle that we have barely begun to explore. The truth is, a lot of the questions in the Amazon and what we're talking about now is the Patan and the mountains there. those aren't places archaeologists want to live. They're horrible. I mean, I've been there. I don't want to live in a tent and eat rations. I want to live in a nice town. So a lot of the places where the answers are, we still really haven't gotten there because it takes a special person to be educated enough to know what they're looking at and tough enough to want to be there. I've done my tour duty. I'm now in a nice little podcast studio. But seriously, the Maya, the first hint that we see people who are culturally Maya, very close to where the time period for the Chavin culture is, about 1800 BCE. There's a culture that some call the Mokaya, not Maya. But they're on the Pacific coast where Guatemala and Mexico connect. It's called the Soconusco. And those are the first people that are really going to be culturally Maya. And they're interacting with the culture that has traditionally been seen as Mexico's mother culture, which is the Olmec. They're kind of the same thing as we were talking about in South America. The Maya, the original Maya, are not, there's not a whole lot to indicate that they have a religion. But the Olmec have this religion they develop and they start exporting it. And you see the Maya become more and more involved in the religion that's being created by the Olmec, who are to the north of them in the swamps of what we call the Isthmus of Tehuantepec.
I have a lot of questions to ask here about just the natural stupid confusion. The first, did the Maya or the Olmec come first? And are they distinct groups? Like, how do you maintain a distinct civilization when you're so close together?
I just finished filming a whole thing on the Olmecs and their interaction with the Maya for the Great Courses. I'm thrilled for it to come out next spring. I think they co-evolve. Archaeology in this regard is the worst enemy of this. We put these names on cultures. We talk about how they evolve from one to another. We draw these lines where there aren't any. We make these time periods that a culture magically transforms into somebody with another name, where I'm pretty sure they didn't care about any of those names. But the Maya and the Olmec are two parts of a larger interaction sphere that's happening in Mesoamerica, a very dynamic time. The Olmec are really bringing the religion part, but the other areas are bringing technology, ceramic technology, making hematite mirrors, making tools out of obsidian and other stone types. You've got Olmec in the middle, where Mexico gets skinny and it gets swampy down there. That's called the Isthmus of Tehuantepec. That's where the Olmec are. Then you've got the Maya to the east of them. Then you have the Valley of Oaxaca, where the people called the Zapotecs, they're rising up. And then you have the Valley of Mexico, which will eventually become the Aztecs, but not for millennia. All those areas are interacting with each other.
Can we just also draw some more lines?
Yeah.
So, what is Mesoamerica and what is South America? And what you just said, the Olmec and the Maya, like, can we just linger on the geography that we're talking about here in the, what is this, like 1000 BC?
Yeah, the time period we're talking about where the Olmec are there, 1000 BC is a great midpoint of it. I'd say it starts about 1800 BC. And by 500 BCE, the Olmec are gone. And a whole new wave of civilization and population increase happens. In terms of Mesoamerica, looking at your map here, I'd say about halfway through the Chihuahua Desert up there in the top left. That's about the boundary of Mesoamerica. There's this big desert where almost nobody lives. And once you get north enough, you get into the ancestral Pueblo people of what's now America, the Four Corners area. They're not Mesoamerican. They have different lives.
Where does modern Mexico end?
Modern Mexico ends right, you see the name Maya there with the white line around it. That's Guatemala. So Guatemala cuts off most of Mexico from Central America. But Mesoamerica only goes about halfway through Honduras. And then it's really kind of a no man's land. Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, they really, they're neither. They're not Mesoamerica, they're not South America. They're more South America because they've got some gold there. But then basically you get on the other side of Panama and you're fully in South America with two distinct groups too. You've got the guys that are on the Andes on the west coast, and then we have the Amazon.
So the west, the Andes is in the Amazon region. So when you refer to the Andean region, is that referring to the Andes and the Amazon? Oh no, just the Andes.
Just the Andes, and the coast that to the Pacific there. That's Andean civilization.
But did Maya make it to the Andes, the Andean region?
Not that archaeology can prove, but it's almost certain that they interacted with each other. Number one, it's just it's biased to think that these people couldn't travel as widely as people on the other side of the planet did. But there's all sorts of hints, like that first ceramics I was talking about that the Maya made. They show up strangely sophisticated technologically already. And down in Ecuador, they had them for 1,000 years before. So a lot of people, myself included, think that the idea of ceramics actually came from South America to the Maya.
Did the Maya get seeded by the second wave across the Bering Strait, or did that initial wave of people that came and populated South America, were they the ancestors of Maya? How did the migration happen? Do you understand?
We're still piecing it together. I don't think, I'd be lying if I told you I had the answers, but we do have evidence of Maya stature people. There are small people. Generally speaking, people that grow up in the forest are smaller, and people that grow up in the open plains are taller. Probably about, just generations of people that hit their head on a branch or not.
Joking, but there could be something to that.
I think there's some truth to it. I mean, the pygmies are small, and the people on the plains in Africa are big. The North American Indians are tall, and the Maya are small. There's definitely a pattern of smaller people in the forests. But anyway, there's a cave in the Yucatan called Rothschild Cave that has handprints in the cave. It's somebody who put their hand on the cave and spit charcoal around their hand like a negative print.
Yeah.
We can date that charcoal, and it comes from 10,000 years ago. And the hands are all small. It's, typical old Mexico. I walked right up to these things and could put my hand, I didn't mess with them, but I put my hand next to these hands, and they're all smaller than my Northern European hand. And so either it was a bunch of kids who were in this cave 10,000 years ago, or it was people of Maya stature who did it.
So cool they can date the charcoal. And it was so cool that 10,000 years ago there were people eating.
And actually we have one that's, I think, 2,000 years older now. Just a couple of years ago, again in Yucatan in a cave, they found a woman they named Nadia now. And she's like 12,000 years old.
So the best guess maybe that you have is it goes across the Bering Strait to South America, possibly the Amazon, develop a lot of cool ideas in the Amazon and start drifting back up into Mesoamerica.
It was kind of a co-evolution. The technology, ceramics, I think, got there through an interaction.
The interesting thing is that the Maya didn't really have religion. Didn't have as a vibrant religious set of ideas, and they borrowed it from the Olmec.
I've been doing a deep dive on this for this Olmec course that I just did, and it really does seem like these other cultures that have jade and hematite and obsidian, the Olmec had none of that stuff. They were living in a swamp and building things out of dirt, but they were importing those materials from those areas, carving them into all sorts of religious iconography, and then exporting them back to them.
And still the Fang deity?
No, the Fang deity is nowhere in Central America and Mesoamerica. That's why there's jaguars, there's jaguar iconography, but it's not the same thing. This whole Jaguar Transformer deity does not exist there. They do have a pantheon.
So the Maya, the Olmecs, and the interesting peoples of the regions. What was their? Uh, I'd love to ask questions about Kuwait. One question I'm curious about: what was their sense when they looked up at the stars? What was their conception of the cosmos?
That's a question I've spent my entire career trying to answer. I I think that they saw it as proof of the cyclical nature of life, and certainly they saw, like every ancient group did, like, are those the gods? Why are those things so far away? But I think that the Maya especially looked at it with a much more mathematical mind than most did. So they watched these things move every night. And if you do that even today, you notice that all the stars move in tandem. They're just this blanket. They're like this curtain behind you. They're the stage upon which some very important players are dancing. And that's the moon, the sun, and the planets. There's 5 planets we can see visibly. So they started watching, like, why are just those 7 moving differently from the rest? And those are the things that they keyed on mathematically. The sun, of course, was also involved in the agricultural cycle, so that was important in and of itself. But the planets, we can see them coming up with ideas, of definitely doing the math, and seeing that there's a repeated cycle, and then coming up with mythology around it. Like Venus for them was associated with war, and they had very ritualized times to go to war that had something to do with Venus. Sometimes in the classic period Maya, it was the first appearance of Venus as the morning star. That was a good time to go to battle with your neighbors. And when it became the post-classic, with like Chichen Itza being the capital of the Yucatan, then it looks like if you watch Venus day after day, it goes slowly up every day, and then when it hits its highest point as morning star in the morning, it goes down to the earth like 3 times as fast. All of a sudden, it just shoots down and hits the earth. And so the people of post-classic Maya civilization saw that as the gods shooting a spear into the earth. And that was a good time to attack your neighbors. That was like wartime, when the spear is going to hit the earth.
Right, so this is fascinating. They just had at the foundation a sense that life existence at the various time scales is cyclical.
Yeah.
That's the starting point. And then you just look out there, and if you're extremely precise, which is fascinating, how precise they were, you can just measure the cycles.
Yeah, and they did it really well. Now, of course, they are the only ones to develop a fully elaborated writing system in all of the Americas. South America had the Kipu, but it's so different than our writing. We're still trying to figure out what the heck it is. We know there's math there too. But they had the ability to take a lifetime worth of measurements and hand it to the next generation, who would then do it more and do it more. That's how they figured out kind of the holy grail of ancient astronomy. How good were they? Was whether they could see the precession of the equinoxes. The fact that we're just barely wobbling, and there's a 26,000 year period where the stars, as that backdrop, will spin all the way around and come back. It's 26,000 years. But the Maya were able to figure out, wait, it's moving 1 degree every 72 years, and did a calculation based on where it should be in the ancient past. And they're using constellations. They're showing us they know by saying, like, this planet's in this constellation right now, and 33,000 years ago, it would be in this constellation.
It's just fascinating that they were able to figure this out. I would love to sort of understand the details of the scientific community, if you can call it that.
I think we absolutely could, and that's actually one of the things that I'm hoping to move the needle on in my generation with my career, is to give these cultures the respect they deserve as standing toe to toe with the rest of our ancient civilizations. In fact, there are things that should be called science that are not being called science at the moment. Their math is incredible. Their hydraulic engineering is incredible. Their chemistry is incredible. And so I hope to talk about these things differently as a way to get people to recognize the achievements in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, unquestionably incredible scientific work in the astronomy sense, uh, especially here. Can you speak to all the sophisticated aspects of the Mayan calendar that they've developed?
I don't know. You got to know who I got
To discuss. I should
No, I'm kidding.
say that you also gave me 2024 Mayan calendar.
Yeah, I do this just to show the world that calendar system is evergreen. It can go into the future or the past for billions of years in the system they make, just like our system is.
Can you speak to the three components here as I'm reading? The Tolkien, the Ab, and the long count? What are these fascinating components of the calendar?
It's amazing how obsessed they were. Really math nerds. It wasn't good enough for them to just make one cycle to describe time. They had all these cycles that interlocked into each other like cogs in a machine. So they never thought of it like that. But the Solkine's their oldest one, and the one that still endures today. There are millions of Maya people that are living their lives based on a 260-day count. No weeks, no months. It's just 13 numbers combined with 20-day names for a total of 260 days, and then it goes again. Everybody in the Highlands knows what their birthday is in that calendar, knows what it means about their personality and the kind of jobs that they're supposed to do. Each one of those days has their own spirit and what's supposed to happen in those days. The Maya collectively call them the mom, the grandmother, grandfather spirits. And they talk to each one of those days and they pray to them. There's now an association of some 8,000 people that are called Taki, that are day keepers who are keeping the days. And they're also like community psychologists almost. People come to them and say, my life is mixed up. What's wrong here? Well, let's ask them all. Okay, well, it looks like you're not doing this or that, or you're an accountant. You're not supposed to be an accountant. You're supposed to be, a midwife. What are you doing? You're living your life wrong. You're a kid. You need to start being a kid.
So they take extremely seriously the day on which you're born, what that means, the spirit that embodies that day.
Right. Like I'm Keeve. I'm 13 Keeve, and it says, it's funny how accurate a lot of them are. Mine is basically I'm an irresponsible husband and parent, but people like me, so my family still prospers. Like, well, God, that's horribly accurate.
I mean, some of it is also the chicken or the egg. If you truly believe, so if you structure society where this calendar is truly sacred, then it kind of like you manifest a lot of the spirit does manifest itself in the life of the people that was born on that spirit's day.
Absolutely. And the Maya really feel this in this system. So that's the core system. This 260-day calendar was the very first calendar they made thousands of years ago, and it's the one that's most important today.
Why 260 days, by the way? Is there a reasoning why?
From most Maya agree with this today, and who knows what the original architects thousands of years ago were thinking, but it's 9 months. It's the human gestation period. So if you conceived on the day 13 monkey, chances are your kid's coming out on or near 13 months. And I think it's beautiful. I mean, if that's right, that means the Maya and the people of Mesoamerica will all share it together. When they thought about we need a count of time that's for us. They didn't look up into the heavens. They looked like into their bodies. What's the first cycle that we actually go through as humans? And they picked this 9-month thing. It really is our cycle. And no other culture on the planet looked inside themselves to create their calendar like that.
So that's the oldest one and the sacred one that still carries through to today. What's the second one, the Hob?
The Hob is the solar calendar, the one that everybody on the planet eventually comes up with. We know it's second, though, because when they start talking about it, they use all the symbols and the numbers from the 260 one. They say, well, we need the solar one too. Let's just keep counting this another 105 days and we'll get to 365.
Oh, interesting. They kind of carry the same. Got it. And that's useful because for all this sort of agriculture, all this.
Right. Though interestingly, they never put a leap year in. The Hob is also called the vague year because it's just 365, which means every year they're off a quarter of a day, and eventually it starts really adding up. In fact, it's even caused modern problems. In this calendar here, I just do the straight math from 1,000 years ago. And so I place the beginning of the solar year differently than some Maya groups do, especially the guys in the highlands of eastern Guatemala. They write me nasty emails saying, I don't know what time of year it is. But their relatives changed it in the 1950s because their agricultural cycle was so far off, they moved it 60 days back to make it in the spring again. But it drifts, which is strange because it's not a very good thing for the agricultural cycle. It's one of these mysteries we still don't have an explanation for.
So that's the Hob. And then what's the long?
The long count, they're really mysterious, cool, because it's a linear count of days, which are not like that. It's a bunch of cycles like ours. You know, our weeks are a cycle, our months are a cycle. But it's weird in that its estimation of the year in the long count system is only 360 days. So it's miserably off a solar year. And they count in base 20. So they count, like we count in tens or decimal, they count in base 20, the decimal. And so it should be, there's ones, there's 20s, there's 400s, there's 8,000s, there's 160,000s. It goes just like our tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, but it's times 20. So that so they have days, months of 20 days, and then they have these years that should be by their math 400, but it's only 360, and that throws the whole thing out of whack going further up. Then they have a 20-year period and a 400-year period. 400 years to their calendar, but it's only by that time it's only 396 years in our period, in our reckoning. So it's mysterious that why did they tweak it at the year to be only 360 days? That doesn't follow in astronomy. That's not the human cycle.
Yeah, but it's interesting that they built up towards thinking about very long periods of time. Like Neptune's is 144,000 days.
Right. Or Neptune is 400 of the long counts years. So it's kind of like our millennium. We think it's a big deal when we hit a millennium or a century. They have a 20-year period that they do a lot of celebrations on called the Katsun, and then they have the 400 Baktun, which is the big one. That's like their millennium. And 13 of those Baktuns occurred in the creation before us. They also think that that the world has had multiple creations. They're not alone in that. There's lots of ancient civilizations who say that, but we're technically in the fourth creation. And they have a creation story called the Popol Vuh. And the Popol Vuh is clear as day that the third creation ends with the help of these heroes called the Heroes' Wings. And the fourth creation begins. And so on the Maya monuments, we see them doing the math through the long count. And we can calculate it back very exactly. It happened, the fourth creation started on August 11th, 3114 BC. And it doesn't say it's day one. It says it's the last day of the 13th Bach tune of the third creation, which leads us to believe that a creation is only 13 Bach tunes long.
Right. So, and this would be the fourth creation. The calendar starts
fourth creation. But if you do the math, going from 3,114 BC and count 13 Bach tunes forward, you get to 2012.
And hence the very popular notion that 2012, whenever that was, December
21st, 2012,
would be the end of the world.
Right.
So can you explain this?
Those were very fruitful years for me. I had so many lectures around the country. That was, it's like Garrett Morris and Saturday Night Live. But the apocalypse was very, very good to me.
Hey, but that is pretty interesting. So that would be, so technically would be what, in the fifth? No.
Yeah, technically we'd be in the fifth. So my argument was that actually, if you look through all the corpus of Maya mathematics and calendars, they never say anything like that. In fact, there's a handful of dates that tell us that the fourth creation does continue farther on. That Bach tune place should have 20 Bach tunes in it, like their counting system would dictate, not 13. And there's a place in Palenque, there's a place in the Dresden Codex, and one other place I'm forgetting that all talk about time after 2012. So how does that happen? That's a conflict.
Is there supposed to be an overlap of the 13? So it's like 13 is the core of it, and it's 21.
They love the number 13. It's all over the place. It's a magic number to them. My explanation, which I admit is not very solid, but I think that the magical deeds of the hero twins in their creation story at the end of the third creation hit the magical reset button, and that it just restarted time right there because of their magic. But that was not to say that the natural Bach tune cycle should be 13. And there are certain texts that go way forward in time or way backward in time, and whenever they want to do that, there are higher increments than just the Bach tunes. Above that, there's the pick tune, and there's the Kalaba tune, and there's Alawa tune, and it goes on and on. And these are like 160,000 years, huge increments of time. Whenever they want to do that, they talk about a long period of time. They start putting 13s in all of those increments, those higher increments. And I think what they're saying is they're making an esoteric statement about the never-ending nature of time. That's what I think they're telling us in those texts, that time goes on forever, magically.
But they still had a conception that it didn't go on forever before. I think there was other civilizations that came before, and this is the fourth creation.
This is the fourth creation, and the gods made everybody. The first ones were made of mud and they melted. The second ones were made of sticks, but they were jerks to the animals. The third ones were like us, but flawed in some other way. And then we're finally made of the blood of the gods and corn. We're made out of corn, so we're perfect. And as it explains to us, the Popol Vuh does, we got it right this time. There's no reason to believe that this creation has a set duration. Well, one of the weird things is that the Aztecs, who we talked to a lot at contact, they also had the concept of multiple creations before us, but they were real clear to the Spanish that they weren't all the same time element. Some of them were in the 300s years. Some of them were in the 700s years, but they were not the same time period. So our mathematical logic that if the third creation was 13, this one must be third creation, is it or also be 13? It's in direct opposition to what the Aztecs told us about the nature of creations. They're different time periods.
Why do you think there was the myth of the previous creation? Did they have some kind of long, multi-generational memory of prior civilizations?
It may have had some echo in the flood myths.
The same kind of major myths carried through.
There's a lot of different opinions about it. And, they're like if they were all 13, if we have 5 creations like the Aztecs did, and they were all 13, they would come up to roughly 25,000 something years, which is very close to that precessional cycle. So some people are like, they designed it all to be one completion of the precession of the equinoxes.
And I mean,
That I don't believe that one, but that one sure sounds good, doesn't it? That's going to get a lot of internet hits.
and one of the things I do obviously wonder about is why the flood myth is part of like most societies and most religions.
I think that one's pretty easy. It's the end of the ice age when the bathtub filled back up.
Huh. It's just the ice age.
It's seas filling back up.
And they, without really understanding what happened, they just carried that story.
Everybody knows that everybody's nice coastal village went underwater, and they had to seek higher ground.
And then just like people like talking about the weather, everybody was talking about the weather for many generations as the sea level was going up, and then that myth carried.
Why do we live here, Grandpa? Well, we used to live over there, but then the water came.
And then many grandpas later, it just kind of permeates every idea.
It becomes mythology, but global mythology. So that one, there's a lot of things I don't have a reasonable explanation for, but the flood myth is almost certainly the rise in sea level.
So this idea that every day represents, it carries a spirit. There's modern day astrology. Most people kind of consider astrology this maybe a bit unscientific woo type of set of beliefs. But do you think there's some wisdom that astrology carries from your scholarship of the Maya calendar? Do you think you carry that to the astrological perspective on the world? Do you think there's some wisdom there?
I don't know. I have a little part of me. I would like to believe that stuff, but I don't think as a scientist I cannot come up with a biological, scientific reason why that would be true. And, when you look at it objectively, I mean, really, is everybody born with the sign Scorpio a moody person? That's just objectively not true. But it is funny how oftentimes these Maya horoscopes, for lack of a better word, do hit the mark. There was some student who surveyed like 300 people with the app I made and asked them about their Greek sign and their Maya sign, and his conclusion for his term paper was that the Maya one was working way better. Which that's fascinating. At least that's fun. But no, I think I'm too much of a scientist to believe that. I just don't have any foundation in science that would allow us to believe that the month in which we were born in a cycle sets our personality and destiny.
I agree, and yet there's so much mystery all around us that what I do like is the humility to that worldview. That there's this whole, you can call it a spiritual world, but a world that we don't quite understand. And then you can wonder about what is the wisdom that world carries. And then you can construct all kinds of systems to try to interpret that. And then there is where the human hubris can come in, and but it's good to be humbled by how little we know, I suppose.
I do love the mysteries of the world, and I would love to find an ancient civilization, but I don't want to solve the mysteries of the world. I think they're one of the things that make world life worth living.
That's true. That's true. Um, you mentioned the Maya writing system. What are some interesting aspects of their language that they used and the written language that they used?
Well, one of the things that confound me as a guy who's spent, a better portion of my life studying it, I had the honor of being a student of Linda Sheely right here at the University of Texas at Austin. She got the group together who broke the Maya code of hieroglyphics in the 1970s. So I learned from the best, and I loved every minute of it. I miss it.
Can you speak to that code actually, the hieroglyphic code, and what it takes to break it?
Oh boy, I mean, what a thing. We had kind of a Rosetta Stone. We had a page out of Diego de Landa's book, a priest who was converting the Maya in Yucatan, asked his informants about their writing system and what every sound meant. And he was convinced they had an alphabet like we do. So he got this Maya guy, sat down in Spanish, and he said, okay, you're going to write all the symbols right here in our book, right? Write an here, write a be here, write a se here. And that guy just wrote all of the sounds that the priest told him to write. They were actually syllables. They were vowel consonant combinations. They weren't an alphabet. But that turned into our Rosetta Stone of sorts. The big key is that the Maya still speak that same language. There are millions of Maya people who are speaking a version of Maya. Now there's where I get confused. That we've got a single writing system that is intelligible. We've broken the code, so we know that it's basically the same writing system from the top of the Yucatan into Guatemala and El Salvador. But we have 33 Maya languages today that are mutually unintelligible. And we backwards project the language of what they spoke back then that the glyphs are in to something called Chol T, which is a combination of Chorti and Chol, two of those languages. But it doesn't work for me at all. How did, if there was one language, maybe two back then, how did it flower into 33 mutually unintelligible languages in just 500 years during acculturation and horrible infectious diseases that killed 90% of the populations? How did that happen? So we're missing something huge here. I think it's more like Chinese, where Chinese letters writing can be read in multiple languages and still understood. I don't know exactly the mechanics of how that would happen, but it just seems impossible that there are more languages, not less languages, in the Maya area after the last 500 years that they've been through.
So you think that there's some kind of process of either rapidly generating dialects, or there always has been these dialects, or I should say, they're distinct languages, even though there's a common writing system?
There must have been a way that multiple languages understood the same writing system. Or maybe there was something like Latin. You know how there was a period in Europe where like most people were illiterate, and there was this priesthood who all understood Latin and they wrote in Latin. Maybe the hieroglyphs represent a kind of Latin in the ancient Maya world.
But we don't really know, and there's not clear evidence to fill in the gaps of how it's possible to have this.
Right. But we did realize it was actually a Russian scholar named Yuri Tornorozov who broke the code. The Americans and the Europeans were absolutely sure that the language was, that the written language was a dead language. But Yuri, not knowing any of that, not being filled with all of those thoughts from America and Europe, went about it in the way that he taught in his grad school in Moscow, and just went to the dictionaries. And he looked at Yucatec language that they're speaking today, and he applied it to the symbol system, and he knew that there were certain sounds. He used Landa's alphabet, and he found there was his two key examples were a picture of a dog with a symbol over it and a picture of a turkey with a symbol over it. And the dog, uh, a dog in Yucatec is Sul. So he saw two symbols and he said, this one's probably Sul and this one's Ul. And then the turkey was Koots. So it would be Ku ending in Su. And he showed how, look, this is Suits, this is Sul. Those two things that it should be Su are the same symbol. And that began this process of unraveling the syllables that we're still working on today.
That's fascinating. Just that decoding process is fascinating. Like, how do you even figure that out? And there's probably still, is there still, are you aware of any written languages that haven't been decoded yet?
Yeah, there's a number of them. There's Easter Island script. I was just talking to, we've apparently made a few advances there now. It's called Rongo. And we only have about maybe 25 examples of texts. But we're beginning to break that. There's also the big one is Harappan. Harappan, for a long time, we used to say there were 5 independent scripts on the planet. And those were Chinese, cuneiform, which is Mesopotamian, Egyptian, Maya, and then Harappan, which is from northern India. That's the only one that we've never cracked. And now all the epigraphers, the people, that's the term for epigraphy, is translating these languages. They're all ganging up on Harappan and want to kick it off the list because we can't break it. It had a big enough symbol set, but no one's been able to crack it. And now they're saying it's just an elaborate symbol set and doesn't reflect the spoken word.
That's the hypothesis, but we just would explain that.
Right. But we could just be faced with the Twitter generation. Maybe somebody will pick up the baton next generation. The other one that fascinates me is from the Americas. It's the quipu. The Inca had the quipu, this knotted string records, but it was definitely encoding more than just math. We know the math. I know lots. I can do the math quipus and figure out what they're totaling to things. Yeah, there's a quipu right there.
Quipu are recording devices fashioned from strings historically used by a number of cultures in the region of India and South America. A quipu usually consists of cotton or camel fiber strings. So there's a set of strings and they're supposed to what? To be saying something.
There's one long string that the little ones dangle off of, and each one of the dangling strings have sets of knots on them. And the knots, some of them are mathematical. And those, we can just do the math. We can prove that it's math. They also encoded language in there. They had entire libraries in Cusco where Spanish conquistadors were brought through, and the caretakers of the libraries would they'd say, pull that one down, read that one to me. And he'd pull it out and just read a history of something that happened 200 years earlier. So it was definitely writing. But in the 1570s, one head of the church there had all of the people that could read them, called Quipu Kamayaks, gathered up, had them read all of their quipus and transcribe them into Spanish books, and then had the quipus burned and those people murdered.
Oh, there you go.
And so we can't break the code still today, but we know it was absolutely a written language. Though it wasn't written, it was weaved or knotted.
And there's still some quipus available that could be.
I think now we've just crossed the 1,000 mark. So we have 1,000 quipus. There's enough to break the code. And I think this generation might be the one that does it.
It's sad that so few have survived.
Yeah.
I mean, 1,000 is good, but it's.
But see, Peru has barely scratched the surface with archaeology. There's so much out there. There was a priest I read about named Diego de Torres, who was one of the early people in Peru converting communities. And his chronicle is real clear that he wanted to teach this community of 3,000 people all the Spanish prayers, the important ones for them to be converted into Christianity. And he had the community's Kippur Kamayaks not Kippus for each person that told them that they could read them out and memorize the prayers. And if they were caught without their Kippur in town, they were flogged. So he had 3,000 of the same Kippur made and handed out to this community. If we find that community and find its cemetery, there is our Rosetta Stone.
You know, it is probably the case. There's somebody in Peru, and maybe a large community that knows this language, that understands. And like you just have to show up and ask them. And it's like they're like, oh yeah.
There are some communities that are using it. There's a couple of them that we have high hopes for, and then it was apparent that they were just making shit up. they didn't actually know how to read it. They just knew it used to be read, so they like made a bunch of stuff about what it says, and they bring it out, and they act like they can read it. But then when you ask them the details, they don't. You know.
Yeah.
But then on a much simpler level, there's llama herders who keep a string in their pocket, and they've got the knots equaling how many llamas they have, and then they have subcategories of information like this one's sick. We've lost these ones. This one's pregnant. So they have these more simple and more mathematical keywords, but they're using them to effect as a record.
Is it possible through archaeology to know what the social organization of the Maya was? Like what? Maybe if there was a hierarchy, maybe what the political structure was. If there was a leader, different roles. Priests, or like who had the power, who was powerless, who had certain kind of power.
Actually, because of hieroglyphs, yeah, we know a whole lot. There's, basic things that archaeology, which is a spirit and flood tool, can figure out, like this guy lives in a rich house, this guy lives in a poor house. But the hieroglyphs tell us specific stuff about who can rule, that it was hereditary, that hereditary rule was based on royal blood that could be burned and connect to the ancestors that lived up in the sky versus the one that's lived in the underworld. It also told us things about hierarchy, like that there were councils of lords underneath the king who each represented clans who had their own neighborhoods, and that there were revolving positions of authority. There was the site that I mapped for my dissertation and spent years in the jungle there, Palenque, had a lord's title named Fire Lord. That was one of the generals of their army. And we could tell that position changed over time. So there was one guy named Chaksus who was the Fire Lord for the early part of a reign of a king called the Kalmana. And then by the time he carves this other panel, there's another guy in the position of Kaka'ahau, which was the Fire Lord. And so he had got promoted. It was, he could have been killed. I mean, the case of that. But then we have the interesting case of, in the post-classics, they shed the idea of kings. They don't like kings anymore. That's probably a big part of why the classic disappearance and the abandonment of all those cities happened. People just got sick of kings. And so they turned into this whole council system at Chichen Itza. But then when Chichen Itza falls, there's a new city that's architecture looks a lot like Chichen Itza. It's called Mayapan. But it has what is called the League of Mayapan. And it has a council of representatives from the communities from all around the Yucatan. And it is basically a democracy. It is a Maya democracy that happens. That individuals from all around the Yucatan are there. Each family has their own council house at Mayapan, though they live back at their place. It's kind of like a Maya Congress.
Representative democracy.
It really was. I mean, and this happens in, I guess, 1250 AD. That this Maya democracy happens. And we know the names of them. We know the families. And, of course, they were humans. So eventually they screwed it all up. One family murdered another family, and the whole city burned.
Yeah, and of course, it's probably some fascinating corruption, which is hard to discover through.
Part of it was the Aztecs screwing things up. The Aztecs came down with all sorts of, like, we'll buy everything you're making. And then eventually they were like, could we maybe buy some humans?
Yeah.
And then one family was like, no. And the other family was like, I don't know. They're making us a lot of money. So, and, they murdered each other and the water supply got polluted and then the city burned.
Things like slavery, murder, and disease is a large component of the story of humans. You mentioned different periods in the Maya: the classic, the post-classic, the pre-classic, the archaic. Can you just speak to that? So, archaic is before there was really a civilization.
Archaic's pretty much when everybody's hunter-gatherer.
So, the classic period was the age, and then the pre-classic is the interesting time that we were talking about, and the post-classic is when the democracy came about.
Well, midway through it,
Yeah.
Reverted back to council systems. The Maya loved to be part of council. So yeah, we have pre-classic is like the origins of civilization. They're starting to build cities. They're starting to create their calendar. They're starting to create these wonderful works of art. And the classic period, if you look at 10 different textbooks for the Maya, you'll get 10 different dates that wiggle around in there. But basically, that's the age of kings to me. That's when these cities decide that they're going to organize themselves around elite royal families that have this magical blood that can contact their ancestors that are directly in contact with the gods. The Maya never contact their gods directly. They contact their ancestors who are up there, who act like liaisons to the gods. And so the Maya Age of Kings has these dynasties sprouting up where these people have basically snowed the rest of the people, that they've got a special quality of their blood and only their offspring can do the same trick and talk to the gods, where everybody, every Joe Maya can let their blood and burn it and contact their ancestor. But Joe Maya's dad is just a corn farmer who lives down below and he's got no influence over it. But these rulers, their spirits go down briefly, but then they go up into the heavens and reside where the gods are and can act as liaisons. So that's the validation for this kingship that happens for about 400 years. And then we say 250 to 900, which is kind of the encompassing edges of it. But it's interesting that it's actually specifically the ninth Baktun of their history. The ninth Baktun begins in like 426 and it ends in like 829. So it's a 400-year period of time. And before that, there were no kings. And after that, there really aren't kings. They're heads of councils. So I call it the Age of Kings, where everybody's following the directives of basically a despot. And for a while, that's great. I mean, cities built up, populations happening. That's it. I see it as kind of a cult of personality moment too. Strong, charismatic leaders inspire people to do great things together. But eventually, like happens all the time with power, too much power corrupts. All of a sudden, there's this unwieldy, huge elite class that has to be treated special by everybody else. And they start saying, well, I think we should fight with those guys. And I should go take these things. And people eventually get sick of it and they walk away from the cities. And that's how we get the mysterious Maya collapse, where all these cities are just gone.
That's one of the great mysteries of the Maya civilization, is that over a very short period of time, of like 100 years, it seems to have declined very rapidly. It collapsed. What do you think explains that? What happened?
I think it's a failing of archaeology to properly see what was happening. I think that most of those cities' populations moved no more than 20 to 40 kilometers out, started their own farm, and they lived in perishable houses. And all archaeology signature sees is that nobody lives in the city center anymore. We don't see a bunch of mass bodies. There's no evidence of people getting sick. There are certain cities that fought with each other at the end, and we see that signature plain as day. We know when a city was attacked and burned. Mostly that didn't happen. People moved and migrated, and it seems like right there around like between 800 and 900, a lot of the elites that were on top in the most of it was in the rainforests of northern Guatemala. They moved. They move in two directions. Some of them move into the highlands of Guatemala, and some of them move up into the Yucatan. The city of Chichen Itza becomes the next big capital in Yucatan, but the word Itza is actually a word describing the people who lived around Lake Piten Itza in northern Guatemala. And all of the Maya are super clear about that the Itza came in as immigrants with these new ideas and created Chichen Itza so that the elites who were no longer welcome in their cities just moved and set up shop somewhere else.
So why was there a decline? What was the catalyst? Was there a specific kind of events that started this? Was this an idea that kind of transformed the society?
We are still debating that. I don't think there is a single reason. I think humans are complicated. I think a lot of things led to this. One thing we can see archaeologically is that every one of the cities became overpopulated. They were too popular, and we think that they pushed the limits of their capacity to feed and house people. Mm-hmm. We see it in lots of the cities at the end of the Classic period that people are seasonally starving. I remember really stark evidence in Copan, Honduras. Copan was this beautiful city, lineage of 17 kings. But the last kings and the last elite burials that we dig from the city center, the teeth are the telling part. They get this thing when you're growing up and you're not getting enough food seasonally, it shows up in the enamel of your teeth. It's called dental hypoplasia. And if somebody's seasonally starving, it gets these lines in their teeth. And that last generation of Maya before they left Copan, even the rich people are seasonally starving. So there's a problem there for sure. But I also think it's a weird thing. It was not an empire. It was a group of independent city-states like Greece. Some of them were allied, some of them were enemies. There was a huge civil war that settled out about the end of the Classic period. So if it was Europe, the victors would have taken over, the losers would have beat it and gone wherever they went. But when they abandoned these cities that were independent still, they all left, both the guys that won and the guys that lost the war. So it couldn't be just as simple as spoils go to the victor. It's such a wide area. Not everybody was starving like the people of the Copan Valley. So I personally think it was calendrically timed. It is interesting to note that ninth period, that ninth 400-year period ends right then. And I think a lot of people, I can't prove it archaeologically, but I think a lot of people said, we're coming to the end of a great cycle and we need to renew. We need to change what we're doing. When you talk to the Maya today, like at the end of this 2012 thing, if you actually talk to Maya, they, what happens at the end of a big cycle here? They say cycles are a time of renewal and transformation, that it is all of our obligation to change our lives at the end of cycles. That change is coming, we can either be part of it or we can get steamrolled through it. The Aztecs did this neat thing called the New Fire Ceremony. Every 52 years, which was the biggest their calendar would go, they'd burn down perfectly good temples. And they burned down their houses sometimes. And they would everybody in society would perform this, what they called the New Fire Ceremony. And they would renew the world. So I think my personal theory is that the Maya decided at the end of the ninth Baktun that it was time to renew the world.
I think this theory makes sense because they really internalized the calendar. That was a really big part of their culture, this sense of the cyclical nature of civilization.
That's what I think. I think that they created that calendar to perceive the cycle and to harmonize it.
Yeah. You mentioned the Aztec. What was the origin of the Aztec? Where did these people come from, or what time? And
Almost every one of the cultures we're talking about now, we have two different versions of the answer to that question. We have the archaeology version, and we have the Aztecs themselves. The Aztecs have this wonderful migration story where they say that they came from a place well to the north called Aztlan, and that they had this migration. They went through kind of a hero's journey where they go to the Snake Mountain place and they encounter the birth of the war god that they'll worship after this, and how they stepped into the Valley of Mexico as the lost brothers of everyone in the Valley of Mexico. They said that they all came from the north. Near Aslan is a place, a cave, with 7 different passages called Chiquimoscac, and that all the people who spoke the language Nahuatl came from the cave, and most of them went early to the Valley of Mexico. And in the Aztecs story, they were just the lost tribe. They were the last brothers to come in, but then they show up late game, and they become mercenaries. They just start working for communities in the Valley of Mexico. And this takes place in the 1300s. So about 200 years before Cortez shows up, the Aztecs show up to the Valley of Mexico. And they make themselves this indispensable group of mercenaries. They do the dirty work. All the civilized communities around Lake Texcoco, which is in the middle of, which is now Mexico City. It's all dried up. But those guys were too civilized to fight with each other. But they could hire the Aztecs to do their dirty stuff. So the Aztecs did that and really changed the politics and the game of the Valley of Mexico.
The dirty stuff, they're the muscle.
Yeah, they'd go in and they'd kill whoever you wanted killed, and now you're the king of this area. So one of these kings that they were working for really liked them and decided, I'm going to make the Aztecs part of our ancestry. I'm going to give them my daughter to marry the head of the Aztecs. And the Aztecs sacrificed her. And that really pissed that guy off. So he took his whole army and ran the Aztecs out. For a while, they say they live in this horrible desert section eating lizards. But then one of their priests say, we're going to walk around the lake, and my visions say that where we see an eagle sitting on a cactus with a snake in its mouth is where we will build our capital. And they see that, but it's out on an island in the lake. And he said, well, I don't know, that's the place. So they build up an island. They go to that island, and then they just start piling up lake mud until they make a whole city there in the middle of the island. They make an island city. And all of this occurs in about 100 years. So they show up about 1300. The capital of Tenochtitlan, as they called it, is really established. And from there, they quickly take over the entire valley. They make what they call the Triple Alliance, which is the 2 other big communities of the lake are now their allies, but they're not really allies. The Aztecs were brutal. They were just, those guys agreed to shut up and let the Aztecs run the show. And then the Aztecs spread like a wildfire all the way down into the Maya area. Everywhere they go, they rename everybody's towns and make them pay tribute.
Pretty short-lasting civilization. Spread extremely quickly. Famous. What are some defining qualities that explain that?
I think they were very much like, they had an attitude like Attila the Hun. They just had no problem ripping your skin off. Everybody else had become too comfortable and too civilized, and the Aztecs were just mercenary. They told everybody, we can either rip your heart out or you can work for us. And if you work for us, you'll be just fine. They'd go to every town they'd go to. The first thing they do is they'd show up with a bunch of merchants. There was a merchant class who were also military. They were really the people who assessed where they were going to attack next. They'd go in with a bunch of Aztec products and say, "We'd like to trade with you." But all the time they were assessing their military prowess, what products they had that they could take. And then soon after the Pochteca were there would come the military with the reconnaissance.
So the Aztecs had a huge warrior class, as you're saying. So what was their just piece linked around their whole relationship with war and violence?
They worshipped a war deity. Their main temple was the Templo Mayor. It had two temples up on top. One was to Tlaloc, the rain god, who liked a lot of sacrifice himself. But then the other one was Huitzilopochtli. He was, that translates the hummingbird on the left. But he's the war god. I love that he's a hummingbird. Maybe, he's fast and he comes from the magical side or something. But then right next to the temple on either side were the two temples of the warriors. One was the Eagle Warrior clan, the other one was the Jaguar Warrior clan. And they were symbolically in competition with each other, though a unified force. I guess, probably an analogy between like the Navy and the Air Force. They had a good-natured competition of who was better, but they were the same force. So those were their symbolic warriors, dressed up in all of their finery, and they would come at people with these two forces, and it was very unlike anything that had happened before in Mesoamerica. Again, I think I could draw a parallel to what happened in Europe. The famous Henry V moment in Agincourt, where his kind of ragtag army wipes out half of France's aristocracy with the longbow. Like, up until that moment, Europe had a very wars for the elite classes kind of attitude. And then after France lost half their aristocracy, then I was like, maybe we should be hiring from the villages. The same sort of thing happened with the Aztec, that there was Mesoamerica really didn't have huge standing armies. But the Aztec put this army together, and they intimidated people. They didn't actually have to use it a lot. It was used to great effect in the Valley of Mexico, and for the rest of Mesoamerica, it was mostly the fear factor.
But there also seemed to be, a celebration of violence. I think you said that beauty and blood went hand in hand for the Aztec. Maybe like the Roman Empire. Was it they just had maybe a different relationship with what violence, where that stood in the purpose of life, purpose of existence? That's fair to say.
I would hypothesize so. I mean, I think it's one of the wonderful things about studying these ancient cultures, knowing what our human capacity is. And the Aztecs, when I said that statement, what I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. They had this just grotesque, violent bent, but in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who would order the hearts of the 1,000 people extracted also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry or the poetry of famous statesmen that had come before him. And they spent money on things like flower gardens. All of the causeways leading to the Aztec capital had beautiful flower gardens, and they had a museum, and they had an aquarium and a zoo, and they had an opera, and they had a ballet.
Yeah.
And these things existed together. There was not, in the Aztec mind, any conflict between witnessing someone's heart getting ripped out one moment, and the evening we'd go to the ballet.
how does that contrast the relationship with war and violence with the other civilizations of Mesoamerica and South America, maybe the Maya? What was their relationship like with them?
The Maya were certainly influenced by the Aztec at the end, so we get a skewed perspective from the contact period accounts because the Maya were much more violent and sacrifice oriented in their post classic rendition, but in the classic period, it was mostly the priests and the king who were doing the sacrificing of themselves. That we know that the Maya kings would cut their penises and then bleed that blood onto paper, and the paper would burn and become the smoke through which they'd commune with their ancestors. But they'd actually tie this paper onto their penis, cut it, and then dance so the blood splattered. But it was them cutting themselves. It was different than killing a bunch of other people for it. It was a auto sacrifice, we call it. Still very macabre, but very different than deciding a whole bunch of other people should die. It was a self-sacrifice thing.
Can you speak to sacrifice a bit more? Animal sacrifice, human sacrifice. What role did that play for the Maya, for the Aztec, for the different cultures? Was it religious in nature?
It was absolutely religious in nature. And the Aztecs were of the opinion that the war god demanded people were captured and sacrificed. And it had to be valuable people. There was a lot of, before they made that big standing army, they had just ritual battles that they would have, and they'd take captives. In fact, all around Mesoamerica, they wanted captives so that they could bring them back and sacrifice them for the gods. And the Aztecs, deciding to specifically follow the war god, did this more than anybody. They did it so much and so successfully that they didn't have any enemies nearby. So they decided this one poor sucker group, not that far away, called the Tlaxcalans, that they were never going to make peace with them, so that they could go close by every year and just have a little symbolic war with the Tlaxcalans and haul them back for a sacrifice. Cortez met those guys, and he was like, here are people who hate their guts. I'll just use these guys. So, we say, oh, Cortez took over the Aztec world. It was Cortez and 20,000 super pissed off Tlaxcalans.
And the actual sacrifice, so there will be kind of these ritual battles, or is it chopping off people's heads? And is there some interesting rituals around the sacrifice?
It's mostly heart extraction, sometimes heads, but they bring them up on top of the temple so everybody can see it, and they have a specific stone where they would bend them over so their rib cage would come out. And they'd use like a thick obsidian knife. They had a really just tried and true way to do it. They'd stab it in a certain place close, and then they'd push down on the sternum as they ripped up on the rib cage. And they just make a place where they could just rip it right out with their hand. Yeah, with their hands. But they were really just surgical about it. They'd use a thick obsidian knife where they could just break the ribs right along the sternum, and then push the sternum down, pull up, and just,
while the person was alive.
Yep, while the person was alive. And the Aztecs had this idea, like there was a horrible drought that went on that almost ruined the entire valley, and they came to the conclusion that it's because we haven't been killing enough people.
Right.
We've got to bump this up. And then when they did, and they decided that they really took it out on the Tlaxcalans, it rained again. So it was proof positive that they should just keep doing it. And they ate people as well. They really did.
As part of the sacrifice, or is this
after the sacrifice, then they would eat them. And this was part of the drought and the famine thing that started. But then it was just kind of the thing to do. When Cortez got there, they were still having certain special feasts that involved humans. And it really upset the Spanish that they would be like tricked into eating human. Like, hey, you liking dinner? Yeah, that was a human.
So the idea was it actually having a taste for human flesh, or is it just these kinds of ideas of like if you eat a person's heart, that you can get their spirit and their strength. And
In the case of the Aztecs, it seemed like they just liked it. This guy Sahagún, who was a very responsible chronicler, that was pretty specific that there was a distribution thing.
yeah,
Like the elites got butts. The butts were the best part. So the butt cheeks,
right.
those are the best parts to eat. And then it went down the chain until some people just got like fingers and toes.
Literally about taste. Yeah.
Yeah,
Boy, all right.
they really did. They really did. In fact, that's what caused the. Have you heard of the Noche Triste, the sad night?
Hmm.
The night that the Aztecs really go nuts on the Spanish and kick them out. It's all triggered by this one guy, Pedro de Alvarado, who's left in charge by Cortez. As Cortez goes to the coast and tries to uh, talk to the new force, talk them into being for him, which he does. But Pedro Alvarado's left back in town in charge. And they're doing another one of these huge Aztec buffets and parties to honor them. And it happens. The guy says, hey, do you like dinner? That's what I said. A lot of humans. You eat humans. See, I told you they were good. And Alvarado just freaks out, and he has the guards close the doors, and he murders everyone in the party, women, children. Nobody has weapons. He just murders everyone, and that's what spazzes the Aztecs out to eventually murder Montezuma, who was their captive, and then try to murder all of them. It was all Pedro Alvarado's fault for freaking out about eating humans.
Just a little practical joke.
Yeah, it was just they thought it was funny. He did not.
It's fascinating. I didn't realize. So I kind of assumed that some level of cannibalism would have to do with eating the heart to gain the spirit of the person or something like this. But
In certain deer hunting rituals, things for sure. But the Aztecs, no, they just liked eating humans. It was part of the fear factor too. I mean, they could walk into a new town and be like, "You guys could either send us, a number of quetzal feathers every month, or we could eat you."
so that psychological warfare and actual warfare, it worked, and that's how they spread.
Mm-hmm. And they were just about to take over the Maya when the Spanish came and messed everything up. They had the Maya surrounded, and they were about to take over the whole Yucatan.
Do you think without the Spanish, it would be this Aztec Empire that would last?
I think there would have been an Aztec Empire. I think they would have finished dominating everybody, but they did it through hate, and everybody hated the Aztecs. So it wouldn't have lasted forever. They did not. They were not ruling justly. They were ruling by force, and that can only go on so long before revolution happens. The Inca Empire, I think that would have gone on forever because they were really community oriented. Once the Inca took over, no one in the Inca Empire starved. They built architecture, everything was safe. It was a society that could have lasted a long time.
What was the origin of the Inca Empire?
Well, it was bloody at first, like most of them are, but once they started taking over, what they did is they empired them. Everybody else had just raided their neighbors to get the resources, but everybody they raided, they turned them into the Inca Empire, and they created this incredible mita system where the turns working. And they created the road system so they could get groups of workers back and forth. So a town of, let's say, 5,000 people, the Inca would roll up with an army of 100, 200,000 people and say, would you guys like to be part of the empire, or would you like us to escort you to the edge of the empire? And if your mayor here agrees, then he can have a town. He can have a house in Cusco. But then the very next month, a big work crew would show up, and they'd start building agricultural terraces and storage units. And every month, with the agricultural excess, they would have big parties, and everybody would eat. So people lived well in the Inca Empire. It was a rough beginning, but everybody who agreed to be part of it immediately had and security they never had.
So they started in South America, Peru, and Cusco. Cusco was like the center of it.
Cusco in their language, Quechua, it means navel or belly button, and it's up in the mountains. But there's four quarters that they called their empire Tiwantinsuyu, the land of four quarters, and the center of those four quarters was Cusco.
It's going to like 1200 AD.
Yeah, we backwards project what it was, but it was probably mid 1200s when the first Sapa Inca, the first ruler, came in. But it was I guess the ninth one is Pachacute, who really started being an empire ruler.
And part of that, I mean, what really defined the empire? Like you said, roads. They built a massive road network.
Roads, and in the same way that the Roman strategy of building roads and infrastructure, and then every place they took over, they create certain key pieces of Roman architecture that kind of made that city Roman, then they'd rename it something. The Inca did the same thing. They had certain signature Inca architecture that they would build in as the administrative part. They'd send the Kipu Kamaya, the guys who would weave or not the Kipus, as accountants. So they would go through and say what everybody did. Okay, you're a good farmer, you're going to farm. You are a good weaver, you're going to weave. All the men here are going to take a turn at being part of the army. And they sent independent people Kamayaks too. Every community had like 5 or 6 that were not allowed to work with each other, and they all had to independently send their Kipus back to Cusco. And if there were accounting discrepancies, they were called to Cusco to figure out who was lying about what.
So there's like a super sophisticated record keeping system.
Yeah, and that was the Kipu. And the Spanish recorded what they could and then burned them all.
That's an interesting development for an empire, because that allows you to really expand and have some kind of management, some level of control.
Yeah, they couldn't. At the end, they were at least 10 million people. And there was just no way to do that without some sort of sophisticated record keeping system.
The Inca had to face Aztec.
Inca. I mean, the Aztecs were psychotic, but the Inca had just reserves for miles. And they had that essential hearts and minds. And there was only one thing that everybody got pissed off about when they joined the Inca Empire. For some reason, everything was owned communally except the llamas. The llamas were the kings. And so that was one thing that, like, some of them would stay in town just to be work llamas, but, you don't own your llama anymore. And people are really attached to their llamas. To this day, they are like family members. So it'd be like everybody walked in and said, everybody's family dog is now mine. It like really upset people on an emotional level.
Well, the llamas got domesticated at some point. Probably early, I don't even know when, but early on.
It's we have rock art that progresses to make it seem that like a progression from people depicted hunting them to people depicted standing next to pregnant ones.
Yeah.
So it was still in that archaic period, at least, that they became friends.
Yeah, but if you roll in and you own them, that's
that pissed everybody off. But for some reason, the Inca owned everybody's llama instantly, and he would take anything he wanted. A lot of them would just get carted away that day, just sent to Cusco. They'd also take their mummies. That was the weird thing. Everybody mourns their dead, but the Inca just like ceased to accept it. They would just, the mummies were still there. Okay, he's dead, but look, he's still got clothes. He's at the party. Let's put a beer in front of him. They just kept people as mummies. And so the ancestral mummies of every town, part of the being absorbed into the empire was, okay, your most important mummies are now going to have their own beautiful house in Cusco. But they would physically bring those mummies to Cusco to make now Cusco the spiritual heart of their belief system.
I mean, I can see how that would piss people off, but it's also a pretty powerful way to the ancestors that you idolize, that you respect, are now in the capital.
They've been elevated. We didn't steal them. We have given them a new place of honor. And you're welcome to come visit them all the time. And they did. They have these festivals where everyone from all corners of the Inca world would come to Cusco.
And which of the civilizations mummified people? Is it
The Incas for sure mummified people, and even did some of that kind of like Egyptian-esque taking out of organs and preparing the body. They put like straw inside the cavity and mummify them. But the Maya didn't do it at all. The Maya, in fact, on purpose, would flood tombs with water so that the skin would float off the skeletons faster, and then they'd get back in there. It was jungly, so I think the bugs probably have part of it too. But then they would get back in there to get the bones. They'd open it back up and take the bones out and paint them with red cinnabar. The one that I was in Copan, we had evidence that they had gone in there 4 different times. And the last couple times, they only took the skull out and repainted it and then put it back in, articulated on the skeleton. But they didn't mummify. They, on purpose, would like grossly float the bodies so they could get the skin off faster and get to the bones.
But would they keep the bones?
Yeah, they keep the bones, and they pull the bones out occasionally and do rituals to them or commune with them and then put them back in.
But there's still a deep connection to the ancestors. There's a physical manifestation of the ancestors.
Yeah.
Whether mummified or bones.
And to this day, like if you do an excavation here in the United States, Native American people don't like it. They don't like their graves, which is fine enough. I wouldn't want somebody digging up my grandma either. But the Maya, they love it.
I love it.
Every Maya person, if we find a grave, they're like, yeah, look at that, bones, cool, can I touch?
Yeah.
They're not spooked about it at all. They think it's exciting. I one time helped out a physical anthropologist in town in Copan to get a osteology collection together of various animals. So if we got bones from an excavation, we could see what kind of animal it was based on the collection. And this family said, our family dog died last year and buried it in the backyard. We go dig him up. We were like, hey, well, we do need a dog. We'll go dig up your dog. And then they were like, but the kids really want to help you. So their kids came out. And this was like their puppy. And it died, less than a year ago. When we got to it, like one of them just like grabbed up a bone and he was like, wait, see, big bones. Little bitty bones. Yeah. Like, what a weird attitude. That's your dead dog there. But they have a different relationship with the dead.
It's in some sense a beautiful attitude, right? And
yeah.
Why pretend like we're not mortal and they're not? This is just a process. Right? It's kind of cool. As you say it now, that would be cool.
That's what Day of the Dead is all about. I love Day of the Dead. Halloween's this creepy thing where they're all monsters. But Day of the Dead is this beautiful time where we remember our ancestors. I convinced my kids after the movie Coco came out. Now we have an altar with all of our great grandparents on the altar. And we talk about who they were and how they lived. And we put things on the altar that mattered in their life. And we remember them on that day. It turned something that was a weird eat too much candy and wear a monster mask thing into something beautiful where we discuss where we came from.
I have to ask about the giant stones that Inca been able to somehow move and fit together perfectly. Do you understand? Is it understood how they were able to do that so well?
No. The moving of it, I think that we have reasonable theories. There are ways to pivot large weights. There's a great guy named Wally Wallington, a retired contractor here in the U.S., who built Stonehenge in his backyard in Minnesota, single-handedly, showing how you can move big stones. So I think Wally's already figured out how to move them. It's the perfectly fit, so carefully fit together that you couldn't even put a dime in between the stones. That's the one that I think still has people baffled. The the common archaeological wisdom that you find out of a textbook is that they just kept hacking away at it with hammer stones and setting them and resetting them until they were perfect, which has to be bullshit. That is, there's no way that they just were that meticulous. I mean, everybody's got a hammer stone. I personally think it's acids. I think they melted them together. And there are weird places when you really look at closely to these stones, which I've done a number of times. I'm going back next month to Machu Picchu and especially Cusco. I walk around in the alleys where these 500, to 1,000-year-old walls are still there, and I see things like the crystals in the andesite are almost stitched together along the seams. Like there's the andesite around it is melted and the crystals haven't. And there are other places where there are weird wipes on the wall, like it's just melted, like somebody took a rag and wiped it while it was soft. Lots of talk about soft stones turning hard too. I haven't been able to prove it. This is one of these, end of my archaeological career chapters. I'm either going to prove myself wrong or prove it. But I think they used acids. My dad's a chemist, and he told me a long time ago that there's no naturally occurring acids. But my current theory, actually, I got the idea initially from the show Breaking Bad. I don't know if you ever saw that show, but there's a point in which they're trying to dissolve the body, and they're using hydrofluoric acid, and it goes right through the ceiling. That hydrofluoric acid is so fascinating that it won't go through plastic, and you can also bring it in inert parts and then combine it. The Inca made tons of jewelry out of fluorite. Fluorite is big in the Andes, and they also mine a lot of things for gold and silver, and the byproduct of that mining is sulfuric acid. You put sulfuric acid and fluorite together, and it's hydrofluoric acid, and that will burn through andesite or anything. And if you learn how to do it judiciously, and then you didn't care whether servants lost an arm or two, then you could actually use them to fuse these together. And I think they're fused together. I asked the city of Cusco if I could take some core samples, and they said, "Go away, gringos. Don't touch our walls." So this next time, I'm going to go try to talk to the more Quechua authorities in a place called Oleon Taitande, and maybe I can convince them. But right now, they just think I'm a weird ass gringo who wants to put holes in their walls.
It's a fascinating theory. And so how could you get to the bottom of that? So getting core samples to see if there's some kind of trace.
Chemists I'm working with say that if there was hydrofluoric acid in between these, that a core sample right along the seam, they can separate out the elements in there and detect whether there was actually elements of hydrofluoric acid. I wanted to go straight to burning rocks, but they were like, no. I mean, we already know that's true. I mean, yeah, we can burn some rocks, but it would happen. That's just chemistry. We gotta prove that it would happen in the walls. So go get us samples. And that was before COVID and all sorts of, you know how it is. You probably are the same guy where you've got 1,000 ideas, and the ones that are fruitful you run with, and the other ones you'll get back to.
That would be fascinating if it's true, and I hope you do show that it's true, or false. Either one.
I'll try to disprove it.
Yeah. I wonder if we discount how much amazing stuff a collection of humans can do. It just feels like if a large number of humans are just working a little bit, chipping away at stuff. At scale, they can do miraculous things. So the question is, how can a large number of humans be motivated to do? I just when we think about Stonehenge, some very challenging architecture and construction, we don't think about a large number of humans working together.
Well, that large number of humans are motivated to work together by a small number of administrators who are dynamic and convincing in some way or another.
Right.
One of my favorite quotes is, and I'll probably have this quote here, I think it's Margaret Mead who said, "Never underestimate the power of small groups working together." And the truth is that those are the only people that have ever changed the world. The small, dedicated groups of people are what change the world.
Yeah.
And they inspire big groups of people to embrace their vision.
Yes. Yeah. And I think we sometimes underestimate how much humans can do across time
And we are
scale.
way less capable than we used to be. I mean, the average human had all sorts of skills that at least I personally do not. You know, I'm wearing a shirt, but I can't make a shirt. That's for somebody else to do.
You've also lectured about, which I really enjoyed, about North America, and also helped teach me that there is a lot more complex societies going on here for a long period of time. So maybe can we start at the beginning? Who were the early humans in North
Well, we go through that Paleo-Indian and Archaic period for thousands of years. You know, as we started this conversation, probably 30,000 years is a conservative now. Humans first entered the Americas. But the first cultures we get here are mound builders around the Mississippi and to the east, and then also a totally separate group in the what we call the American Southwest now, the Four Corners, who will develop into mostly the people we call the Pueblo people, who are still there today, like Zuni and Hopi people. So we've got these two clusters. That's the very first major community in North America is in the most unlikely place. It's in northern Louisiana. People think I'm crazy when I say this, but there is a pyramid in northern Louisiana, a big one, at a site called Poverty Point, that is 3,500 years old. So it's the same age as the pyramids in Egypt. And it is a giant thing just poking out of the bayous of Louisiana. And people don't believe me when I say it, but it's there.
The mound builders. What was that society like in comparison to everything else we've been talking about in North America?
They evolved over thousands of years. We call them mound builders. This is something I object to. I think we should have a better. We do the last version of them we call the Mississippians now. But generally speaking, we call all of these guys mound builders. But what they built were pyramids. They look like mounds now, and they didn't build them out of stone. That's that's kind of our just inherent Western bias. Something that's built out of stone is sophisticated, and something that's built out of dirt is rudimentary. But in their full living form, they did have cores of dirt, but then they also had kind of clay caps. So they had terraces, they had whole complexes of buildings up on top. There were kings that lived up there. There's the biggest of the Mississippian cities is called Cahokia, and it's right outside of St. Louis. And it was huge. It had a population of 20,000 people and pyramids all over the place, a huge palisade wall around it. It was absolutely gigantic, a thriving metropolis. And we in America have kind of a collective amnesia. Like we never hear about these massive civilizations. Cahokia was the big first city, but then it spread from the Mississippi all the way to the Atlantic. There were hundreds and hundreds of these big cities that had 5 to 10,000 people each.
Were they their own thing, or was there some kind of religion?
They had a unified religion and culture. They were, again, not an empire. So they were warring city-states. They were kind of territories that were owned by big kings, and then the cities around them were kind of the subsidiary lords and kings. And then one kingdom could either ally with a neighbor or have a fight. So they were kind of countries, I think. We could safely say there were different countries within this patchwork that was Eastern United States. And it's so weird that we don't know this because it was clearly documented by the Spanish. I'm not talking about just archaeology. We find them in archaeology now, but Hernando de Soto landed in Florida and went for 3 years he went up into the Carolinas and over down into Alabama and Louisiana, and he's the first one to see the Mississippi up there. But for 3 years, he went through city after city after city, unfortunately decimating them, eating all their corn, giving them diseases. But the documentation's clearly there. He met collectively millions of people in a very sophisticated and uniform civilization.
There was disease and stealing of resources, but was there like explicit murdering going on?
Unfortunately, yeah. He was a murderer and a psycho and a liar. He snowed them that he was some kind of deity. He actually learned a trick from the Inca, who he was with Pizarro in his first run, and went back to Spain, was rich, had a wife, a castle. Then he got bored, and he decided to have a reign of terror on Northern America for 3 years. But he had people burned at the stake. He had his dogs rip them apart. He was very, very brutal. He ruled that area through fear and had absolutely no respect for anybody. He made promises and broke them all the time. He was a brutal man.
This whole period when Christopher Columbus came, how did that change everything?
Well, there's a great anthropological body of literature. It's called the Columbian Exchange. They're based on Columbus, but it's all this trade back and forth between the New World and the Old World, and the Old World got just wonderful stuff. All of a sudden, their diet didn't suck. All these vegetables came in. The New World got herd animals. It got pigs and cows and goats that it didn't have, but it also got 13 infectious diseases. Europe had wave after wave and kind of had herd immunity on a lot of things, but it didn't actually go away. It just couldn't spread like a wildfire through the community. So when they arrived to the Americas, all of a sudden, just a pile of horrible diseases hit people. I think in the first 20, 30 years, there were people who had contracted multiple deadly diseases at once and died of them. But the numbers, it's a shameful part of history, and it wasn't something that Europe perpetrated on them. The medical science at that time was still the four humors theory, that people were made of yellow bile, black bile, blood, and phlegm. And we did things like, well, you've got a bleeding, you'll feel better then. So we had no idea what an infectious disease was. But the reality was that this horde of diseases hit everyone. And the numbers are now saying in the first 50 years that 90% of everybody was dead. And that the number of people has increased as well. As far as our estimates, we're thinking it's somewhere around 150 million people. And 90% of them died. And with them, all their knowledge. Imagine the moment. Who dies when things get bad? It's the young and the old. So all the knowledge keepers die suddenly. The children die. This next generation that's half taught and now completely demoralized, thinking that this is a spiritual attack, that their gods hate them, that the only way out of it is to accept this new Christianity. But they don't want to bring kids into this world where everybody's dying, and even if they do, they can't teach them what the old people were going to teach them, because the old people are gone and didn't finish the transmission. So in a single terrible moment in human history, the generation loses all their knowledge. So a lot of the things that these people knew just blipped out.
But with that, also just the wisdom of the entire civilization.
So much of what they knew was just lost at that moment. We have the Maya who had those hieroglyphs, and that we've learned a lot.
Yeah, but not a significant integration of that wisdom too. There wasn't when the Europeans came. It wasn't like the cultures were integrated. It was a story of domination.
In North America, there's a new term in the literature that I like. We call it the Mississippian shatter zone. That Mississippian civilization was millions of people, but they got spread out all over the place over the next centuries. And now we have this shatter zone where we have ruins, and the people that were actually from those ruins are somewhere else on a reservation far away. And I'm just about to talk to a Cherokee man who listened to some of the things I had to say and says, all those ho-chunk things you were saying from that ho-chunk culture, my grandparents talk about this sort of thing too. Can I talk to you by phone and tell you about these things? So we've got the shatter zone where we're going to try to put the puzzle back together, especially in terms of Mississippian religion. I really think we're making headway in this generation, and it's exciting to be part of piecing this old religion and its mythology back together.
Just as a lot of people kind of refer to Christopher Columbus as the person who discovered America, I read that the Vikings reached North America much earlier, in 1000 CE. And why do you think they didn't explain the continent?
Because they got their ass kicked. Yeah, it's the truth. It is absolutely true that the Vikings were here. There's a great site in Nova Scotia called Lanceau Meadows, which definitely has what's left of a Viking colony. It was Leif Erikson and his father Eric the Red, who they got kind of kicked out of Europe because they apparently couldn't stop murdering people. And so they went to Greenland and then kind of island hopped over to Canada. But I think the culture that was in that area was in the Dorset. But they would have nothing to do with the Vikings. They attacked the Viking settlement every day and did not give them an inch until they decided it was just worthless and they left it. The Vikings attacked Ireland and they just found a bunch of, monasteries full of gold with a bunch of guys going, we're men of God, we don't fight. And the Vikings were like, this is great, that's great, this will be easy then. We'll just loot all these Easter eggs. But the Native Americans in Canada were like not having it. They kicked their ass. In fact, Leif Erikson's brother, Thor, died there. The natives killed him. He was supposed to be in charge of expanding the settlement, but they just killed him.
So a lot of the Native American cultures were also, they're sophisticated warring cultures also.
Yes, they fought, especially the Mississippians. Boy, they were tough. And so were, the Five Nations, the Mohawk, the Huron. The ones that kicked the Vikings' ass up there, they were probably Algonquin speakers. But they were connected, just above the Great Lakes. But they were all very tough people.
When you think about the Spaniards and the Portuguese and the over 100 million people that were killed, do you see that as a tragedy of history, or is it just the way of history?
I think that the epidemics, I consider it a tragedy. That did not have to happen. And that was not, a fair fight. Nobody knew what to do about it. It was just a tragic, perfect storm of events. It was not, I think that the Spanish and the Portuguese get unfairly maligned in what's been called the Black Legend, that they just marched into America and murdered everyone. That's not the fact. It was the diseases that murdered everyone. In fact, there was a really poignant story I read of a Spanish priest in the Amazon, in the Brazilian northern part of the Amazon, where he made this utopian community And he was bringing people in that were getting sick, and he wrote, I'm baptizing everyone. I baptize 10,000 people a day, and yet God's still killing them. Why is he doing this to them? They're doing everything that I asked them to do. They are submitting to the will of God. But this guy doesn't realize that the same bowl of holy water that he's baptizing them in, he's just wiping the disease on everybody's faces. He's accelerating it when he doesn't even realize. He thinks he's saving them, but he's actually killing them.
Yeah,
That's a tragedy. That's not just like spoils go to the victor stuff. That's just straight up tragedy.
yeah, yeah. But that one is hard to know what to do with, like Black Death. Infections, they don't operate on normal human terms, right? They just
Nope.
go through entire populations. Back to wild ideas.
All right. Just my style.
We didn't really talk about how life originated on Earth or how humans have evolved. And we did talk about that there could be just a lot of stuff in ancient history we haven't even uncovered yet. Do you think it's possible that other intelligent civilizations from outside of Earth, aliens, ever visited?
You had me right until the ever visited thing. That one I'm not entirely sure about. I'm not sure whether we have any. We certainly have no archaeological proof that I would cite or contemplate as the evidence of such. But the guys that discovered DNA, Watson and Crick, Watson, who actually habitually used hallucinogens to invigorate his thinking, he said that he thought that DNA on this planet was way too complex to have developed over the time period that it had at its disposal, and that his guess was that our DNA was somehow seeded from outside of our planet. And, take that for what it is, but the guy who we respect on many other levels also said that. So that's interesting. But in terms of, aliens visiting us, I don't know. It does smack of a kind of human hubris that we think we're important enough for some advanced species to give a shit about us. Statistically speaking, the universe is way too big. We can't be the only sentient beings. There's got to be somebody else out there. Whether they care about us, that's a question. I've been on Ancient Aliens a number of times. I show up and, I'm an educator. Refusing to be part of the conversation is an immediate fail in my book. But there was one time where they asked me at the end, do you have anything else that you want to say? And I said, well, y'all's premise is that aliens came down a long time ago and they gave humanity these wonderful gifts of, science and medicine, engineering, all these things. Today, we also have a lot of stories of the aliens coming down. But now, all they're doing is mutilating cows and sodomizing rednecks. Like, whatever we did, we super pissed them off, apparently.
The quality of the gifts has decreased rapidly. It's an interesting thought you've mentioned. What archaeologically would you have to see to be like, this might be an alien?
A technology that doesn't belong there, first and foremost. We gotta. If we just run with the premise that somebody was capable of making a vehicle that could get them from somewhere far away to here, that was almost certainly mechanical. I love the aliens thing where biomechanical is something that certainly could be, and that would that would disintegrate. We wouldn't see that at all. But I would expect some kind of technology that showed up out of the blue and changed things. That would be something. But I would think mechanical or a substance that's not from here.
But of course, we would only see the results of that mechanical. You mean like literally a mechanical thing?
Right, some sort of thing like that. The typical thing people say is like, how did they move these giant stuff, right? But let's just look at that on the face for a second. Aliens come from across the universe to meet humans, and the thing they tell them is how to move rocks. Fucking kidding me? I mean, like they give them antibiotics or a combustion engine. They came across the universe and they showed them how to move big rocks. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. That just doesn't make any sense.
What do you think Earth will look like 10,000 years from now?
Interesting question. I think it will be a lot more automated, or it'll be a smoldering pile. There is a possibility we could end ourselves. There's always that possibility. We've really opened Pandora's box in some regards. I did listen to one of your podcast guests, the what would happen in the case of nuclear war.
Mm-hmm.
That was chilling. Her opinion was certainly we would burn everything to a crisp within minutes, apparently. So we have that capacity. That's scary. That's a possible future for us. But I'm an optimist. I'd like to think that guys like you are going to make friendly robots who make my job better.
But 1,000, 10,000 years is a long time. And technology is improving and becoming more advanced rapidly, and the rate of that improvement is increasing every more. So
that's the part that frightens me, actually. I don't know, does that frighten you?
yes, terrifying.
I heard somebody say, I forget who it was, but systems of any kind, human systems, biological systems, can be put on a graph that's change over time. And any graph that the change is way faster than the time, and the line starts going straight up, that is a system in crisis. In almost any biological system that has that fast change over that little of time, you would any other thing, you'd describe it as a crisis. When you apply that chart to technology change, it's a crisis.
From that perspective, absolutely. But I also have a faith in human ingenuity, that we humans like to create a really difficult situation and then come up with ways to get out of that difficult situation. And in so doing, innovate and create a lot of awesome stuff. And sometimes cause a lot of suffering. But on the whole, on average, make a better world. But yeah, if it, like with nuclear weapons, the bad stuff might actually lead to the death of everybody.
I guess there's always that chance. But I am an optimist. I think you're an optimist too. I think exactly as you just said. I think that the greatest capacity of humans is our ability to innovate. And we are never more innovative than when we're under distress. I think that a lot of the developments of humans over the last thousands of years have been about, we didn't change the world when we were comfortable. It was when we were in crisis. Necessity is the mother of invention. And I think we'll be all right. I think that this impending climate crisis is real and happening. I actually personally think that I'm gonna answer a question that you didn't ask. I think we're wasting our time thinking that we can reverse this. We're delusional. I'm all for electric cars and being good stewards of the environment, but we are wasting our time not technologically adapting to what's about to happen. We're spending too much time pretending. The average American thinks if we all just drive electric cars, we'll be okay. That's bullshit. That's not going to happen. We need to start making technologies that desalinize water, a host of things that we need to use our technological capacity to accept it and adapt instead of Pollyanna thinking we can make it go away.
Yeah, kind of accept that the world will change and a lot of big problems will arise, and just develop technology that addresses them.
I think you have some guys that have their finger on the pulse there. We need to start thinking about how we're going to survive this, not that we're going to make it go away.
Not just survive, thrive.
Hmm.
Again, we're pretty innovative in that regard. But if some catastrophic thing happens, or we just leave this planet, what what do you think would be found by aforementioned alien civilizations when they visit? The anthropologists, the grad student anthropologists that visit Earth and study, how much of what we now have and love and think of as human civilization will be lost, do you think?
Well, time moves on and things that are perishable perish. So, you didn't put a time element in there, but I would say that, everything that can perish will, and whoever shows up here will be stuck with only things that didn't perish. So they'll have, buildings, plaques, but they won't have any books. They won't have any, billboards. They'll have the incomplete record I have. I one time did a talk in Sioux Falls, and I said, I drove in here, and there was a big obelisk in front of the town, and everywhere I go, I see the names Lewis and Clark. And 1,000 years from now, if I was an archaeologist investigating this place, I would think that it was founded by the Egyptians, and their kings were named Lewis and Clark. But the truth is, Lewis and Clark stayed one night here, but it's just a big deal. So I would be so wrong about what I thought about your town based on what preserved.
It's so beautiful as a thought experiment. Like, what would archaeologists be really wrong about? And what would they could possibly be right about?
Washington, D.C. was clearly made by a combination of the Egyptians and the Greeks and the Romans, because that's what all the architecture is.
Yeah, and would they be able to reconstruct the important empires, the powerful empires, and the warring empires?
For that matter, have me and my colleagues done that at all? I'm almost certain that the Maya would just gut laugh at what I think I know what they were.
I wonder, do you ever think about like what we just as a human civilization are wrong about the most, like mainstream archaeology? Just like a suspicion. What could we get completely wrong? Well, one way to get something wrong is totally like lost civilization, like an obviously gigantic civilization that was there along with the Maya or something like this in the 10,000 years ago.
There's certainly that. There could be things that were either wiped away or still hiding under the oceans that would completely change the way we think about things.
And everybody knew they existed, everybody interacted with them.
I think it's our estimation of their motivations that were probably most wrong. My teacher Sheely a long time ago said, I've come up with all sorts of theories. I was thinking about stuff, and she looked at me and she said, if you don't stop thinking like a Western European and start trying to put yourself in the mindset of these people, you will never understand any of it. Which I've always taken to heart. I mean, I really do. When I approach these things, I try to step out of my cultural assumptions, trying to think like they would think is the best I could. And it's very different. I mean, this whole, the Maya are cyclical. The whole sacrifice, we're so, obsessed with that. But, that was an austere, actual sacrifice on their part. They weren't just, hey, let's all get together and kill that guy that's pissing us off. I mean, they were like, giving the best of them. It was a different mentality. This was not brutal. This was a bona fide sacrifice on their part, a loss.
Plus the whole mystery of the puppy that eventually starts having sex with his
mystery. That one, I'm gonna unweave that one of these days.
One of these days. No, that puppy appeared on pottery.
All over pottery. Yeah, he's everywhere. I got to write this book. This next year is the year I'm going to write my Fang Deity book, and I will have a whole chapter dedicated to the puppy.
the mystery solved. I mean, it could just be the birth of memes, humor. I don't know. I mean, again, humor. You don't know what the nature of their humor or what their jokes are.
Oh, that's a neat one too. And that's so human. I'll tell you a little side story here that when I worked with the Maya people in Palenque, I spent 3 years making this map of the city and hiking through the jungle every day. And they would talk to each other in their own language. It was Celtal was the group I was working with. But I noticed after a while they were big jokers. They loved to make jokes, and they would laugh at jokes. But then they would also, one of them would say something, and the other ones would go, "Hoo-hoo." And I eventually asked, what is that? Why do you guys always make that hoo-hoo noise? They said, that's because he made a really smart pun. It was like he said three different things at once. It was a turn of phrase that was smart. And they didn't make laughs at that. It was they had a noise for when somebody said something just super clever. So there's also that, like, just clever turn of speech.
Yeah, wit.
And I think about that when I'm a hieroglyphic translator. Like, here's a beautiful thing. It's going to be like a poem or a political statement. Like, and I'm just ploddingly looking in a dictionary of what that word means. There's probably double, triple entendres all through this text, and the real meaning is the subtext. And I'm thinking they're talking about corn, and they're talking about the nature of life.
Yeah, it could be satire. It could be, as it was in the Soviet Union, when there's a dictator, maybe there's overpowering king. You're not allowed to actually speak. You have to hide the thing you're actually trying to say in the subtext. So, and all of that.
There was a funny Maya ceramic that had the ceramics are neat because they don't the monuments can be kind of broken records. I'm the king. I was born this time. I beat these people up. I married this woman. I died. But the ceramics will tell us like things out of mythology stories. And there was this one with a rabbit looking at the merchant god, and nobody could translate the text. And finally, this Eastern European, actually a Ukrainian guy, translated it. And the rabbit saying to the merchant god, "Bend over and smell my ass." It's like, oh man, we were expecting this wonderful piece of mythology, but no, it translates "bend over and smell my ass." That's great. That's human.
As we mentioned previously, human nature does not change. You mentioned blanket mapping it. It's just out of curiosity. What is that process like? That seems fascinating.
Oh, it was a great adventure. I loved it, but it was difficult. I woke up every morning thinking I will be hurt today somehow. I don't know how. I don't know how badly. Where on my body it will occur, but it's going to happen because it was the jungle.
In the jungle, what's the process like? What do you have to do to map it?
Well, it was tricky too because it was also a national forest. So the forestry department didn't want us to cut down anything more than we had to. So we basically just cut tunnels through the foliage, and we'd map everything twice. The first thing we'd do is I'd go in, find a building, draw it on a piece of graph paper, and I'd say, like, you guys go north, you guys go east, west, find other buildings, and when you find them, pace back to this one. And so I'd start making a map, and I'd make the whole one piece of graph paper was enough to. Then we bring the machine in, we bring the laser theodolite to get really accurate information. But on that piece of paper, I would write like, "Don't bring the machine this way. There's a tree fall." Or stand on top of this building and you'll see 4 different buildings at once from this one.
And all of this is in dense jungle.
Right. And the deeper we got off the road, the deeper it was. Sometimes it would clear out, but certain places, if it was low, it would be such thick vegetation and it would grow back so fast. Sometimes we would cut just tunnels through tall grass, and we'd come back like 5 days later and they were gone. Like we couldn't even find where our trails were. It would grow back that fast.
But you see the buildings, so you can see.
Right, and that was the fun part of it. Sometimes it would just be like a little neighborhood with a little low buildings no bigger than this table. But sometimes, just 5 more meters in, and I'm standing under a pyramid that nobody had ever mapped. Wow, just found another one. And some days, on good days, we'd find 3 pyramids. I felt that's such a more exciting job than the typical excavations. My buddies were all just in a hole for the whole week in the middle of the city, and where I'm dancing around through the jungle, I could find 10 buildings today. I might find a pyramid today. Who knows?
What's that feel like to find like a pyramid or buildings that you're one of the only humans that are not from that civilization to ever see this thing? What's that feel like?
It's great. I love that feeling. I am, I'm an explorer at heart. So finding something like that, when I was 25 years old, I found a whole Maya city. I got to name it. Its name is Mashna. It's off in the Belizean jungle, and that was just outrageous. I mean, it almost that one almost depressed me. I was my entire I had this great life ambition that I would find a lost city.
Mhm.
And then I did it at 25, and I was like, God, now what do I do? I thought that was supposed to take me my whole life. I actually I wrote a bunch of letters to NASA trying to get them to let me be the first archaeologist on Mars. I never got a single reply back. I'm sure I'm on NASA's list as some weirdo.
How'd you find a Mayan city?
I used a topography map of the area, and I played the game. If I was a Maya, where would my favorite place to live in this big area be? I looked for the biggest mountain because they call all of their pyramids Tun Wheat Stone Mountains. I knew they loved mountains, and when I found that mountain, there were two others right next to it that made a triangle, and they loved those triads, and there were rivers in between them, and I thought, that's it. That's where I would build the city. And I hiked out there over 2 seasons with students. The other grad students were like, he's just having his students just wander in the jungle all day. But I came back with the city.
So, given that you've looked into the deep past of humanity, what gives you hope about our future? Maybe our deep future of this human civilization.
It's a good one. And I do have hope. I do have hope. I believe in the spirit of humankind. I, as a person who has studied history, I kind of feel like history does kind of a sine wave. There's highs and there's lows, but no matter how low we go, we get up again and we climb. And I think that humanity will continue that. We will rise to the challenges. Now, some of the challenges may be created by ourselves as well, but we will adapt and overcome. That's what we do.
Yeah, humans find a way, right? That's that's the thing you see with history. Even when the empires collapse, they the humans that come out of that, they pick themselves up and find another way. They build a new thing.
And the people I study believe in the cyclical nature of life, that you really can't, life can't continue without death being part of the cycle. We get our lows, we get our highs, but the cycle continues forever.
I should mention that you have a lot of great lectures on the great courses, but you have also an amazing podcast, Archeo Ed. If people want to listen to it, this is a tough question, but what would you recommend? What episodes should they listen to? What's the answer?
Oh, that is a tough question.
What is the sampling? You know, it's like asking a chef, like, what's the best stuff on the menu?
Well, different strokes for different folks. I do two different things on that podcast. Sometimes I just teach about cultures that you've never heard about. I start off by saying it's my podcast and I'll talk about whatever the heck I want to talk about. Sometimes I talk about really specific things like a tool type or an animal type, but my favorite ones have become when I just tell my stories of my adventures. I've got a lot of weird adventure stories, and it's been fun, and they've been very well received. I've got I can put my humor in there, and I can talk about you know the things that went right, the things that went wrong, the adventures that I had are all part of this Archeo Ed thing. It's Archeo Ed's kind of a double entendre. It's me, I'm just Ed, but it's also education. Now, what I'm really trying to do with this too, it's specifically the Americans. I want to be part of the reawakening that there were these great civilizations here, especially North America. I think that we have a group amnesia that there was no great civilizations here before Europe showed up. That's simply not true. I think it should be part of our history books. In fact, I have a program called Before the Americans that would introduce, as part of American history, the part before European contact. And I think that kids in the K through 12 level should grow up not being told this fallacy that no one was here before we showed up in 1492. And one of these days, I'm going to find a funder to help us put together before the Americas, and we're going to make it part of the curriculum for every kid in the U.S. to know the full history of this country.
It's a great project. Ed, thank you so much. Thank you for talking today. Thank you for all the fascinating ideas that you put out into the world. And I can't wait to hear your new course.
Thank you so much, Lex. It was a real pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ed Barnhart. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Joseph Campbell. Life is but a mask worn on the face of death. And is death, then, but another mask? How many can say, asks the Aztec poet, that there is or is not truth beyond? Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
The way I would do it, 75% headcount reduction across the board into federal bureaucracy. Send them home packing. Shut down agencies that shouldn't exist. Rescind every unconstitutional regulation that Congress never passed. In a true self-governing democracy, it should be our elected representatives that make the laws and the rules, not unelected bureaucrats. Merit and equity are actually incompatible. Merit and group quotas are incompatible. You can have one or the other, you can't have both. It's an assault and a crusade on the nanny state. And that nanny state presents itself in several forms. There's the entitlement state, that's the welfare state, presents itself in the form of the regulatory state, that's what we're talking about. And then there's the foreign nanny state, where effectively we are subsidizing other countries that aren't paying their fair share of protection or other resources we provide. Just to summarize my ideology in a nutshell, it is to terminate the nanny state in the United States of America in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy nanny state. Once we've done that, we've revived the republic, and I think we've made George Washington.
The following is a conversation with Vivek Ramaswamy about the future of conservatism in America. He has written many books on this topic, including his latest called Truth, The Future of America First. He ran for president this year in the Republican primary and is considered by many to represent the future of the Republican Party. Before all that, he was a successful biotech entrepreneur and investor with a degree in biology from Harvard and a law degree from Yale. As always, when the topic is politics, I will continue talking to people on both the left and the right with empathy, curiosity, and backbone. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, is Vivek Ramaswamy. You are one of the great elucidators of conservative ideas, so you're the perfect person to ask, what is conservatism? What's your, let's say, conservative vision for America?
Well, actually, this is one of my criticisms of the modern Republican Party and direction of the conservative movement is that we've gotten so good at describing what we're against. And there's a list of things that we could rail against: wokeism, transgender ideology, climate ideology, COVIDism, COVID policies, the radical Biden agenda, the radical Harris agenda, the list goes on. But actually what's missing in the conservative movement right now is what we actually stand for. What is our vision for the future of the country? And I saw that as a deficit at the time I started my presidential campaign. It was in many ways the purpose of my campaign, because I do feel that that's why we didn't have the red wave in 2022. So if they tried to blame Donald Trump, they tried to blame abortion, they blamed a bunch of individual specific issues for that. I think the real reason we didn't have that red wave was that We got so practiced at criticizing Joe Biden that we forgot to articulate who we are and what we stand for. So what do we stand for as conservatives? I think we stand for the ideals that we fought the American Revolution for in 1776. Ideals like merit, right? That the best person gets the job without regard to their genetics. That you get ahead in this country not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character. Free speech and open debate, not just as some sort of catchphrase, but the idea that any opinion, no matter how heinous, you get to express it in the United States. Self-governance, and this is a big one right now, is that the people we elect to run the government, they're no longer the ones who actually run the government. We in the conservative movement, I believe, should believe in restoring self-governance, where it's not bureaucrats running the show, but actually elected representatives. And then the other ideal that the nation was founded on that I think we need to revive, and I think is a North Star of the conservative movement, is restoring the rule of law in this country. So think about even the abandonment of the rule of law at the southern border. It's particularly personal to me as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. You and I actually share a couple of aspects in common in that regard. That also, though, means your first act of entering this country can't break the law. There's some policy commitments and principles, merit, free speech, self-governance, rule of law. And then I think culturally, what does it mean to be a conservative? Is it means we believe in the anchors of our identity in truth, the value of the individual, family, nation, and God. Beat race, gender, sexuality, and climate if we have the courage to actually stand for our own vision. And that's a big part of what's been missing, and it's a big part of not just through the campaign, but through a lot of my future advocacy. That's exactly what I mean.
Yeah, we'll talk about each of those issues. Immigration, the growing bureaucracy of government, religion is a really interesting topic, something we've spoken about a lot. But you've also had a lot of really tense debates. So you're a perfect person to ask the steel man the other side.
Yeah.
So let me ask you about progressivism. Can you steel man the case for progressivism and left-wing ideas?
Yeah, so look, I think the strongest case, particularly for left-wing ideas in the United States, in the American context, is that the country has been imperfect in living up to its ideals. So even though our founding fathers preached the importance of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness and freedom, they didn't practice those values in terms of many of our founding fathers being slave owners, inequalities with respect to women, and other disempowered groups, such that they say that created a power structure in this country that continues to last to this day. The vestiges of what happened even in 1860, in the course of human history, isn't that long ago. And that we need to do everything in our power to correct for those imbalances in power in the United States. That's the core view of the modern left. I'm not criticizing it right now. I'm still trying to give you, I think, a good articulation of why the left believes they have a compelling case for the government stepping in to correct for historical or present inequalities. I can give you my counter rebuttal of that, but the best statement of the left, I think that it's the fact that we've been imperfect in living up to those ideals. In order to fix that, we're going to have to take steps that are severe steps, if needed, to correct for those historical inequalities before we actually have true equality of opportunity. Case for the left wing.
So what's your criticism of that?
So my concern with it is, even if that's well motivated, I think that it recreates many of the same problems that they were setting out to solve. I'll give you a really tangible example of that in the present right now. I may be alone amongst prominent conservatives who would say something like this right now, but I think it's true, so I'm going to say it. I'm actually, even in the last year and a half, seeing actually a rise in anti-Black and anti-minority racism in this country, which is a little curious. Right when, over the last 10 years, we got as close to Martin Luther King's promised land as you could envision, a place where you have every American, regardless of their skin color, able to vote without obstructions, a place where you have people able to get the highest jobs in the land without race standing in their way. Why are we seeing that resurgence? In part, it's because of, I believe, that left-wing obsession with racial equity over the course of the last 20 years in this country. And so when you take something away from someone based on their skin color, and that's what correcting for prior injustice we're supposed to do. The left-wing views are to correct for prior injustice by saying that whether you're white, straight, cis man, you have certain privileges that you have to actually correct for. When you take something away from somebody based on their genetics, you actually foster greater animus towards other groups around you. And so the problem with that philosophy is that it creates, and there's several problems with it, but the most significant problem that I think everybody can agree we want to avoid is to actually fan the flames of the very divisions that you supposedly want to heal. I see that in the context of our immigration policy as well. Think about even what's going on in, I'm from Ohio, I was born and raised in Ohio, I live there today, the controversy in Springfield, Ohio. I personally don't blame really any of the people who are in Springfield, either the native people who were born and raised in Springfield, or even the Haitians who've been moved to Springfield. But it ends up becoming a divide and conquer strategy and outcome where if you put 20,000 people in a community where 50,000 people, where the 20,000 are coming in, don't know the language, are unable to follow the traffic laws, are unable to assimilate, you know there's going to be a reactionary backlash. And so even though that began perhaps with some type of charitable instinct, right? Some type of sympathy for people who went through the earthquake in 2010 in Haiti and achieved temporary protective status in the United States. What began with sympathy, what began with earnest intentions, actually creates the very division and reactionary response that supposedly we say we wanted to avoid. So that's my number one criticism of that left-wing worldview. Number two is I do believe that merit and equity are actually incompatible. Merit and group quotas are incompatible. You can have one or the other, you can't have both. And the reason why is no two people, and I think it's a beautiful thing, it's true between you and I, between you, I, and all of our friends or family or strangers or neighbors or colleagues. No two people have the same skill sets. We're each endowed by different gifts. We're each endowed with different talents. And that's the beauty of human diversity. And a true meritocracy is a system in which you're able to achieve the maximum of your God-given potential without anybody standing in your way. But that means necessarily there's going to be differences in outcomes in a wide range of parameters, not just financial, not just money, not just fame or currency or whatever it is. There's just going to be different outcomes for different people in different spheres of life. And that's what meritocracy demands. It's what it requires. And so the left's vision of group equity necessarily comes at the cost of meritocracy. And so those would be my two reasons for opposing the view. Is one is it's not meritocratic. Number two is it often even has the effect of hurting the very people they claimed to have wanted to help. And I think that's part of what we're seeing.
Yeah, you had a pretty intense debate with Mark Cuban. Great conversation. I think it's on your podcast.
Yeah.
Sure. Yes. Yeah, it was great. It was great. Okay, well, speaking of good guys, he messages me all the time with beautifully eloquent criticism. Appreciate that. What was one of the more convincing things he said to you? You mostly focus on kind of DEI.
So let's just take a step back and understand. Because people use these acronyms and then they start saying it out of muscle memory and stop asking what it actually means. Like DEI refers to capital D, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is a philosophy adopted by institutions, principally in the private sector, companies, nonprofits, and universities. To say that they need to strive for specific forms of racial, gender, and sexual orientation diversity. And it's not just the D, it's the equity in ensuring that you have equal outcomes as measured by certain group quota targets or group representation targets that they would meet in their ranks. Now, the problem with the DEI agenda is in the name of diversity, it actually has been a vehicle for sacrificing true diversity of thought. So the way the argument goes is this, is that we have to create an environment that is receptive to minorities and minority views, but if certain opinions are themselves deemed to be hostile to those minorities, then you have to exclude those opinions in the name of the capital D diversity. But that means that you're necessarily sacrificing actual diversity of thought. I can give you a very specific example. That might sound like, okay, well, is it such a bad thing if an organization doesn't want to exclude people who are saying racist things on a given day? You could debate that. But let's get to the tangible world of how that actually plays out. I, for my part, have not really heard in ordinary America people uttering racial epithets if you're going to a restaurant or in a grocery store. It's not something I've encountered, certainly not in the workplace. But that's a theoretical case. Let's talk about the real world case of how this plays out. There was an instance, there was a case that presented itself before the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the EEOC, one of the government enforcers of the DEI agenda. And there was a case of a woman who wore a red sweater on Fridays in celebration of veterans and those who had served the military. and invited others in the workplace to do the same thing. And they had a kind of affinity group, you could call it that, a veteran type affinity group, appreciating those who had served. Her son had served. There was a minority employee at that business who said that he found that to be a microaggression. So the employer asked her to stop wearing said clothes to the office. Well, she still felt like she wanted to celebrate. I think it was Friday was the day of the week where they did it. She still wore the red sweater. She didn't wear it, but she would hang it on the back of her seat, right? Put it on the back of her seat again. They said, no, you can't do that. So the irony is, in the name of this capital D diversity, just creating a supposedly welcoming workplace for all kinds of Americans, by focusing only on certain kinds of so-called diversity, that translates into actually not even a diversity of your genetics, which is what they claim to be solving, but also a hostility to diversity of thought. And I think that's dangerous. And you're seeing that happen in the last 4 years across this country. It's been pretty rampant. I think it leaves America worse off. The beauty of America is we're a country where we should be able to have institutions that are stronger from different points of view being expressed. But my number one criticism of the DEI agenda is not even that it's anti-meritocratic. It is anti-meritocratic. My number one criticism is that it's actually hostile to the free and open exchange of ideas by creating often legal liabilities for organizations that even permit certain viewpoints to be expressed. And
I think what Marcos says is that diversity allows you to look for talent in places where you haven't looked before, and therefore find really special talent, special people. I think that's the case he made.
He did make that case. It was a great conversation. And my response to that is, great, that's a good thing. You don't need a three-letter acronym to do that, right? You don't need special programmatic DEI incentives to do it, because companies are always going to seek in a truly free market, which I think we're missing in the United States today for a lot of reasons. But in a truly free market, companies will have the incentive to hire the best and brightest, or else they're going to be less competitive versus other companies. But you don't need ESG, DEI, CSR regimes in part enforced by the government to do it. Today, to be a government contractor, for example, you have to adopt certain racial and gender representation targets in your workforce. That's not the free market work. So I think you can't have it both ways. Either it's going to be good for companies and companies are going to do what's in their self-interest. That's what capitalists like Mark Cuban and I believe. But if we really believe that, then we should let the market work rather than forcing it to adopt these top-down standards. That's my issue with it.
I don't know what it is about human psychology, but whenever you have a sort of administration, a committee that gets together to do a good thing, the committee starts to use the good thing, the ideology behind which there's a good ideal, to bully people to do bad things. I don't know what it is.
This has less to do with left-wing versus right-wing ideology, and more the nature of a bureaucracy is one that looks after its own existence as its top goal. So part of what you've seen with the so-called perpetuation of wokeness in American life is that the bureaucracy has used the appearance of virtue to actually deflect accountabilities for its own failure. So you've seen that in several different spheres of American life. You could even talk about it in the military, right? You think about our entry into Iraq after 9/11 had nothing to do with the stated objectives that we had. And I think by all accounts, it was a policy move we regret. Our policy ranks and our foreign policy establishment made a mistake in entering Iraq, invading a country that really, by all accounts, was not at all responsible for 9/11. Nonetheless, if you're part of the U.S. military or you're General Mark Milley, you would rather talk about white rage or systemic racism than you would actually talk about the military's actual substantive failures. What I call the practice of blowing woke smoke to deflect accountability. You say the same thing with respect to the educational system. It's a lot easier to claim that, and I'm not the one making this claim, but others have made this claim, that math is racist because there are inequitable results on objective tests in mathematics based on different demographic attributes. You can claim that the math is racist. It's a lot easier to blow that woke smoke than it is to accept accountability for failing to teach Black kids in the inner city how to actually do math and fix our public school systems and the zip coded mechanism for trapping kids in poor communities in bad schools. So I think that in many cases what these bureaucracies do is they use the appearance of signaling this virtue as a way of not really advancing a social cause, but of strengthening the power of the bureaucracy itself and insulating that bureaucracy from criticism. So in many ways, bureaucracy, I think, carves the channels through which much of this woke ideology has flowed over the last several years. And that's why part of my focus has shifted away from just combating wokeness, but that's just a symptom, versus combating actual bureaucracy itself, the rise of this managerial class, the rise of the deep state. We talk about that in the government, but the deep state doesn't just exist in government. It exists, I think, in every sphere of our lives, from companies to nonprofits to universities. It's the rise of called the managerial class, the committee class, people who professionally sit on committees, I think are wielding far more power today than actual creators, entrepreneurs, original ideators, and ordinary citizens alike.
Yeah, you need managers, but as few as possible. It seems like when you have a giant managerial class, the actual doers don't get to do. But like you said, bureaucracy is a phenomenon of both the left and the right. This is not.
It's not even a left or a right. It just transcends that. It's anti-American. So our founding fathers, they were anti-bureaucratic. They were the pioneers, the explorers, the unafraid. Like they were the inventors, the creators. People forget this about Benjamin Franklin, who signed the Declaration of Independence. One of the great inventors that we have in the United States as well. He invented the lightning rod. He invented the Franklin stove, which was actually one of the great innovations of the field of thermodynamics. He even invented a number of musical instruments that Mozart and Beethoven went on to use. That's just Benjamin Franklin. So you think, oh, he's a one-off. Everybody thinks he was the one zany founder who was also a creative scientific innovator who happened to be one of the founders. It's wrong. It wasn't unique to him. You have Thomas Jefferson. What are you sitting in right now? You're sitting in a swivel chair.
Mm-hmm.
Who invented the swivel chair?
Thomas Jefferson?
Yes, Thomas Jefferson. Funny
Yeah.
enough, he invented the swivel chair while he was writing the Declaration of Independence.
You're the one that
insane.
reminded me that he wrote the Declaration of Independence when he was 33.
And he was 33 when he did it, while inventing the swivel chair.
I like how you're focused on the swivel chair. Can we just pause on the Declaration of Independence? It makes me feel horrible.
The Declaration of Independence part everybody knows. What people don't know, he was an architect. So he worked in Virginia, but the Virginia State Capitol Dome, the building that's in Virginia today, where the state capitol is, that dome was actually designed by Thomas Jefferson as well. So these people weren't people who sat on professional committees. They weren't bureaucrats. They hated bureaucracy. Part of old world England was committed to the idea of bureaucracy. Bureaucracy and monarchy go hand in hand. A monarch can't actually administer or govern directly. It requires a bureaucracy, a machine to actually technocratically govern for him. So the United States of America was founded on the idea that we reject that old world view. Like the old world vision was that we the people cannot be trusted to self-govern and make decisions for ourselves. We would burn ourselves off the planet is the modern version of this. With existential risks like global climate change, if we just leave it to the people and their democratic will. That's why you need professional technocrats, educated elites, enlightened bureaucrats to be able to set limits that actually protect people from their own worst impulses. That's the old world view. And most nations in the history operate this way. But what made the United States of America itself, to know what made America great, we have to know what made America itself. What made America itself is we said hell no to that. That we the people, for better or worse, are going to self-govern without the committee class restraining what we do. And the likes of Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, and I could give you examples of John Adams or Robert Livingston. You go straight down the list of founding fathers who were inventors, creators, pioneers, explorers, who also were the very people who came together to sign the Declaration of Independence. And so, yeah, this rise of bureaucracy in America in every sphere of life, I view it as anti-American, actually. And I hope that conservatives and liberals alike can get behind my crusade, certainly, to get in there and shut most of it down.
Yeah, speaking of shutting most of it down, how do you propose we do that? How do we make government more efficient? How do we make it smaller? What are the different ideas of how to do that?
Well, the first thing I will say is you're always taking a risk. There's no free lunch here. Most of it. You're always taking a risk. One risk is that You say, I want to reform it gradually. I want to have a grand master plan and get exactly what the right end state is, and then carefully cut with a chisel, like a work of art, to get there. I don't believe that approach works. I think that's an approach that conservatives have taken for many years. I think it hasn't gotten us very far. And the reason is, if you have like an 8-headed hydra, you cut off one of the heads, it grows right there. The other risk you could take, so that's the risk of not cutting enough. The other risk you could take is the risk of cutting too much. Is that I'm going to cut so much that I'm going to take the risk of not the fat, but cutting some muscle or weight, but I'm going to take that risk. I can't give you option C, which is exactly the right amount and I do it perfectly. Okay, you don't know ex ante, you don't know beforehand that it's exactly how it's going to go. So that's a meaningless claim. The only question of which risk you're going to take. I believe in the moment we live in right now, the second risk is the risk we have to live with. We haven't had a class of politicians. Donald Trump in 2016 was the closest we've gotten. I think in the second term will be even closer to what we need. But short of that, I don't think we've really had a class of politicians who has gotten very serious about cutting so much that you're also going to cut some fat, but not only some fat, but also some muscle. That's the risk we have to take. So the way I would do it, 75% headcount reduction across the board in the federal bureaucracy. Send them home packing. Shut down agencies that shouldn't exist. Rescind every unconstitutional regulation that Congress never passed. In a true self-governing democracy, it should be our elected representatives that make the laws and the rules, not unelected bureaucrats. And that is the single greatest form of economic stimulus we could have in this country, but it is also the single most effective way to restore self-governance in our country as well. And it is the blueprint for, I think, how we save this country.
That's pretty gangster. 75%. There's this kind of almost meme-like video of Argentinian President Javier Milei where on a whiteboard he has all the, I think, 18 ministries lined up, and he's ripping them. Department of Education, gone. He's just going like this. Now, the situation in Argentina is pretty dire. And the situation in the United States is not, despite everybody saying the empire is falling. This is still, in my opinion, the greatest nation on earth. Still, the economy is doing very well. Still, this is the hub of culture, the hub of innovation, the hub of so many amazing things. Do you think it's possible to do something like firing 25% of people in government when things are going relatively well?
Yes. In fact, I think it's necessary and essential. I think things depends on what your level of well really is, what your benchmark is. America's not built on complacency. We're built on the pursuit of excellence. And are we still the greatest nation on planet Earth? I believe we are. I agree with you on that. But are we great as we could possibly be, or even as we have been in the past, measured against our own standards of excellence? No, we're not. I think the nation is in a trajectory of decline. That doesn't mean it's the end of the empire yet. But we are a nation in decline right now. I don't think we have to be. But part of that decline is driven by the rise of this managerial class, the bureaucracy, sucking the lifeblood out of the country, sucking the lifeblood out of our innovative culture, our culture of self-governance. So is it possible? Yeah, it's really possible. I mean, I'll tell you one easy way to do it. This is a little bit, I'm being a little bit glib here, but I think it's not crazy, at least as a thought experiment. Get in there on day one, say that anybody in the federal bureaucracy who's not elected representatives, obviously, are elected by the people. But if the people who are not elected, if your social security number ends in an odd number, you're out. If it ends in an even number, you're in. There's a 50% cut right there. Of those who remain, if your social security number starts in an even number, you're in. And if it starts with an odd number, you're out. Boom. That's 75% reduction. Then literally stochastic. Okay. One of the virtues of that, the thought experiment, not a policy perspective, but one of the virtues of that thought experiment is that you don't have a bunch of lawsuits you're dealing with about gender discrimination or racial discrimination or political viewpoint discrimination. Actually, the reality is you, at mass, you didn't bring the chisel, you brought a chainsaw. I guarantee you, do that on day one, and do step 2 on day 2. On day 3, not a thing will have changed for the ordinary American, other than the size of their government being a lot smaller and more restrained, spending a lot less money to operate it. And most people who run a company, especially larger companies, know this. It's 25% of the people who do 80-90% of the useful work. These government agencies are no different. So now imagine you could do that same thought experiment, but not just doing it at random, but do it still at large scale while having some metric of screening for those who actually had both the greatest competence as well as the greatest commitment and knowledge of the Constitution. That, I think, would immediately raise not only the civic character of the United States. Now we feel, okay, the people we elect to run the government, they've got the power back to run the government again, as opposed to the unelected bureaucrats who wield the power today. It would also stimulate the economy. I mean, the regulatory state is like a wet blanket on the American economy. Most of it's unconstitutional. All we require is leadership with a spine to get in there and actually do what conservative presidents have maybe gestured towards and talked about, but have not really effectuated ever in modern history.
And by the way, that kind of thing would attract the ultra competent to actually want to work in government.
Exactly, which you're missing today. Because right now the government is swallowing it. Most competent people feel like that bureaucratic machine will swallow them whole. You clear the decks of 75% of them, real innovators can then show up.
Yeah, you know, there's kind of this cynical view of capitalism where people think that the only reason you do anything is to earn more money. But I think a lot of people would want to work in government to build something that's helpful to a huge number of people.
Yeah, well, look, I think there's opportunities for the very best to have large-scale impact in all kinds of different institutions. In our universities, to K-12 education, to entrepreneurship. I'm obviously very biased in that regard. I think there's a lot you're able to create that you couldn't create through government. But I do think in the moment that we live in, where our government is as broken as it is as responsible for the declining nature of our country. Yeah, I think bringing in people who are unafraid, talented, and able to have an impact could make all of the difference. And I agree with you. I don't think actually most people, even most people who say they're motivated by money, I don't think are actually motivated by money. I think most people are driven by a belief that they can do more than they're being permitted to do right now with their skill sets. See, I'll tell you that, so I've run a number of companies, and one of the things that I used to ask when I was, I'm not day-to-day involved in them anymore, but as a CEO, I would ask when I did interviews. And the first company I started at Rothschild, like for 4 years in, the company was pretty big by that point, I would still intent on interviewing every candidate before they joined, screening for the culture of that person. I could talk a lot more about things we did to build that culture, but one of the questions I would always ask them naturally just to start a conversation, it's pretty basic. The question is, why did you leave your last job, or why are you leaving your last job? I'll tell you what I didn't hear very often is that I wasn't paid enough. Right? Maybe they'd be shy to tell you that during an interview, but there's indirect ways to say that. That really wasn't at all like even a top 10 reason why people were leaving their job. I'll give you what the number one reason is that they felt like they were unable to do the true maximum of what their potential was in their job. That's the number one reason people do that. And I think, by the way, I would say that I'm saying that in a self-boastful way that you're attracting these people. I think that's also true for most of the people who left the company as well, right? And that was toward Royven, toward other companies I've started. I think the number one reason people join companies, and the number one people leave companies, whether they've been to join mine or to leave mine in the past, have been that they feel like they're able to do more than they're able to with their skill set, and that environment permits them to actually achieve. And so I think that's what people hunt for. Think about capitalism and true free market capitalism. We used words earlier like meritocracy. It's about building a system, whether it's in a nation or whether it's even within an organization, that allows every individual to flourish and achieve the maximum of their potential. And sometimes it just doesn't match for an organization. Where let's say the mission is here, and somebody's skill sets could be really well aligned with a different mission. Then the right answer is it's not a negative thing. It's just that that person needs to leave and find their mission somewhere else. But to bring that back to government, I think part of what's happened right now is that the rise of that bureaucracy in so many of these government agencies has actually obfuscated the mission of these agencies. I think if you went to most federal bureaucracies and just asked them, like, what's the mission? I'm just making one up off the top of my head right now. The Department of Health and Human Services. What is the mission of HHS in the United States of America? I doubt somebody who works there, even the person who leads it, could give you a coherent answer to that question. I just heavily doubt it. And you could fill in the blank for any range of like the Department of Commerce. I mean, just go straight down the list of each of these other ones. What is the mission of this organization? You could say for the U.S. military. What's the purpose of the U.S. military Department of Defense? I can give you that. I think it is to win wars, and more importantly, through its strength to avoid wars. That's it. Well, okay, if that's the mission, then okay, it's not tinkering around and messing around in some foreign conflict where we kind of feel like it sometimes, and other ones where we don't. And who decides that? I don't really know, but whoever the people are that decide that, we follow those orders. No, our mission is to protect the United States of America, to win wars, and to avoid wars. Boom. Those three things. What does protecting the United States of America mean? Number one, the homeland of the United States of America and the people who reside there. Okay, that's a clear mission. The Department of Health and Human Services maybe could be a reasonable mission to say that I want to make America the healthiest country on planet Earth, and we will develop the metrics and meet those metrics. And that's the goal of the Department of HHS, to set policies, or at least to implement policies that best achieve that goal. But you can't, and maybe that's the right statement of the mission, maybe it's not. But one of the things that happens is when you're governed by the committee class, it dilutes the sense of mission out of any organization, whether it's a company or government agency or bureaucracy. And once you've done that, then you lose the ability to attract the best and the brightest, because in order for somebody to achieve the maximum of their potential, they have to know what it's towards. There has to be a mission in the first place. Then you're not getting the best and brightest, you get more from the committee class. And that becomes a self-perpetuating downward spiral. And that is what the block of the federal bureaucracy really looks like today.
Yeah, you said something really profound. At the individual scale, the individual contributor, doer, creator, what happens is you have a certain capacity to do awesome shit. And then there's barriers that come up. We have to wait a little bit. This happens, there's friction always, isn't it? When humans together are working on something, there's friction. And so the goal of a great company is to minimize that friction, minimize the number of barriers. And what happens is the managerial class, the incentive is to create barriers.
That's what it does. I mean, that's just by the nature of a bureaucracy. It creates sand in the gears to slow down whatever the other process was. Is there some room for that somewhere in certain contexts? Sure. It's like a defensive mechanism that's designed to reduce dynamism. But I think when that becomes cancerous in its scope, it then actually kills the host itself, whether that's a school, whether that's a company, whether that's a government. And so the way I think about it, Lex, is there's sort of a balance of distributed power. And I don't mean power in the Foucault sense of social power, but I mean just sort of power in the sense of the ability to effect relevant change in any organization between what you could call the founder class, the creator class, the everyday citizen, the stakeholder class, and then the managerial class. And there's a role for all three of them, right? You can have the constituents of an organization, say in a constitutional republic, the citizen. You could have the equivalent of the creator class, the people who create things in that polity. And then you have the bureaucratic class that's designed to administer and serve as a liaison between the two. I'm not denying that there's some role somewhere for people who are in that managerial class. But right now, in this moment in American history, and I think it's been more or less true for the last century, but it's grown, starting with Woodrow Wilson's advent of the modern administrative state, metastasizing through FDR's New Deal and what was required to administer it, blown over and metastasizing further through LBJ's Great Society, and everything that's happened since, even aided and abetted by Republican presidents along the way, like Richard Nixon, has created a United States of America where that committee class, both in and outside the government in our culture, wields far too much influence and power relative to the everyday citizen stakeholder and to the creators who are in many ways constrained, hamstrung, shackled, in straitjacket from achieving the maximum of their own potential contributions. And I certainly feel that myself. I probably identify as being a member of that creator class. Well, it's cool. So it's just what I've done. I create things. And I think we live in an environment in the United States of America where we're still probably the best country on earth where that creator has that shop. So that's the positive side of it. But one where we are far more constrictive to the creator class than we have been when we've been at the best. And that's what I want to see change.
You sort of steelman the perspective of somebody that looks at a particular Department of Education, and are saying that the amount of pain that would be caused by closing and firing 75% of people will be too much.
Yeah, so I go back to this question of mission, right? A lot of people who make arguments for the Department of Education aren't aware why the Department of Education was created in the first place. Okay, so that might be a useful place to start, because this thing was created. It had a purpose, presumably. What was that purpose? Might be at least a relevant question to ask before we decide what are we doing with it or not. What was the purpose of this thing that we created? It's not it to me seems like a highly relevant question, yet in this discussion about government reform, it's interesting how eager people try to skip over that question and just talk about, okay, but we got the status quo and it's just going to be disruptive, versus asking the question of, okay, this institution was created, it had an original purpose. Is that purpose still relevant? Is this organization at all fulfilling that purpose today? To me, those are some relevant questions to ask. So let's talk about that for the Department of Education. Its purpose was relevant at that time, which was to make sure that localities, and particularly states, were not siphoning dollars, taxpayer dollars, away from predominantly black school districts to predominantly white ones. And that was not a theoretical concern at the time. It was happening, or there was some evidence that was happening in some states and stuff. And so you may say you don't like the federal solution, you may say you like the federal solution, but like it or not, that was the original purpose of the U.S. Department of Education, to make sure that from a federal perspective, that states were not systematically disadvantaging black school districts. However noble and relevant that purpose may have been 6 decades ago, it's not a relevant purpose today. There's no evidence today of states intentionally mapping out which are the black versus white school districts and siphoning money in one direction versus another. To the contrary, one of the things we've learned is that the school districts in the inner city, many of which are predominantly black, actually spend more money per student than other school districts for a worse result, as measured by test scores or other performance on a per student basis, suggesting that there are other factors than the dollar expenditures per school determining student success, and actually suggesting that even the overfunding of some of those already poorly run schools rewards them for their actual bureaucratic failures. So against that backdrop, the Department of Education has instead extrapolated that original purpose of, which was a racial equality purpose, to instead implement a different vision of racial equity through the ideologies that they demand in the content of the curriculum that these public schools actually teach. So Department of Education funding, so federal funding, accounts for about, give you round numbers here, but around 10% of the funding of most public schools across the country. But that comes with strings attached. So in today's Department of Education, this didn't happen back in 1970, but it's happening today. Ironically, it's funny how these things change. With the bureaucracies that fail, they blow up smoke to cover up for their own failures. What happens with today's Department of Education? They effectively say you don't get that funding unless you adopt certain goals deemed achieving racial or gender equity goals. And in fact, they also intervene in the curriculum where there's evidence of schools in the Midwest or in the Great Plains that have been denied funding because Department of Education funding, so long as they have certain subjects like archery. There's one instance of a school that had archery in its curriculum. I find that to be pretty interesting, actually. I think you have different kinds of physical education. This is one that combines mental focus with physical aptitude. But hey, maybe I'm biased. Doesn't matter whether you like archery or not. I don't think it's the federal government's job to withhold funding from school because they include something in their curriculum that the federal government deems inappropriate, where that locality found that to be a relevant locus of education. So what you see then is an abandonment of the original purpose with long paths. You don't have this problem that the Department of Education was originally formed to solve of siphoning money from black school districts to white school districts and laundering that effectively in public funds. That doesn't exist anymore. So they find new purposes instead, creating a lot more damage along the way. So you asked me to steelman it, and could I say something constructive rather than just pounding down on the other side? one way to think about this is, for a lot of these agencies, were many of them formed with a positive intention at the outset? Yes. Where that positive intention existed, I'm still a skeptic of creating bureaucracies, but if you can create one, at least make it, what should we call it, a task force. Make it a task force. Task force with an agency means after it's done, you celebrate, you've done your work, pat yourself on the back, and then move on, rather than creating a standing bureaucracy, which actually finds things to do after it has already solved or addressed the first reason it was born in the first place. And I think we don't have enough of that in our culture. I mean, even if you have a company that's generated tons of cash flow and it solved a problem, let's say it's a biopharmaceutical company that developed a cure to some disease, and the only thing people knew at that company was how to develop a cure to that disease, and they generated a boatload of cash from doing it. At a certain point, you can just give it to your shareholders and close up shop, and that's actually a beautiful thing to do. You don't see that happen enough in the American consciousness and American culture. When an institution has achieved its purpose, celebrate it, and then move on. And I think that that culture in our government would result in a vastly restrained scope of government, rather than today. It's a one-way ratchet. Once you cause it to come into existence, you cause new things to come into existence, but the old one that came into existence continues to persist and exist as well. And that's where you get this metastasis over the last century.
What kind of things do you think government should do that the private sector, the forces of capitalism, would create drastic inequalities or create the kind of thing you don't want to have in government?
So if the question is what should government do that the private sector cannot, I'll give you one. Protect our border. I mean, capitalism, it's never going to be the job of capitalists, or never going to be the capability or inclination of capitalists to preserve a national border. And I think a nation, literally, one of the chapters of this book, okay, a nation without borders is not a nation. It's almost a tautology. An open border is not a border. Capitalism is not going to solve that. What's going to solve that is a nation. Part of the job of the federal government is to protect the homeland of its nation, in this case, the United States of America. That's an example of a proper function of the federal government, to provide physical security to its citizens. Another proper role of that federal government is to look after, or in this case, it could be state government, to make sure that private parties cannot externalize their costs onto somebody else without their consent. Fancy way economists would use to describe it. What does that mean? It means if you go dump your chemicals in somebody else's river, then you're liable for it. It's not that, okay, I'm a capitalist, and so I want to create things, and I'm going to do hell or high water, whether or not that harms people around me. The job of a proper government is to make sure that you protect the rights of those who may be harmed by those who are pursuing their own rights through a system of capitalism. In seeking prosperity, you're free to do it. But if you're hurting somebody else without their consent in the process, the government is there to enforce what is really just a different form of enforcing the private property. So I would say that those are two central functions of government: is to preserve national boundaries and the national security of the homeland, and number two is to protect and preserve private property rights and the enforcement of those private property rights. And I think at that point, you've described about 80 to 90% of the proper role of government.
What about infrastructure?
Look, I think that most infrastructure can be dealt with through the private sector. I mean, if you get into specifics, you could have infrastructure that's specific to national security. No, I do think that a military-industrial base is essential to provide national security. That's a form of infrastructure. I don't think you could rely exclusively on the private sector to provide the optimal level of that protection for the nation. But, interstate highways, I think you could think about whether or not that's a common good that everybody benefits from, but nobody had the incentive to create. I think you could make an argument for the existence of interstate highways. I think you could also make powerful arguments for the fact that actually you could have enough private sector co-ops that could cause that to come into existence as well. But I'm not dogmatic about this. But broadly speaking, 80 to 90% of the goal of the federal government, I'm not going to say 100, 80 to 90% of the goal of the existence of the federal government should be a government period, should be to protect national boundaries and provide security for the people who live there, and to protect the private property rights of the people who reside there. If we restore that, I think we're well on our way to a revival of what our founding fathers envisioned, and I think many of them would give you the same answer that I just did.
If we get government out of education, would you be also for reducing the size of government in the states? for educate for something like
I think
education?
here, if it goes closer to municipalities and the states, I'm fine with that being a locus for people determining. As, for example, let's say school districts are taxed at the local level. For that to be a matter for municipalities and townships to actually decide democratically how they actually want that governed, whether it's the balance between public school districts versus making that same money available to families in form of vouchers or other forms of ability to educational savings accounts or whichever mechanism it is to opt out of that. If that's done locally, I'll have views on that tend to go further in the direction of true educational choice and diversity of choice, the implementation of charter schools, the granting of state charters, or even lowering the barriers to granting one. I favor those kinds of policies. But if we've gotten the federal government out of it, that's achieved 75% of what I think we need to achieve, that I'm focused on solving other problems and leave that to the states and municipalities to cover.
So, given this conversation, what do you think of Elon's proposal of the Department of Government Efficiency in the Trump administration, or really any administration?
Well, I'm of course, biased because Elon and I have discussed that for the better part of the last year and a half. I think it's a great idea. And something that's very consistent with the core premise of my presidential candidacy. I got to know him as I was running for U.S. president in a couple of events that he came to, and then we built a friendship after that. So obviously, I think it's a great idea.
What do you think is more hardcore on the cutting, you or Elon?
Well, I think Elon that's pretty hardcore. I said 75% of federal bureaucrats, and while I was running for president, he said you need to put at least 75%. So I agree with him. I think I would. I think it'd be a fun competition to see who ends up more hardcore. I think I don't think there's someone out there who's going to be more hardcore than here. I would be, and the reason is, I think we share in common the willingness to take the risk and see what happens. I mean, the sun will still rise in the east and set in the west. That much I guarantee. Is there going to be some broken glass and some damage? Yes, there is. There's no way around that. But once you're willing to take that risk, then it doesn't become so scary anymore. And here's the thing: like it's easy to say this. Let's talk about where the rubber hits the road. Even in the second Trump term, this would be, the discussion. President Trump and I have had this conversation, but I think we would continue to have this conversation. Is where does it rank on our prioritization list? Because there's always going to be a trade-off. If you have a different policy objective that you want to achieve, a good policy objective, whatever that is, right? You could talk about immigration policy, you could talk about economic policy, there are other policy objectives. You're going to trade off a little bit in the short run the effectiveness of your ability to carry out that policy goal if you're also committed to actually thinning out the federal government by 75%, because there's just going to be some clunkiness, right? And there's just going to be frictional costs for that level of cut. So the question is, where does that rank on your prioritization list? To pull that off, to pull off a 75% reduction in size and scale of the federal government, the regulatory state, and the headcount, I think that only happens if that's your top priority. You can do it at a smaller scale, but at that scale, it only happens if that's your top priority, because then as president, you're in a position to say, I know in the super short run, that might even make it a little bit harder for me to do this other thing that I want to do and use the regulatory state to do it. But I'm going to pass on that. I'm going to pass that up. I'm going to bear that hardship and inconvenience because I know this other goal is more important on the scale of decades and centuries for the country. So it's a question of prioritization. And certainly my own view is that now is a moment where that needs to be a top priority for saving this country. And if there's one thing about my campaign, if I was to do it again, I would be even clearer about, because I talked about a lot of things in the campaign, and we can cover a lot of that too, but if there's one thing that I care about more than anything else, is dismantling that bureaucracy. Moreover, it's an assault and a crusade on the nanny state itself. And that nanny state presents itself in several forms. There's the entitlement state, the welfare state, presents itself in the form of a regulatory state, that's what we're talking about. And then there's the foreign nanny state, where effectively we are subsidizing other countries that aren't paying their fair share of protection or other resources we provide. If I was to summarize my ideology in a nutshell, it is to terminate the nanny state in the United States of America in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy nanny state. Once we've done that, we've revived the republic that I think would make George Washington great.
You mentioned Department of Education. There's also the Department of Defense. And there's a very large number of very powerful people that have gotten used to and a budget that's increasing and the number of wars and military conflicts that's increasing. If we could just talk about that. So if this is the number one priority, it's like there's difficulty levels here. The DoD it would be probably the hardest. So let's take that on. What's your view on the military-industrial complex, Department of Defense, and wars in general?
So I think the nanny state, I'm against it overall. I'm against the foreign policy nanny state as well. Let me start from that as a starting off point, and I'll tell you about my views on the DoD. First of all, I think that, and I think that it was easy for many people from the neocon school of thought to caricature my views with the media at their side. But actually, my own view is, if it's in the interest of the United States of America to provide certain levels of protection to U.S. allies, we can do that as long as those allies actually pay for it. And I think it's important for two reasons. The less important reason, still important, the less important reason is it's still money for us, right? It's not like we're swimming in a cash surplus right now. We're a $34 trillion national debt and growing. And I think pretty soon the interest payments are going to be the largest line item in our own federal budget. So it's not like we have money willy-nilly to just hand over for free. That's the less important reason. The more important reason is that it makes sure that our allies have actual skin in the game, to not have skewed incentives to actually enter conflicts where they're not actually bearing the full cost of those conflicts. To take NATO, for example. Most NATO countries, literally a majority of NATO countries today, do not pay or contribute 2% of their GDP to their own national defense, which is supposedly a requirement to be in NATO. So the majority of NATO countries are failing to meet their basic commitment to be in NATO in the first place. Germany particularly is, I think, arbitraging the hell out of the United States of America. And I don't think that I'm not going to be some sort of, shrill voice here saying, so therefore we should not be supporting any allies or providing security blankets. I'm not going in that direction. What I would say is you got to pay for it. Right? Pay for your fish share, A, because we're not swimming in excess money ourselves, but B, it tells us that you actually have skin in the game for your own defense, which actually then makes nations far more prudent in the risks that they take, whether or not they award, versus if somebody else is paying for it and somebody else is providing a security guarantee, hey, I might as well, take the gamble and see where I end up at the end of a war, versus the restraint that imposes on the decision making of those allies. So now let's bring this home to the Department of Defense. I think the top goal of the U.S. defense policy establishment should be to provide for the national defense of the United States of America. And the irony is that's what we're actually doing most poorly. We're not really using, other than the Coast Guard, we're not really using the U.S. military to prevent crossings at our own southern border and crossings at our own borders. In fact, the United States of America, our homeland, I believe is less secure today than it has been in a very long time. Vulnerable to threats from hypersonic missiles, where China and Russia certainly has capabilities in excess of that of the United States. Missiles, hypersonic means faster than the speed of sound, that could hit the United States, including those carrying nuclear warheads. We are more vulnerable to super EMP attacks, electromagnetic pulse attacks, that could, without exaggeration, some of these could be from other nations, some of these could even be from solar flares, cause significant mass casualties in the United States of America. The electric grid's gone. It's not an exaggeration to say if that happened, planes would be falling out of the sky because our chips really depend on those would be affected by those electromagnetic pulses. More vulnerable to cyber attacks. I know this, all people start yawning and say, okay, boring stuff, super EMP, cyber, whatever. No, actually, it's pretty relevant to whether or not you actually are facing the risk of not getting your insulin because your refrigerator doesn't work anymore, or your food can't be stored, or your car, or your ability to fly in an airplane is impaired. Okay, so I think that these are serious risks where our own national defense spending has been wholly inadequate. So I'm not one of these people that says, oh, we decrease versus increase national defense spending. We're not spending it in the right places. The number one place we need to be spending it is actually protecting our national defense. And I think protecting our own physical homeland. And I think we actually need an increase in spending on protecting our own homeland. But that is different from the agenda of foreign interventionism and foreign nanny statism for its own stage, where we should expect more and demand more of our allies to provide for their own national defense, and then provide the relevant security guarantees to allies where that actually advances the interests of the United States of America. So that's what I believe. And I think this process has been corrupted by what Dwight Eisenhower famously in his farewell address called the military-industrial complex in the United States. But I think it's bigger than just the, I think it's easy to tell the tales of the financial corruption. It's kind of cultural corruption and conceit. That just because a certain number of people in that expert class have a belief, that their belief happens to be the right one because they can scare you with what the consequence would be if you don't follow their plans. And one of the beauties of the United States is, at least in principle, we have civilian-controlled military. The person who we elect to be the U.S. president is the one that actually is the true commander-in-chief. I have my doubts on whether it operates that way. I think it's quite obvious that Joe Biden is not a functioning commander-in-chief of the United States of America, yet on paper, supposedly we still are supposed to call him that. But at least in theory, we're supposed to have civilian control of the U.S. military. And I think that one of the things that that leader needs to do is to ask the question of, again, the mission. What's the purpose of this U.S. military in the first place? At the top of the list should be to protect the homeland and the people who actually live here, which we're failing to do. So that's where I land on that question.
Right. Okay, there's a lot of stuff to ask. First of all, on Joe Biden, he means he's functionally not in control of the U.S. military because of the age factor or because of the nature of the presidency?
It's a good question. I would say in this case, it's particularly accentuated because it's both. In his case, I don't think anybody in America anymore believes that Joe Biden is the functioning president of the United States of America. How could he be? He wasn't even sufficiently functioning to be the candidate after a debate that was held in June. There's no way he's going to be in a position to make the most important decisions on a daily and demanding basis to protect the leading nation in the world. Now, more generally, though, I think we have a deeper problem that even when it's not Joe Biden, in general, the people we elect to run the government haven't really been the ones running the government. It's been the unelected bureaucrats and the bureaucratic deep state underneath that's really been making the decisions. I've done business in a number of places. I've traveled to Japan. There's an interesting corporate analogy. Sometimes if you get outside of politics, people can listen and pay attention a little bit more. Because politics is so fraught right now that if you start talking to somebody who disagrees with you about the politics of it, you're just butting heads but not really making progress. So let's just make the same point but go outside of politics. So I was traveling to Japan. I was having a late night dinner with a CEO of a Japanese pharmaceutical company. And it takes a while to really get him to open up, culturally speaking, in Japan. A couple nights of karaoke and whatnot, maybe late night restaurant, whatever it is. Well, we built a good enough relationship where he was very candid. He said, I'm the CEO of the company. I could go and find the head of a research unit and tell him, okay, this is a project we're no longer working on as a company. We don't want to spend money on it. We're going to spend money somewhere else. And he'll look me in the eye and he'll say, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll come back 6 months later and find that they're spending exactly the same amount of money on those exact same projects. And I'll tell them, no, we agreed. I told you that you're not going to spend money on this project. And we have to stop now. I should have stopped 6 months ago. Get a slap on the wrist for it. Says, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes. No, of course, that's correct. Come back 6 months later, same person is spending the same money on the same project. And here's why. Historically in Japan, and I should say in Japan this is changing now, but historically, until very recently, and even to an extent now, it's near impossible to fire people. So if somebody works for you and you can't fire them, that means they don't actually work for you. It means, in some deeper, perverse sense, you work for them because you're responsible for what they do without any authority to actually change. So I think most people have traveled in Japan and Japanese corporate culture through the 1990s and 2000s and 2010s, and maybe even some vestiges in the 2020s, wouldn't really dispute what I just said. Now, we're bringing it back to the more contentious terrains. I think it's basically how things have worked in the executive branch of the federal government of the United States of America. You have these so-called civil service protections on the books. Now, if you really read them carefully, I think that there are areas to provide daylight for a truly constitutionally well-trained president to act. But apart from those, that's a contrarian view that I have that bucks conventional wisdom. But apart from that caveat, in general, the conventional view is when the U.S. president can't fire these people. There's 4 million federal bureaucrats, 99.9% of them can't be touched by the person who, the people who elected to run the executive branch can't even fire these people. It's like the equivalent of that Japanese CEO. And so that culture exists every bit as much in the federal bureaucracy of the United States of America as they did in Japanese corporate culture through the 1990s. And that's a lot of what's wrong with not just the way that our Department of Defense is run and our foreign policy establishment is run, but I think it applies to a lot of the domestic policy establishment as well. And to come back to the core point, how are we going to save this republic? This is the debate in the conservative movement right now. So it's a little bit, maybe a little bit spicy for some Republicans to sort of swallow right now. And my top focus is making sure that we win the election. But let's just move the ball forward a little bit, skate to where the puck is going. Okay. Yes, let's say we win the election, all is well and dandy. Okay, what's the philosophy that determines how we govern? There's a little bit of a fork in the road amongst conservatives, where there are those who believe that the right answer now is to use that regulatory state and use those levers of power to advance our own pro-conservative, pro-American, pro-worker goals. And I'm sympathetic to all of those goals. But I don't think that the right way to do it is to create a conservative regulatory state that replaces a liberal regulatory state. I think the right answer is actually to get in there and shut it down. I don't want to replace the left-wing nanny state with the right-wing nanny state. I want to get in there and actually dismantle the nanny state. And I think it has been a long time in the United States, maybe ever in modern history, that we've had a conservative leader at the national level who makes it their principal objective to dismantle the nanny state in all of its forms. Entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy state. That was a core focus of my candidacy. One of the things that I wish, and this on me, not anybody else, that I should have done better, was to make that more crystal clear as a focus without getting distracted by a lot of the shenanigans, let's just say, that happen as sideshows during the presidential campaign. I call that a lesson learned, because I do think it's what the country needs now more than ever.
Yeah, it's a really, really powerful idea. It's actually something that Donald Trump ran on in 2016.
Drain the swamp.
I think by most accounts, maybe you disagree with me, he did not successfully do so. He did fire a bunch of people, more than usual.
Can I say a word about the conditions he was operating in? Because I think that's why I'm far more excited for this time around. Is that a lot has changed in the legal landscape. But Donald Trump did not have the Supreme Court backdrop in 2016 that he does today. There's some really important cases that have come down to the Supreme Court. One is West Virginia versus EPA. I think it's probably the most important case of our generation. In 2022, that came down and said that if Congress has not passed a rule into law itself through the halls of Congress, and it relates to what they call major questions, major policy or economic questions, it can't be done by the stroke of a pen by a regulator, an unelected bureaucrat. That quite literally means most federal regulations today are unconstitutional. Then this year comes down a different big one, another big one from the Supreme Court in the Loper-Bright case, which held that historically, for the last 50 years in this country, the doctrine has been called Chevron deference. It's a doctrine that says that federal courts have to defer to an agency's interpretation of the law. They now toss that out the window. They said, no, the federal courts no longer have to defer to an agency's interpretation of what the law actually is. The combination of those two cases is seismic in its impact for the regulatory state. There's also another great case that came down, was SEC versus Jarkissi. And the SEC is one of these agencies that embodies everything we're talking about here. The SEC, among other agencies, has tribunals inside that not only do they write the rules, not only do they enforce those rules, they also have these judges inside the agency that also interpret the rules and determine and dole out punishments. That doesn't make sense if you believe in separation of powers in the United States. So the Supreme Court put an end to that and said that practice of the SEC is unconstitutional. Actually, as a side note, the Supreme Court has had countless practices and rules written by the SEC, the EPA, the FTC in recent years were outright unconstitutional. Think about what that means for a constitutional republic. that supposedly these law enforcement agencies, the courts have now said, especially this year, the courts have now said that their own behaviors actually break the law. So the very agencies entrusted with supposedly enforcing the law are actually behaving with utter, blatant disregard for the law itself. That's un-American. It's not tenable in the United States of America. But thankfully, we now have a Supreme Court that recognizes it. So, whether or not we have a second Trump term, that's up to the voters. But even whether or not that now takes advantage of that backdrop the Supreme Court has given us to actually gut the regulatory state, we'll find out. I'm optimistic. I certainly think it's the best chance that we've had in a generation in this country. And that's a big part of why I'm supporting Donald Trump, allowing him to do everything in my power to help him. But I do think it is going to take a spine of steel to see that through. And then after we've taken on the regulatory state, I think that's the next step. But I do think there's this broader project of dismantling the nanny state in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy of any state. 3-word answer for us to summarize my worldview and my presidential campaign in 3 words: shut it down.
Shut it down. Okay, so the Supreme Court cases you mentioned, there's a lot of nuance there.
Yeah.
I guess it's weakening the immune system of the different departments.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. Okay. Yeah.
On the human psychology level, so you basically kind of implied that for Donald Trump or for any president, the legal situation is difficult. Is that the only thing really operating? Like, isn't it
Probably
also
not.
just on a psychological level, just hard to fire a very large number of people? Is that what it is? Like, why is there a basic stability and momentum going
There's
on?
one other factor. So you're right to point. I mean, the legal backdrop is a valid and understandable excuse and reason. I think there are other factors at play too. So I think there's something to be said for never having been in government, showing up there the first time, and you're having to understand the rules of the road as you're operating within them, and also having to depend on people who actually aren't aligned with your policy vision to tell you to your face that they are. And so I think that's one of the things that I've admired about President Trump is he's actually been very open about that, very humble about that, say that there's a million learnings from that first term that make him ambitious, more ambitious for that second term. But everything I'm talking to you about, this is what needs to happen in the country. It's not specific to Donald Trump. It lays out what needs to be done in the country. There's the next 4 years. Donald Trump is our last best hope and chance for moving that ball forward. But I think that the vision I'm laying out here is one that hopefully goes even beyond just the next 2 or 4 years of really fixing a century's worth of mistakes. I think we're going to fix a lot of it in the next 4 years of Donald Trump's president. But if you have a century's worth of mistakes that have accumulated with the overgrowth of the entitlement state of the U.S., I think it's going to take probably the better part of a decade at least to actually fix it.
I disagree with you on both the last and the best hope. Donald Trump is more likely to fire a lot of people, but is he the best person to do so?
We've got 2 candidates, right? People face a choice. It's a relevant election. One of my goals is to speak to people who may not agree with 100% of what who do not agree with 100% of what Donald Trump said. And I can tell them, you know what? I don't agree with 100% of what he says. And I can tell you, as somebody who ran against him for U.S. president, that right now he is, when I say the last best hope, I mean in this cycle, the last best hope that we have for dismantling that bureaucratic class. And, I think that I'm also open about the fact that it's a long run project, but we have the next step to actually take over the next few years. So that's kind of where I landed. I mean, you talked to him a few weeks ago. I saw you had a podcast. Mm-hmm. What was your impression about his preparedness to do it?
My impression is his priority allocation was different than yours. I think he's more focused on some of the other topics that you are
laser focused on.
And there is a tension there, just as you clearly highlighted.
We share the same priority with respect to the southern border, and those are near-term fixes that we can hit out of the park in the first year. But at the same time, I think we've got to think also on decade-long time horizons. So my own view is, I think that he is my conviction and belief that he does care about dismantling that federal bureaucracy, certainly more so than any Republican nominee we have had in certainly in my lifetime. But I do think that there are going to be competing schools of thought where some will say, okay, well, we want to create a right-wing entitlement state, right? To shower federal subsidies on favored industries while keeping them away from disfavored industries and new bureaucracies to administer them. And no, I don't come from that school of thought. I don't want to see the bureaucracy expand in a pro-conservative direction. I want to see the bureaucracy shrink in every direction. And I do think that from my conversation with Donald Trump, I believe that he is well aligned with this vision of shrinking bureaucracy. But it's a long-term project.
There's so many priorities at play here, though. I mean, you really do have to do the Elon thing of walking into Twitter and turn it down to the sink, right? Let that sink in. That basically firing a very large number of people. And it's not just about firing, it's about setting clear missions for the different departments to remain, hiring back as you overfire, hiring back based on meritocracy. I mean, it's a full time, and it's not only full time in terms of actual time, it's full time psychologically because you're walking into a place unlike a company like Twitter, an already successful company. In government, I mean, everybody around you, all the experts and the advisors are going to tell you you're wrong. And like, it's a very difficult psychological place to operate in because like you're constantly the asshole. And I mean, the certainty you have to have about what you're doing is just like nearly infinite because everybody, all the really smart people are telling you, no, this is a terrible idea. Sir, this is a terrible idea.
You have to have this spine of steel to cut through with that short-term advice you're getting. And I'll tell you, certainly, I intend to do whatever I can for this country, both in the next 4 years and beyond. But my voice on this will be crystal clear. And President Trump knows this, my view on it, and I believe he shares it deeply, is that all else equal, get in there and shut down as much of the excess bureaucracy as we can, do it as quickly as possible. And it's a big part of how we save our country.
Okay, I'll give you an example that's really difficult tension, given your priorities. Immigration. There's an estimated 14 million illegal immigrants in the United States. You've spoken about mass deportation.
Yes.
That requires a lot of effort. Like money. I mean, like, how do you do it, and how does that conflict with the shutting it down?
Sure. And so it goes back to that original discussion we had. What are the few proper roles of the federal government? I gave you two. One is of the government, period. One is to protect the national borders and sovereignty of the United States, and two is to protect private property. There's a lot else. Most of what the government's doing today, both at the federal and state level, is something other than those two things. But in my book, those are the two things that are the proper function. So for everything else the federal government should not be doing, the one thing they should be doing is to protect the homeland of the United States of America and the sovereignty and sanctity of our national border. So in that domain, that's mission aligned with a proper purpose for the federal government. I think we're a nation founded on the rule of law. I say this is the kid of legal immigrants. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. And in some ways, if I was to summarize a formula for saving the country over the next 4 years, it would be a tale of two mass deportations. The mass deportations of millions of illegals who are in this country and should not be, and then the mass deportation of millions of unelected federal bureaucrats out of Washington, D.C. Now, almost we could say those are intention, but I think that the reality is anything outside of the scope of what the core function of the government is, which is protecting borders and protecting private property rights, that's really where I think the predominant cuts need to be. And if you look at the number of people who are looking after the border, it's not even 0.1% of the federal employee base today. So 75% isn't 99.99%, it's 75%, which still leaves it would still be a tiny fraction of the remaining 25%, which I actually think needs to be more rather than less. So it's a good question, but that's sort of where I land on. But it's the proper role of the federal government, great. Act and actually do your job. The irony is 99.9999% of those resources are going to functions other than the protection of private property rights and the protection of our national physical protection.
There is a lot of criticism of the idea of mass deportation. So one, fair enough, it would cause a larger amount of economic harm, at least in the short term. The other is there would be potentially violations of our kind of higher ideals of how we like to treat human beings, in particular separation of families, for example, tearing families apart. Uh, and the other is just like the logistical complexity of doing things like this. How do you answer some of those questions?
So fair enough. Well, and I would call those, even not even criticisms, but just thoughtful questions, right? Even if somebody who's really aligned with doing this, those are thoughtful questions to ask. So I do want to say something about this point on how we think about the breakage of the rule of law in other contexts. There are 350,000 mothers who are in prison in the United States today who committed crimes and were convicted of them. They didn't take their kids with them to those prisons either, right? So we face difficult trade-offs in all kinds of contexts as it relates to the enforcement of law. And I just want to make that basic observation against the backdrop of if we're a nation founded on the rule of law, that we acknowledge that there are trade-offs to enforcing the law. And we've acknowledged that in other contexts. I don't think that we should have a special exemption for saying that somehow we weigh the other way when it comes to the issue of abortion. We're a nation founded on the rule of law. We enforce law that has costs, that has trade-offs, but it's who we are. So that backdrop is in the easiest fact I can cite is 350,000 or so mothers who are in prisons and did not take their kids to prison. Is that bad? That is it undesirable for kids to grow up without those 350,000 mothers? It is. But difficult situation created by people who violated the law and faced the consequences of it, which is also a competing and important priority of the country. So that's in the domestic context. As it relates to this question of mass deportations, let's just get very practical, because all that was the very practical. There's ways to do this, starting with people who've already broken the law, people who have not just broken the law of entering, but are committing other crimes while already here in the United States. That's a clear case for instant mass deportation. You have a lot of people who haven't integrated into their communities. If you think about the economic impact of this, a lot of people are in detention already. A lot of those people should be immediately returned to their country of origin, or at least what is called a safe third country. So safe third country means if somebody's claiming to seek asylum from political persecution, we'll move them to another country that doesn't have to be the United States of America that they pass through, say Mexico, before actually coming. Other countries around the world are doing this. Australia is detaining people. They don't let them out and live a normal, joyful life because they came to the country. They detain them until their case is adjudicated. Well, the rates of fraud in Australia of what people lie about what their conditions are is way lower now than in the United States because people respond to those incentives. So I think that in some ways people make this sound much bigger and scarier than it needs to be. I've never taken a deeply pragmatic approach. And the North Star for me is I want the policy that helps the United States citizens who are already here. What's that policy? Clearly, that's going to be a policy that includes a large number of deportations. I think by definition, it's going to be the largest mass deportation in American history. Sounds like a punchline at a campaign rally, but actually it's just a factual statement that says if we've had the by far largest influx of illegal immigrants in American history, it just stands to reason. It's logic that, okay, if we're going to fix that, we're going to have the largest mass deportation in American history. And we can be rational. Start with people who are breaking the law in other ways here in the United States. Start with people who are already in detention or entering detention now. That comes at no cost and strict benefit. There isn't even a little bit of an economic trade-off. Then you get to areas where you would say, okay, the costs actually continue to outweigh the benefits. And that's exactly the way our policy should be guided here. I want to do it in as respectful and as humane of a manner as possible. I mean, the reality is, I think one of the things we got to remember, I'll give you the example I gave with the Haitian case in Springfield, town that I spent a lot of time in growing up in Ohio. I live about an hour from there today. I don't blame the individual Haitians who came here. I'm not saying that they're bad people, because in that particular case, those weren't even people who broke the law in coming here. They came as part of a program called temporary protective status. Now, the operative word there is the first one, temporary. They have been all kinds of lawsuits. There have been all kinds of lawsuits for people who, even 8, 10, 12, 14 years after the earthquake in Haiti, where many of them came, when they're going to be removed, there are allegations of racial discrimination or otherwise. No, temporary protective status means it's temporary, and we're not abandoning the rule of law when we send them back. We're abandoning the rule of law when we let them stay. Now, if that has true benefit to the United States of America, economically or otherwise, go through the paths that allow somebody to enter this country for economic reasons. But don't do it through asylum-based claims or temporary protected status. I think one of the features of our immigration system right now is it is built on a lie, and it incentivizes lying. The reason is arguments for keeping people in the country, if those are economic reasons, but the people actually enter using claims of asylum or refugee status, those two things don't match. So let's be honest about what our immigration system actually is. I think we do need dramatic reforms to the legal immigration system to select purposely for the people who are going to actually improve the United States of America. I think there are many people. I know some of. I gave a story of one guy who I met who was educated at our best universities, or among our best universities. He went to Princeton. He went to Harvard Business School. He has a great job in the investment community. He was a professional tennis player. He was a concert pianist. He could do a Rubik's Cube in less than a minute. I'm not making this stuff up. These are hard facts. He can't get a green card in the United States. He's been here for 10 years or something like that. He asked me for the best advice I could give him. I unfortunately could not give him the actual best advice, which would be to just take a flight to Mexico across the border and claim to be somebody who is seeking asylum in the United States. That would have been morally wrong advice, so I didn't give it to him. But practically, if you were giving him advice, that would be the best advice that you actually could give somebody. It's a broken system on both sides. People who are going to make those contributions to the United States and pledge allegiance to the United States and speak our language and assimilate, we should have a path for them to be able to add value to the United States. Yet they're not the ones who are getting in. It's actually the people, our immigration system selects for people who are willing to lie. That's what it does. Select for people who are willing to say they're seeking refugee status or seeking asylum when in fact they're not. And then we have policymakers who lie after the fact using economic justifications to keep them here. But if it was an economic justification, that should have been the criteria used to bring them in the first place, not this illusion of asylum or refugee status. There's a case, actually, even the New York Times reported on this, believe it or not, of a woman who came from Russia fleeing Vladimir Putin's intolerant anti-LGBTQ regime. She was fleeing persecution by the evil man Putin. She came here, and eventually, when she was pressed on the series of lies, it came out that she was crying finally. She broke down. She's like, I'm not even gay. I don't even like gay people. That's what she said. And yet she was pretending to be some sort of LGBTQ advocate who was persecuted in Russia, when in fact it was just somebody who was seeking better economic conditions in the United States. I'm not saying you're wrong to seek better economic conditions in the United States, but you are wrong to lie about it. And that's what you're seeing a lot of people, even in this industry of sort of quote-unquote tourism to the United States. They're having their kids in the United States. They go back to their home country, but their kids enjoy birthright citizenship. That's built on a lie. You have people claiming to suffer from persecution. In fact, they're just working in the United States and then living in these relative mansions in parts of Mexico or Central America after they've spent 4 or 5 years making money here. Just abandon the lie. Let's just have an immigration system built on honesty. Just tell the truth. If the argument is that we need more people here for economically filling jobs, I'm skeptical the extent to which a lot of those arguments actually end up being true. Let's have that debate in the open. Right? Rather than having it through the back door saying that it's refugee and asylum status. We know it's a lie. And then we justify it after the fact by saying that economically helps the United States. Cut it. The dishonesty. And I just think that is a policy we would do well to expand every sphere. We talk about military-industrial complex, to the rise of the managerial class, a lot of what our government's covered up about our own history, to even this question of immigration today. Just tell the people the truth. And I think our government would be better serving our people.
Yeah, in the way you describe eloquently, the immigration system is broken in that way, that it's built fundamentally on lies. But there's the other side of it. Illegal immigrants are used in the political campaigns for fear mongering, for example. So what I would like to understand is, what is the actual harm that illegal immigrants are causing? So the claim, one of the more intense claims is of crime. And I haven't studied this rigorously, but sort of the surface level studies all show that legal and illegal immigrants commit less crime than U.S.
I think that is true for legal immigrants. I think it's not true for illegal.
That's not what I saw.
So in this part of why I wrote this book, okay, and the book is called Truths. So better darn well have well-sourced facts in here, right? Can't be made up hypotheses, hard truths. And there's chapter where even in my own research on it, I know a lot about this issue Jew from my time as presidential candidate, but even in writing the chapter on the border here, I learned a lot from a lot of different dimensions, and some of which even caused me to revise some of my premises going into it. Okay, my main thesis in that chapter is forget the demonization of illegal or legal immigrants or whatever, as you put it, right? Fear mongering, just put all that to one side. I want an immigration system that is built on honesty. Identify what the objective is. We can debate the objective. We might have different opinions on the objective. Some people may say the objective is the economic growth of the United States. I air that argument in this book. And I think that that's insufficient, personally. Personally, I think the United States is more than just an economic zone. It is a country, it is a nation bound together by civic ideals. I think we need to screen not just for immigrants who are going to make economic contributions, but those who speak our language, those who are able to assimilate, and those who share those civic ideals and know the U.S. history even better than the average U.S. citizen who's here. That's what I believe. But even if you disagree with me, saying the sole goal is economic production in the United States, then at least have an immigration system that's honest about it, rather than one which claims to solve for that goal by bringing in people who are rewarded for being what they do. We should reward the people in that model, which is, I don't think should be the whole model. But even if that were your model, reward the people who are demonstrably proven that they would make economic contributions to the United States, not the people who have demonstrated that they're willing to lie to achieve a goal. And right now, our immigration system, if it rewards one quality over any other, there's one parameter that it rewards over any other. It isn't civic allegiance to the United States. It isn't fluency in English. It isn't the ability to make an economic contribution to this country. The number one attribute, human attribute, that our immigration system rewards is whether or not you are willing to lie. And the people who are telling those lies about whether they're seeking asylum or not are the ones who are most likely to get in. And the people who are most unwilling to tell those lies are the ones who are actually not getting in. That is a hard, uncomfortable truth about our immigration system. And the reason is the law says you only get asylum if you're going to face bodily harm or near-term risk of bodily injury based on your religion, your ethnicity, or certain other factors. And so when you come into the country, you're asked, do you fulfill that criteria or not? And the number one way to get into this country is to check boxes. So that means just systematically, right? Imagine if you're at university, Harvard, or Yale, or whatever, you're running your admissions process. The number one attribute you're selecting for isn't your SAT score, isn't your GPA, it isn't your athletic accomplishments. It's whether or not you're willing to lie on the application. You're going to have a class populated by a bunch of charlatans and frauds. That's exactly what our immigration system is doing to the United States of America, is it is literally selecting for the people who are willing to lie. Let's say you have somebody who's a person of integrity, says, I want a better life for my family, but I want to teach my kids that I'm not going to lie or break the law to do it. That person is infinitely less likely to get into the United States. I know it sounds provocative to frame it that way, but it is not an opinion. It is a fact that is the number one human attribute that our current immigration system is selected for. I want an immigration system centered on honesty. In order to implement that, we require acknowledging what the goals for immigration system are in the first place. And there we have competing visions on the right. Okay? Amongst conservatives, there's rift. Some conservatives believe, I respect them for their honesty, I disagree with them, believe that the goal of the immigration system should be to protect American workers from the effects of foreign wage competition. That if we have immigrants, it's going to bring down prices, and we need to protect American workers from the effects of that downward pressure on wages. It's a goal, it's a coherent goal. I don't think it's the right goal, but many of my friends on the right believe that's a goal. But at least it's honest, and then we can design an honest immigration system to achieve that goal, if that's their goal. I have other friends on the right that say the sole goal is economic growth. Nothing else matters. I disagree with that as well. My view is the goal should be whatever enriches the civic quality of the United States of America. That includes those who know the language, know our ideals, pledge allegiance to those ideals, and also willing to make economic contributions to the country, which is one of our ideals as well. But whatever it is, we can have that debate. I have a very different view. I don't think it's a proper role of immigration policy to make it a form of labor policy. Because the United States of America is founded on excellence. We should be able to compete. But that's a policy debate we can have. But right now, we're not even able to have a policy debate because the whole immigration policy is built on not only a lie, but on rewarding those who do lie. That's what I want to teach us.
There, just to linger a little bit on the demonization and to bring Ann culture into the picture, which I recommend people should listen to your conversation with her. I haven't listened to her much, but she had this thing where she clearly admires and respects you as a human being, and she's basically saying you're one of the good ones. And this idea that you had this brilliant question of like, what does it mean to be an American? And she basically said, not you. She said, well, maybe you, but not people like you. So that whole kind of approach to immigration, I think, is really anti-meritocratic.
And maybe even anti-American.
Anti-American, yeah.
So I want to confront this directly because it is a popular current on the American right. The reason I'm not picking on Ann Coulter specifically, I think actually it's a much more widely shared view, and I just give her at least credit for willing to articulate it, a view that the blood and soil is what makes for your American identity, your genetic lineage. And I just reject that view. I think it's anti-American. I think what makes for an American identity is your allegiance, your unabiding allegiance to the founding ideals of this country, and your willingness to pledge allegiance to those ideals. So those are two different views. I think that there is a view on the American right now that says that we're not a creedal nation, that our nation's not about a creed, it's about a physical place and a physical home. I think that view fails on several. Obviously, we're a nation. Every nation has to have a geographic space that defines its own. So obviously, we are, among other things, a geographic space. But the essence of the United States of America, I think, is the common creed, the ideals that hold that common nation together. Without that, a few things happen. First of all, American exceptionalism becomes impossible. I'll tell you why. Every other nation is also built on the same idea. Most nations have been built on common blood and soil arguments, genetic stock. But, Italy or Japan would have a stronger national identity than the United States because they have a much longer standing claim on what their genetic lineage really was. The ethnicity of the people is far more pure in those contexts than in the United States. So that's the first view, American exceptionalism. The second is there's all kinds of contradictions against American. If your claim on American identity is defined based on how long you've been here, well, the Native Americans would have a far greater claim of being American than somebody who came here on the Mayflower or somebody who came here afterwards. Now, maybe that blood and soil view is, no, it's not quite the Native Americans. You only have to start at this point and end at this point. So on this view of blood and soil identity, if you couldn't have come before a certain year, then it doesn't count. But if you came after a certain year, it doesn't count either. That just becomes highly uncompelling as a view of what American national identity actually is, versus my view that American national identity is grounded on whether or not you pledge allegiance to the ideals codified in the Declaration of Independence and actualized in the U.S. Constitution. And, it's been said, some of my friends on the right have said things like, people will not die for a set of ideals. People won't fight for abstractions or abstract ideals. I actually disagree with that. The American Revolution basically disproves that. The American Revolution was fought for anything over abstract ideals. It said that, we believe in self-governance, free speech, and free exercise of religion. That's what we believe in the United States, which is different from old world England. So I do think that there is this brewing debate on the right, and I disagree like hell with Ann Coulter on this, absolutely. And did I take serious issue with some of the things she told me? Absolutely. But I also believe that she had the stones to say, if I may say it that way, that things that many on the right believe, but haven't quite articulated it the way that she has. And I think we need to have that debate in the open. Now, personally, I think most of the conservative movement actually is with me on this. But I think it's become a very popular counter-narrative in the other direction to say that, your vision of American identity is tied, is form of physical in nature. And to me, I think it is still ideals-based in nature. And I think that that's a good debate for the future for us to have in the conservative movement. And I think it's going to be a defining feature of, what direction the conservative movement goes in the future.
Quick pause. Bathroom break?
Yeah.
Let me ask you to, again, steelman the case for and against Trump. So my biggest criticism for him is the fake elector scheme. of the 2020 election, and actually the 2020 election in the way you formulated in the Nation of Victims. It's just the entirety of that process, instead of focusing on winning, doing a lot of whining. I like people that win, not whine, even when the refs are biased in whatever direction.
So look, I think the United States of America, I preach this to the left. I preach it to my kids. We got to accept it on our own side too. We're not going to save this country by being victims. We're going to save this country by being victorious. Okay? And I don't care whether it's left-wing victimhood, right-wing victimhood. I'm against victimhood culture. The number one factor that determines whether you achieve something in life is you. I believe that's not the only factor. There's a lot of other factors that affect whether or not you succeed. Life is not fair. But I tell my kids the same thing. Number one factor that determines whether or not you succeed and achieve your goal is you. If I tell to my kids, I preach to the left, I'm going to preach that to our own side as well. Now, that being said, that's just a philosophy. Okay, that's a personal philosophy. You asked me to do something different, and I'm always a fan. One of the things that the standard I hope that people hold me to when they read this book as well is I try to do that in this book is to give the best possible argument for the other side. You don't want to give some rinky-dink argument for the other side and knock it down. You want to give the best possible argument for the other side, and then offer your own view, or else you don't understand it. So you asked me, what's the strongest case against Donald Trump? Well, I ran for U.S. president against Donald Trump, so I'm going to give you what my perspective is. I think it's nothing of what you hear on MSNBC or from the left attacking him to be a threat to democracy. I think all of that's actually nonsense. I actually think it is, if you were making that case, and here's my full support, as you know, but if you were making that case, I think for many voters who are of the next generation, they're asking a question about how are you going to understand the position that I'm in as a member of a new generation. Same criticism they had of Biden. They could say, oh, well, are you too old? Are you from a different generation that's too far removed from my generation's concerns? And I think that that's, in many ways, a factor that that was weighing on both Trump and Biden. But when they played the trick of swapping out Joe Biden, it left that issue much more on the table for Donald Trump. So you asked me to steelman it, that's what I would say. When I look at what's the number one issue that I would need to persuade independent voters of to say that, no, this is still the right choices, even though the other side claims to offer a new generation of leadership, here's somebody who is one of the older presidents we all had who was elected. How do we convince those people to vote? That's what I would give you in that category.
Right, but I get it, and you share a lot of ideas with Donald Trump, so I get when you're running for president that you say that kind of thing. But there's other criticism you could provide, and again, on the 2020 election.
Let me ask you, when you spoke to Donald Trump recently, what's your top objection to potentially voting for Donald Trump? And let me see if I can address that.
2020 election, and not in the TDS kind of objection. It's just I don't think there's clear, definitive evidence that there was voter fraud.
Let me ask you about a different area.
Hold on a second. I think there's a lot of interesting topics about the influence of media, of tech, and so on. But I want a president that has a good, clear relationship with the truth and knows what truth is, what is true, and what is not true. And moreover, I want a person who doesn't play victim, like you said, who focuses on winning and winning big. And if they lose, walk away with honor and win bigger next time, or channel that into growth and winning, or winning in some other direction. So just like the strength of being able to give everything you got to win and walk away with honor if you lose. And everything that happened around 2020 election is just goes against that.
So I'll respond to that. Obviously, I'm not the candidate, but I'm going to give you my perspective. I think we have seen some growth from Donald Trump over that first term and the experience of the 2020 election. And you hear a lot of that on the campaign trail. I heard a lot of that even in the conversation that he had with you. I think he is more ambitious for that second term than he was for that first term. So I think that was the most interesting part of what you just said is you're looking for somebody who has growth from their own experiences. Say what you will, I have seen, personally, I believe, some meaningful level of personal growth and ambition for what Donald Trump hopes to achieve for the country in the second term that he wasn't able to for one reason or another. COVID, you could put a lot of different things on it, but in that first term. Now, I think the facts of the backdrop of the 2020 election actually really do matter. I don't think you can isolate one particular aspect of criticizing the 2020 election without looking at it holistically. On the eve of the 2020 presidential elections, we saw a systematic, bureaucratically and government-aided suppression of probably the single most important piece of information released at the weekend, the Hunter Biden laptop story, revealing potentially a compromised U.S. presidential candidate. His family was compromised by foreign interests, and it was suppressed as misinformation by every major tech company. The New York Post had its own Twitter account locked at that time. And we now know that many of the censorship decisions made in the year 2020 were actually made at the behest of U.S. bureaucratic actors in the deep state, threatening those tech companies to do it, or else those tech companies would face them. I think it might be the most undemocratic thing that's happened in the history of our country, actually, is the way in which government actors who were never elected to the government used private sector actors to suppress information on the eve of an election that, based on polling afterwards, likely did influence the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. That was election interference of the highest order. So I think that that's just a hard fact that we have to contend with. And I think a lot of what you've heard in terms of complaints about the 2020 election, whatever those complaints are, have been, take place against the backdrop of large technology companies interfering in that election in a way that I think did have an impact on the outcome. I personally believe if the Hunter Biden laptop story had not been suppressed and censored, I think Donald Trump would have been unambiguous. I think the president of the United States right now would be down. No doubt about it, in my mind. You look at polling before and after and the impact that would have had on the independent voter. Now you look at, okay, let's talk about constructive solutions, because I care about moving the country forward. What is a constructive solution to this issue of concerns about election integrity? Here's one. Single day voting on election day as a national holiday with paper ballots and government-issued voter ID to match the voter file. I favor that. We do it even in Puerto Rico, which is a territory of the United States. Why not do that everywhere in the United States? And I'll make a pledge. I'll do it right here, right? My pledge is, as a leader in our movement, I will do everything in my power to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections. If we get to that simple place of basic election security measures, I think it'd be unifying too. Make Election Day a national holiday that unites us around our civic purpose one day. Single day voting on Election Day is a national holiday with paper ballots and government-issued voter ID to match the voter file. Let's get there as a country, and you have my word. I will lead our movement in whatever way I can to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections and fake ballots. And I think the fact that you see resistance to that proposal, which is otherwise very practical, very reasonable, nonpartisan proposal, I think the fact of that resistance actually provokes a lot of understandable skepticism. What else is actually going on? If not that, what exactly is going on here?
Well, I think I agree with a lot of things you said. Probably disagree, but it's hard to disagree with the Hunter Biden laptop story, whether that would change your views.
Yeah, no, obviously. I looked at some post-election polling about the views that would have had. I can't prove that to you, but it's my instinct, it's my opinion.
I think that's just one example, maybe a sexy example of a bias in the complex of the media. And there's bias in the other direction too, but probably there's bias. It's hard to characterize bias.
Let me ask one question about, because there's bias in reporting. Censorship is so I would be open-minded to hearing an instance of, and if I did hear it, I would condemn it, of the government systematically ordering tech companies to suppress information that was favorable to Democrats, suppress that information to lift up Republicans. If there was an instance that we know of government bureaucrats that were ordering technology companies covertly to silence information that voters otherwise would have had, to advantage Republicans at the ballot box to censor it, I would be against that. And I would condemn that with equal force as I did in suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story, suppression and censorship of the origin of COVID-19. All happened in 2020. These are hard facts. I'm not aware of one instance. If you are aware of one, let me know, because I would condemn it.
Most people in tech companies are privately, their political persuasions on the left, and most journalists, majority of journalists are on the left. But to characterize the actual reporting and the impact of the reporting in the media and the impact of the censorship is difficult to do. But that's a real problem, just like we talked about, a real problem in immigration.
But there's two different problems. I just want to sort them out, right? Because I have a problem with both. You talked about two issues. I think both are important, but they're different issues. One is bias in reporting. One is censorship of information. So bias in reporting, I felt, certainly the recent presidential debate moderated by ABC was biased in the way that it was conducted. But that's a different issue from saying that voters don't get access to information through any source. So this Hunter Biden laptop story, we now know that it contains evidence of foreign interference in potentially the Biden administration, their families, incentive structure. That story was systematically suppressed. So in the United States of America, if you wanted to find that on the internet, through any major social media platform or through even Google search, that story was suppressed or downplayed algorithmically, that you couldn't see it. Even on Twitter, if you tried to send it via direct message, that's the equivalent of email, right? Sending a peer-to-peer message. They blocked you from even being able to send that story using private messages. That, I think, is a different level of concern. That's not bias at that point. That's outright interference in whether or not, that's outright interference in the election. Let's do a thought experiment here. Let's suppose that Russia orchestrated that. What would the backlash be? Let's say the Russian government orchestrated the U.S. election. They interfered in it by saying that tech companies, they worked with them covertly to stop U.S. citizens from being able to see information on the election. There would be a mass uproar in this country if the Russian government orchestrated that. Well, if actors in the U.S. government bureaucracy or the U.S. technology industry bureaucracy orchestrated the same thing, then we can't apply a different standard to say that if Russia did it, it's really bad and interfered in our election. But if it happened right here in the United States of America, and by the way, they blamed Russia for it falsely, the Russian disinformation of the Hunter Biden laptop story, that was false claim. We have to apply the same standard in both cases. And so the fact that if that were Russian interference, it would have been an outcry, but now it happened domestically, we just called it, hey, it's a little bit of bias ahead of an election. I don't think that that's a fair characterization of how important that event is.
Okay, so the connection of government to platform should not exist. Government, FBI, or anybody else should not be able to pressure platforms to censor information. Yes, we could talk about Paul Durov and the censorship there. There should not be any censorship, and should not be media bias. And you're right to complain if there is media bias, and we could lay it out in the open and try to fix that system. That said, the voter fraud thing, you can't right a wrong by doing another wrong. You can't just, if there's some shady stuff going on in the media and the censorship complex, you can't just make shit up. You can't do the fake election scheme and then do a lot of shady, crappy behavior during January 6th and try to shortcut your way just because your friend is cheating a Monopoly when you're playing Monopoly. You can't cheat. You shouldn't cheat yourself. You should be honest and with honor and use your platform to help fix the system versus cheat your way. So here's my view is, has any U.S. politician ever been perfect throughout the course of American history? No. But if you want to understand the essence of what was going around in 2020, the mindset of the country, we had a year where people in this country were systematically locked down, told to shut up, sit down, do as they're told. Unless they're BLM or Antifa rioters, in which case it's perfectly fine for them to burn cities down. We were told that we're going to have an election, a free and fair election, and then they were denied information systematically heading into that election, which was really important and, in this case, damning information about one of the parties. And then
you tell these people that they still have to continue to shut up and comply. That creates, I think, a real culture of deep frustration in the United States of America. I think that the reaction to systematic censorship is never good. History teaches us that. It's not good in the United States. It's not good at other points in the history of the United States. The reaction to systematic, coordinated censorship and restraints on the freedom of the free people is never good. And if you want to really understand what happened, if one really wants to get to the bottom of it rather than figuring out who to point fingers at, that really was the essence of the national malaise at the end of 2020. Is it was a year of unjust policies, including COVID-19 lockdowns, systematic lies about it, lies about the election, that created a level of public frustration that I think was understandable. Now, the job of leaders is to how do you channel that in the most productive direction possible. And to your question, to the independent voter out there evaluating, as you are, do I think that Donald Trump has exhibited a lot of growth based on his experience in his first term and what he hopes to achieve in his second term? I think the answer is absolutely yes. And so even if you don't agree with everything that he's said or done in the choice ahead of us in this election, I still believe he's unambiguously the best choice to revive that sense of national pride and also prosperity in our country. So people aren't in the condition where they're suffering at behest of government policies that leave them angry and channel that anger in other unproductive ways. No, the best way to do it is actually actions do speak louder than words. Implement the policies that make people's lives better. And I do think that that's the next step of how we best serve the country.
Are you worried for this election, it's a close election, and Donald Trump loses by a whisker, that there's chaos that's unleashed? And how do we minimize the chance of that?
I mean, I don't think that that's a concern to frame narrowly in the context of Donald Trump winning it or losing it by a whisker. I think this is a man who, in the last couple of months, in the span of 2 months, has faced 2 assassination attempts. We're not talking about theoretical attempts, we're talking about gunshots fired. That is history changing in the context of American history. We haven't seen that in a generation. And yet now that has become normalized in the U.S. So do I worry we're skating on thin ice as a country? I do. I do think it is a little bit strange to obsess over our concerns, or national immediate concerns over Donald Trump, when in fact he's the one on the receiving end of fire from assailants who reportedly are saying exactly the kinds of things about him that you hear from the Democratic machine. And I do think that it is irresponsible, at least, for the Democratic Party to make their core case against Donald Trump. And it's Joe Biden's entire message for years that he's a threat to democracy and to the existence of America. If you keep saying that about somebody against the backdrop conditions that we live in as a country, I don't think that's good for a nation. And so, do I have concerns about the future of the country? Do I think we're skating on thin ice? Absolutely. And I think the best way around it is really through it. Through it in this election, win by a landslide. I think a unifying landslide could be the best thing that happens for this country. Like Reagan delivered in 1980, and then again in 1984. And in a very practical note, a landslide minus some shenanigans is still going to be a victory. That, I think, is how we unite this country. So I don't think, a 50.001 margin where cable news is declaring the winner 6 days after the election, I don't think that's going to be good for them. I think a decisive victory that unites the country, turns the page on a lot of the challenges of the last 4 years, and says, okay, this is where we're going. This is who we are and what we stand for. This is a revival of our national identity, revive national pride in the United States, regardless of whether you're Democrat or Republican. That, I think, is achievable in this election, too, and that's what the outcome I'm rooting for.
So, just to pile on, it's where still manning the criticism against Trump is the rhetoric. I wish there was less of although at times it is so ridiculous, it is entertaining, the I hate Taylor Swift type of tweets or truths or whatever. I don't think that's
He's funny. I mean, the reality is different people have different attributes. One of the attributes for Donald Trump is he's one of the funnier presidents we've had in a long time. That might not be everybody's cup of tea. Maybe different people don't want, that's not a quality they value in their president. I think at a moment where you're also able to make, I will say this much, is everybody's got different styles. Donald Trump's style is different from mine. But I do think that if we're able to use levity in a moment of national division, in some ways, I think right now is probably a role where really good stand-up comedians could probably do a big service to the country if they're able to laugh at everybody 360 degrees. So they can go up there and make fun of Donald Trump all they want, do it in a lighthearted and manner that loves the country, do the same thing to Kamala Harris with an equal standard. I think that's actually good for the country. But, I think I'm more interested, Lex, as you know, in discussing the future direction of the country. My own views. I was a presidential candidate who ran against Donald Trump, by the way, and is supporting him now. But I just prefer engaging on the substance of what I think each candidate's going to achieve for the country, rather than picking on really the personal attributes of either one. Right? I'm not criticizing Kamala Harris's manner of laugh or whatever. One might criticize like a personal attribute of hers that you may hear elsewhere. And I just think our country's better off if we have a focus on both the policies, but also who's going to be more likely to revive the country. That, I think, is a healthy debate heading into an election. I think everybody has their personality attributes, their flaws, what makes them funny and lovable to some people, makes them irritating to others. I think that matters less heading into an election.
I love that you do that. I love that you focus on policy and can speak for hours on policy. Let's look at foreign policy.
Sure.
What kind of peace deal do you think is possible, feasible, optimal in Ukraine? If you sat down, you became president, if you sat down with Zelensky and sat down with Putin, what do you think is possible to talk to them about? One of the hilarious things you did, which were intense and entertaining, your debates in the primary. But anyway, is how you grilled the other candidates that didn't know any regions. They wanted to send money and troops and lead to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, and they didn't know any of the regions in Ukraine. You had a lot of zingers in that one. But anyway, how do you think about negotiating with world leaders about what's going on?
Yeah, so look, I think that this just gets the self-interest of each party on the table. And to be very transparent about it. From everyone's perspective, they think the other side is the aggressor or whatever. Just get it on the table. Russia is concerned about NATO shifting the balance of power away from Russia to Western Europe when NATO has expanded far more than they expected to, and frankly, that Russia was told that NATO would expand. It's an uncomfortable fact for some in America, but James Baker made a commitment to Mikhail Gorbachev in the early 90s, where he said NATO would expand not 1 inch past East Germany. Well, NATO's expanded far more after the fall of the USSR than during the existence of the USSR. And that is a reality we have to contend with. That's the Russian perspective. From the Western perspective, the hard fact is Russia was the aggressor in this conflict, crossing the boundaries of a sovereign nation. And that is a violation of international norms, and it's a violation of the recognition of international law. Nations without borders are not a nation. So against that backdrop, what's the actual interest of each country? I think if we're able to do a reasonable deal that gives Russia the assurances it needs about what they might allege as NATO expansionism violating prior commitments, but get codified commitments for Russia that we're not going to see willy-nilly behavior of just randomly deciding they're going to violate the sovereignty of neighboring nations and have hard assurances and consequences for that. That's the beginnings of a deal. But then I want to be ambitious for the United States. I want to weaken the Russia-China alliance. And I think that we can do a deal that requires, that gives some real gifts to Russia, conditioned on Russia withdrawing itself from its military alliance with China. And this could be good for Russia, too, in the long run, because right now, Vladimir Putin does not enjoy being Xi Jinping's little brother in that relationship. But Russia's military, combined with China's naval capacity and Russia's hypersonic missiles and China's economic might, together those countries in an alliance pose a real threat to the United States. But if as a condition for a reasonable discussion about where different territories land, given what's occupied right now, hard requirements that Russia remove its military presence from the Western Hemisphere, people forget this. Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, we don't want a Russian military presence in the Western Hemisphere. That too would be a win for the United States. No more joint military exercises with China off the coast of the Aleutian Islands. The kinds of wins that the United States wants to protect the West's security, get Russia out of the Western Hemisphere, or certainly out of the North American periphery, and also make sure that Russia's no longer in that military alliance with China. In return for that, able to provide Russia some things that are important to Russia, we'd have to have a reasonable discussion about what the territorial concessions would be at the end of this war to bring it to peace and resolution, and what the guarantees are to make sure that NATO is going to not expand beyond the scope of what the United States has at least historically guaranteed. That, I think, together will be a reasonable deal that gives every party what they're looking for, that results in immediate peace, that results in greater stability, and most importantly, weakening the Russia-China alliance, which I think is the actual threat that we have so far, no matter who in this debate of more or less Ukraine funding has really failed to confront. That, I think, is the way we de-escalate the risk of World War III and weaken the threats to the West by actually dismantling that.
So from the American perspective, the main interest is weakening the alliance between Russia and China.
Yes. I think the military alliance between Russia and China represents the single greatest threat we face. So do a deal that is very reasonable across the board, but one of the main things we get out of it is weakening that alliance. So no joint military exercises, no military collaboration. These are monitorable. These are monitorable attributes. If there's cheating on that, we're going to immediately have consequences. The consequences, they're cheating. But we can't cheat on our own obligations that we would make in the context of that deal.
There might be some extremely painful things for Ukraine here. So Ukraine currently captured a small region in Russia, the Kursk region. But Russia has captured giant chunks, the Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhzhia, and Kherson regions. So it seems, given what you're laying out, it's very unlikely for Russia to give up any of the regions it's already captured.
I actually think that that would come down to the specifics of the negotiation. But the core goals of the negotiation are peace in this war, weaken the Russia-China alliance. And for Russia, what do they get out of it? Part of this is, here's something that's not negative for Ukraine, but that could be positive for Russia as part of that deal. Because it's not a zero-sum game alone with Ukraine on the losing end of this. I think reopening economic relations with the West would be a big win for Russia, but also a carrot that gets them out of that military relationship with China. So I do think that the foreign policy establishment has historically been, at the very least, unimaginative about the levers that we're able to use. Actually, I was a little bit critical of Nixon earlier in this discussion for his contribution to the overgrowth of the U.S. entitlement state and regulatory state. But I'll give Nixon credit here on a different point, which is that he was imaginative of being able to pull bread to China out from the clasp of the USSR. He broke the China-Russia alliance back then, which is an important step to bring us to the near end of the Cold War. So there's an opportunity for a similar unconventional maneuver now, using greater reopened economic relations with Russia to pull Russia out from the hands of China today. There's no skin off Ukraine's back for that. And I do think that's a big carrot for Russia in this direction. I do think it will involve some level of territorial negotiations as well, that, out of any good deal, not everyone's going to like 100% of what comes out of it. But that's part of the cost of securing peace, is that not everyone's going to be happy about every attribute. But I could make a case that an immediate peace deal is also now in the best interests of Ukraine. Let's just rewind the clock. We're looking at now, let's just say we're early 2022, maybe June of 2022. Zelensky was ready to come to the table for a deal back then, until Boris Johnson traveled when he had his own domestic political travails to convince Zelensky to continue to fight. That goes to the point where when nations aren't asked to pay for their own national security, they have what the problem is of moral hazard of taking risks that really are suboptimal risks for them to take, because they're not bearing the consequences of taking those risks, not fully in the cost. If Ukraine had done a deal back then, I think it is unambiguous that they would have done a better deal for themselves than they're doing now, after having spent hundreds of billions of dollars and expended tens of thousands of Ukrainian lives. So the idea that Ukraine is somehow better off because it failed to do that deal before is a lie. And if we're not willing to learn from those mistakes of the recent past, we're doomed to repeat them again. So this idea that it would be painful for Ukraine, it's been painful? Tens and tens and tens of thousands of people continuing to die without any increased leverage in actually getting the outcome that we want. So I think there's an opportunity for a win-win-win. A win for the United States and the West more broadly in weakening the Russia-China alliance. A win for Ukraine in having an agreement that's backstopped by the United States of America's interests that provides a greater degree of long-run security for the future existence of Ukraine and its sovereignty, and also stopping the bloodshed today. And I think a win for Russia, which is to reopen economic relations with the West and have certain guarantees about what the mission creep or scope creep of NATO will be. There's no rule that says that when one party, before full outright world war starts at least, there's an opportunity for there to actually be a win for everybody on the table, rather than to assume that a win for us is a loss to Russia, or that anything positive that happens for Russia is a loss for the United States.
Just to add to the table some things that Putin won't like, but I think are possible to negotiate, which is Ukraine joining the European Union, not NATO. So establishing some kind of economic relationships there, and also splitting the bill, sort of guaranteeing some amount of money from both Russia and the United States for rebuilding Ukraine. One of the challenges in Ukraine, a war-torn country, is how do you guarantee the flourishing of this particular nation? Right? So you want to not just stop the death of people and the destruction, but also provide a foundation on which you can rebuild the country and build a flourishing future country.
I think out of this conversation alone, there are a number of levers on the table for negotiation in a lot of different directions. And that's where you want to be, right? If there's only one factor that matters to each of the two parties, and those are their red line factors, then there's no room for negotiation. This is a deeply complicated, historically intricate dynamic between Ukraine and Russia, and between NATO and the United States, and the Russia-China alliance, and economic interests that are at issue, combined with the geopolitical factors. There are a lot of levers for negotiation, and the more levers there are, the more likely there is to be a win-win deal that gets done for everybody. So I think it should be encouraging. The fact that there are as many different possible levers here almost makes certain that a reasonable, practicable peace deal is possible. In contrast to a situation where there's only one thing that matters for each side, then I can't tell you that there's a deal to be done. There's definitely a deal to be done here. And I think that it requires real leadership in the United States playing hardball, not just with one side of this, not just with Zelensky or with Putin, but across the board, hardball for our own interests, which are the interests of stability here. And I think that that will happen to well serve both Ukraine and Russia in the process.
If you were president, would you call Putin?
Absolutely. I mean, in any negotiation, you've got to manage when you're calling somebody and when you're not. But I do believe that open conversation with willingness to have that as another lever in the negotiation is totally fair game.
Okay, let's go to the China side of this. The big concern here is that the brewing cold, or God forbid, hot war between the United States and China in the 21st century. How do we avoid that?
So a few things. One is, I do think the best way we also avoid it is by reducing the consequences to the United States in the event of that type of conflict. Because at that point, what you're setting up for, if the consequences are existential for the United States, then what you're buying yourself in the context of what could be a small conflict is an all-out war. So the first thing I want to make sure we avoid is a major conflict between the United States and China, like a World War level conflict. And the way to do that is to bring down the existential stakes for the U.S. And the way we bring down the existential stakes for the U.S. is make sure that the United States does not depend on China for our honorable life. Right now we do. Because right now we depend on China for everything from pharmaceuticals in our medicine cabinet. 95% of ibuprofen, one of the most basic medicines used in the United States, depends on China for its supply chain. We depend on China, ironically, for our own military industrial base. Think about how little sense that makes, actually. Our own military, which supposedly exists to protect ourselves against adversaries, depends for its own supplies, semiconductors and otherwise, on our top adversary. That doesn't make sense. Even if you're a libertarian in the school of Friedrich von Hayek, from the Hayek as well, even then you would not argue for a foreign dependence on adversary for your military. So I think that's the next step we need to take, is at least reduce U.S. dependence on China for the most essential inputs for the functioning of the United States of America, including our own military. As a side note, I believe that means not just onshoring to the United States. It does. But if we're really serious about that, it also means expanding our relationship with allies like Japan South Korea, India, the Philippines. And that's an interesting debate to have, because some on the right would say, okay, I want to decouple from China, but I also want less trade with all these other places. You can't have both those things at the same time. You know, one or the other, you can't have both. And so we have to acknowledge and be honest with ourselves that there are trade-offs to declaring independence from China. But the question is, what are the long-run benefits? Now, you think about the other way to do this is strategic clarity. I think the way that you see world wars often emerge is strategic ambiguity from two adversaries who don't really know what the other side's red line is or isn't, and accidentally crosses those red lines. So I think we need to be much clearer with what are our hard red lines and what aren't they. And I think that's the single most effective way to make sure this doesn't spiral into major world war. And then let's talk about ending the Russia-Ukraine conflict in the terms that I just discussed with you before. I think weakening the Russia-China alliance not only reduces the risk that Russia becomes an aggressor, it also reduces the risk that China takes the risk that could escalate us to World War III as well. So I think that geopolitically, we got to look at these things holistically. That end of the Russia-Ukraine war and that peace deal de-escalates not only the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but the risk of a broader conflict that includes China as well. By also weakening China, because Russia also has hypersonic missiles and missile capabilities that are ahead of that of China's. If Russia is no longer in a military alliance with China, that changes China's calculus as well. So that's kind of, I think, more strategic vision we need in our foreign policy than we've had since certainly the Nixon era. I think that you need people who are going to be able to challenge the status quo, question the existing orthodoxies, the willingness to use levers to get great deals done that otherwise wouldn't have gotten done. And that's what I do think. Someone like Donald Trump in the presidency, and obviously I ran for president as an outsider and a businessman as well. I think this is an area, our foreign policy is one where we actually benefit from having business leaders in those roles rather than people who are shackled by the traditional political thing.
I think the thing you didn't quite make clear, what I think implied, is that we have to accept the red line that China provides of the One China policy.
Both sides need to have their red lines. Both sides need to have their red lines. So, we can get into specifics, but it's going to vary depending on the circumstances. The principle that I would give you is that we have to have a hard red line that's clear. I think that hard red line, I was clear during my campaign on this, so I'll say it again. I think that we have to have a clear red line that China will not and should not, for any time in the foreseeable future, annex Taiwan. I do think that for the United States, it probably is prudent right now not to suddenly upend the diplomatic policy we've adopted for decades, of what is recognizing the one China policy in our position as quiet deference to that. And understand that may be their red line, is the national recognition of Taiwan as an independent nation would be a red line that China would have, but we would have a red line to say that we do not, in any circumstance, tolerate the annexations by physical force in any time in the foreseeable future when that's against the interests of the United States of America. So those are examples, but the principle here is, you asked how do we avoid major conflict with China. I think it starts with clear red lines on both sides. I think it starts with also lowering the stakes for the United States by making sure we're not dependent on China for our modern way of life. I think it also starts with, ironically, using a peaceful resolution to the Ukraine war as a way of weakening the Russia-China alliance, which in the other direction of weakening China has significant benefits to us as well.
But what do you do when China says very politely, we're going to annex Taiwan, whether you like it or not?
Against the backdrop that I just laid out, that's not that wouldn't happen if we actually make sure that we were crystal clear about what our red lines and priorities are. We also depend on Taiwan right now for our own semiconductor supply chain. So China knows that's going to draw us into serious conflict in that circumstance. So against the backdrop of clearly drawn red lines, against the backdrop of Russia no longer automatically being in China's camp, that's a big lever. I think also strengthening our relationship with other allies where we have room to strengthen those relationships, like India. And I'm not just saying that, because my name is Rabbi, right? I'm saying it because it's strategically important to the United States to understand that, God forbid, in a conflict scenario, China would perceive some risk to the Indian Ocean or the Andaman Sea, no longer being reliable for getting Middle Eastern oil supplies. There's a lot of levers here. But I think that if we are both strategically clear with our allies and with our adversaries about what our red lines are, what our priorities are, reasonable deals that pull Russia out of the hands of China and vice versa, reasonable allies and relationships that cause China to question whether it can continue to have the same access to Middle Eastern oil supplies as it does today, and then clear red lines with China itself about what we definitely aren't okay with it and understand that they may have certain red lines too. That allows us, I think, to still avoid what many people would call the unavoidable conflict, the Thucydides trap, against the circumstance of when there's a rising power against the backdrop of the declining powers. Conflict always becomes inevitable. That's a theory. It's not a law of physics. I don't think that, A, we have to be a declining power, and B, I don't think that has to necessarily result in major conflict with China here. It's going to require real leadership with a spine. And you don't have to judge based on international relations theory to form your view on this. 4 years under Trump, we didn't have major conflicts in the Middle East, in places like Russia and Ukraine. We were on the cusp of war with North Korea when Obama left office and Trump took over. 4 years under Biden, less than 4 years under Biden and Harris, what do you have? Major conflicts in the Middle East, major conflict in Russia and Ukraine. Judged by the results. And, I would say that even if you're somebody who disagrees with a lot of Donald Trump, if you don't like his style, if your single issue is you want to stand in World War III, I think there's a pretty clear case for why you go for Trump in this election.
Prime Minister Modi, I think you've complimented him in a bunch of different directions, one of which is when you discuss nationalism.
Yeah, I believe that, somebody I've gotten to know actually reasonably well, for example, recently is Giorgia Meloni, who's a leader of Italy. Told her the same thing. One of the things I love about her as a leader of Italy is that she does not apologize for the national identity of the country, and that she stands for certain values uncompromising. And she doesn't give a second care about what the media has to say about it. One of the things I loved last time I spoke to her, which was in the U.S., when we sat down, was she talked about she doesn't even read the newspaper. She doesn't read and watch the media. It allows her to make decisions that are best for people. And there are elements of that in Modi's approach as well, which I respect about him, is he doesn't apologize for the fact that India has a national identity and that the nation should be proud of it. But I'm not saying that because I'm proud of Meloni or Modi for their own countries. I'm American. I think there are lessons to learn from leaders who are proud of their own nation's identity rather than apologizing. And I think it's a big part of why I ran for president on a campaign centered on national pride. It's also why I'm not only voting for, but actively supporting Donald Trump, because I do think he's going to be the one that restores that missing national pride in the United States. And I touch on this as well in the book. There's a chapter here. It says nationalism isn't a bad word. I think nationalism can be a very positive thing if it's grounded in the actual true attributes of the nation. And in the United States, that doesn't mean ethno-nationalism, because that was not what the national identity of the United States was based on in the first place. But a civic nationalism grounded in our actual national ideals, that is who we are. And I think that is something that we've gotten uncomfortable in the countries to say that, I'm proud of being American. I believe in American exceptionalism. Somehow that's looking down on others. No, I'm not looking down on anybody, but I'm proud of my own country. And I think Modi's revived that spirit in India in a way that was missing for a long time. Right? India had an inferiority complex, psychological inferiority complex. But now to be proud of its national heritage and its national myth-making and its national legacy and history, and to say that every nation does have to have a kind of myth-making about its past, and to be proud of that. It's like Malcolm X actually said this in the United States, is that a nation without an appreciation for its history is like a tree without roots. It's dead. And I think that's true not just for the United States. I think it's true for every other nation. I think leaders like Meloni in Italy, leaders like Modi in India have done a great job. But I wish to bring that type of pride back in the United States. And whatever I do next, Alex, I'll tell you this, is I think reviving that sense of identity and pride, especially in the next generation, is one of the most important things we can do for this country.
Speaking of what you do next, any chance you run in 2028?
Well, I'm not going to rule it out. That's a long time from now. And I'm most focused on what I can do in the next chapter for the country. I ran for president. A million things that I learned through that experience that you can only learn by doing it. It was very much a fire first, aim later. When getting into the race, there was no way I could have planned and plotted this out as somebody who was coming from the outside. I was 37 years old, came from the business world. So there was a lot that only could learn by actually doing it, and I did. But I care about the same things that led me into the presidential race, and I don't think the issues have been solved. I think that we have a generation that is lost in the country. It's not just young people. I think it's all of us in some ways are hungry for purpose and meaning at a time in our history when the things that used to fill that void in our heart, they're missing. And I think we need a president who both has the right policies for the country, seal the border, grow the economy, stay out of World War III, end rampant crime. Yes, we need the right policies. But we also need leaders who, sustained way revive our national character, revive our sense of pride in this country, revive our identity as Americans. And, I think that need exists as much today as it did when I first ran for president. I don't think it's going to be automatically solved in just a few years. I think Donald Trump is the right person to carry that banner forward for the next 4 years. But after that, we'll see where the country is heading into 2028. And whatever I do, it'll be whatever has a maximum positive impact on the country. I'll also tell you that my laser focus, maybe as distinct from other politicians on both sides, to take America to the next level, to move beyond our victimhood culture, to restore our culture of excellence. We got to shut down that nanny state. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, the foreign policy nanny state. Shut it down and revive who we really are as Americans. And I'm as passionate about that as ever. But the next step is not running for president. The next step is what happens in the next 4 years. And that's why over the next 4 weeks, I'm focused on doing whatever I can to make sure we succeed in this election.
Well, I hope you run because this was made clear on the stage in primary debates. You have a unique clarity and honesty in expressing the ideas you stand for. And it'd be nice to see that. I would also like to see the same thing on the other side, which would make for some badass, interesting debates.
I would love nothing more than a kick-ass set of top-tier Democrat candidates. After 4 years of Donald Trump, we have a primary filled with actually people who have real visions for the country on both sides. And the people of this country can choose between those competing visions without insult or injury being the way I would love nothing more than to see that.
What do you think? So for me, I would love to see in some kind of future where it's you versus somebody like Tim Walz. So Tim Walz, maybe I'm lacking in knowledge. It's first of all, like a good dude, as similar to you, strongly held, if not radical, ideas of how to make progress in this country. So to just be on stage and debate honestly about the ideas, they're like there's a tension between those ideas. Is there other people? Shapiro is interesting also.
I would like to take on in earnest and civil but contested context, right, of a debate. Who do you want to take on? You want to take on somebody who disagrees with you but still has deep ideology of their own. I think John Fetterman's pretty interesting. He's demonstrated himself to be somebody who is thoughtful, able to change his mind on positions, but not in some sort of fake flippity-floppity way, but in a thoughtful evolution. Somebody who's been through personal struggles. Somebody I deeply disagree with on a lot of his views, most of his views, but who I can at least say comes across at least as somebody who has been through that torturous process of really examining your beliefs and convictions, and as when necessary, been able to preach to his own tribe where he thinks they're wrong. I think it's interesting. I think that you have a number of other leaders probably emerging at lower levels. On the left, not everybody's going to necessarily come from Washington, D.C. In fact, the longer they're there, the more they in some ways get polluted by it. Yeah, I think the governor of Colorado is an interesting guy. He's got a more libertarian tendency. I don't know as much about his views on it from a national perspective, but it's intriguing because he's somebody who has at least libertarian, freedom-oriented tendencies within the Democratic Party. I think that there are a number of, I don't foresee him running for president, but I had a debate last year when I was running for president with Ro Khanna, who David Wilbon's a highly intelligent person and is somebody who is at least willing to buck the consensus of his party when necessary. I think he recently, I would say lambasted, he phrased it very delicately, but criticized Kamala Harris's proposed tax on unrealized capital gains. So I like people who are willing to challenge the orthodoxies in their own party because it says they actually have convictions. And so whoever the Democrats put up, I hope it's someone like that. And for my part, I have and continue to have beliefs that will challenge Republicans. That on the face of it may not be the policies that poll on paper as the policies you're supposed to adopt as a Republican candidate. But what a true leader doesn't just tell people what they want to hear. You tell people what they need to hear. And you tell people what your actual convictions are. And this idea that I don't want to create a right-wing entitlement state or a nanny state, I want to shut it down, that challenges the presuppositions of where a lot of the conservative movement is right now. I don't think the bill to cap credit card interest rates is a good idea because that's price control, just like Kamala Harris's price control. It'll reduce access to credit. I don't think that we want a crony capitalist state showering private benefits on selected industries that favor us, or that we want to expand the CFPB or the FTC's remit, and somehow we're going to trust it because it's under our watch. No, I believe in shutting it down. That challenges a lot of current direction of the conservative movement. I believe in certain issues that, maybe outside the scope of what Republicans currently care about right now. One of the things that I oppose, for example, is it's not a top issue in American politics, but just to give you a sense for how I think in view the world. I'm against factory farming of a large scale of, you could sort of say, putting the mistreatment of, it's one thing to say that you need it for your sustenance, and that's great, but it's another to say that you have factory farming settings that gives special exemptions for historical laws that have existed that are the product of crony capitalism. I'm against crony capitalism. I'm against the influence of mega money in politics. I don't think that's been good either for Democrats or Republicans. Some of those views, I think, are not necessarily the traditional Republican rank, orthodoxy, reading chapter and verse from what the Republican Party platform has been. It's not against the Republican Party platform, but it's asking what the future of our movement is.
Some of these things are hard, like getting money out of politics.
Getting mega money.
The mega money, yeah.
And so long as it exists, you got to play the game. If you're going to play to win. I think one of the things I realized is that you just can't compete without it. But if you want to win the game in order to change the game. And I think that that's something that I keep in mind as well. So
you have written a lot. You've been productive. But even just looking book-wise, you've written basically a book a year for the last 4 years. When you're writing and you're thinking about how to solve the problems of the world, to develop your policy, how do you think?
I need quiet time, extended periods of it that are separated from the rush of the day-to-day or the travel. I actually think a lot better when I'm working out, physically active. So if I'm running, playing tennis, lifting, somehow for me that really opens up my mind. And then I need a significant amount of time after that with a notebook. I usually carry around a notebook everywhere I go and write it down in there.
Is the notebook full of chaotic thoughts, or is it structured?
Sometimes it's chaotic. Sometimes it's structured. It's a little bit of both. Sometimes I have a thought that I know I don't want to forget later. I'll immediately jot it down. Other times, on the flight over here, I have a much more structured layout of, I've got a lot of different projects in the air, for example. Cross-pollinate, in the shower this morning, got a bunch of thoughts, collected those on my plane ride over here. So I think that writing is something in all of its forms that helps me. It's one of the things that actually helped me this year was actually writing this book. You're going through a presidential campaign, you're going at super speed. And if I was to do the presidential campaign again, the thing I would do is actually to take more structured breaks. I don't mean breaks as just like vacations, but I mean breaks to reflect on what's actually happening. Probably the biggest mistake I made is last time around, heading into the first debate. I was like, not 9 different states over 7 days. I would have just taken that as a pause. I were halfway through, you've established relevance. Now make sure the country sees who you actually are in full, rather than just the momentum of competitive version. And I just think that that's sort of taking those moments to just take stock of where you are. Do some writing. I didn't do much writing during the presidential campaign. I enjoy writing. It's part of how I center myself. Part of what this book allowed me to do is, okay, I ran that whirlwind of a campaign. The first thing I started doing after I collected myself for a couple of weeks was take the pen and start writing. And I was committed to writing that book, whether or not anybody read it. I was writing it for myself. And actually, it started in a very different form. It was very personal, reflection oriented. So most of that, funny enough, was learned about writing books. And that's just edited it out. But it just didn't end up in the book because it just went in a different direction than like what's interesting for a publisher to publish. Yeah. And so for each of my books, the things that I started writing ended up never in the book anyway, just because the topic ended up morphing. But the journey that led me to write this book, a lot of it in this book is still in there. This is my fourth book in 4 years, you're right. And I hope it's the most important one, but it is certainly the product of an honest reflection that whatever it might do for the reader, it helped me to write it. And I think that's one of the things that I learned from this campaign is not just all the policy lessons, but even just as a matter of personal practice, the ability to take spaces of time to not only physically challenge yourself, work out, etc., but to give yourself the space to reflect, to recenter yourself on the why. Had I done that, I think I would have been even more centered on the mission the whole time, rather than you get attacked on the way, you're thrown off your tilt, you're thrown off your balance. It becomes a lot harder for someone else to do that to you if you've really centered yourself on your own purpose. Probably one of my biggest learnings.
So you've mentioned the first primary debate. So more than almost basically anybody I've ever seen, you stepped into some really intense debates.
Yeah.
In your podcast, but in general, kind of, all kinds of walks of life, whether it's sort of debates with sort of protesters or debates with people that really disagree with you, like the radical opposite of you. What's the philosophy behind that? What's the psychology of being able to be calm through all of that, which you seem to be?
Well, I enjoy debate, and for me, I think just in ordinary life, forget about like a formal debate setting. Whenever I've received criticism or a contrary view, my first impulse is always, are they right? It's always a possibility, right? And most of the time what happens is you understand the other side's argument, but you emerge with a stronger conviction in your own belief. Right? You know your own beliefs better if you can state the best argument for the side. But sometimes you do change your mind. And I think that that's happened over the course of my life as well. I think no one's a thinking human being unless that happens once in a while too. And so anyway, just the idea of the pursuit of truth through open debate and inquiry, that's always just been part of my identity, part of who I am. I'm wired that way. I thrive on it. I enjoy it. Even my relationships with my closest friends are built around heated debates, deep-seated disagreements. And I just think that's beautiful, not just about human relationships, but particularly beautiful about America, right? Because it's part of the culture of this country, more so than, other countries, China or India, or, Asian cultures, even a lot of European cultures are very different, where that's considered not genteel behavior, not the respectful behavior. Whereas for us, part of what makes this country great is you can disagree like hell and still get together at the dinner table at the end of it. I think we've lost some of that, but I'm on a bit of a mission to bring that back. And so, I don't know whether it's in politics or not, I'm committed in that next step, whatever the path is over the next 4 years. One of the things I'm committed to doing is making sure that I go out of my way to talk to people who actually disagree with me. And I think it's a big part of how we're going to save our country.
Are they right is a thing I actually literally see you do. So you are listening to the other person.
For my own benefit, to be honest, selfish.
You also don't lose your shit. So you don't take it personally. You don't get emotional. You get emotional sort of positively, you get passionate, but you don't get, it doesn't, I've never seen you broken.
Yeah.
Like, to where do they get you, like, outraged? It's always probably because you just love the heat.
I love the heat, and I'm a curious person. So I'm always curious about what's actually what's motivating the person on the other side. That curiosity, I think, is actually the best antidote. Because if you're just trying to stay calm in the face of somebody attacking you, that's kind of fake. But if you're kind of curious about it, right? You're genuinely just wondering. I think most people are good people inherently. We all maybe get misguided from time to time. But what is it that's moving that person to go in such a different direction with you? I think as long as you're curious about that, the climate change protesters that have interrupted my events, I'm as fascinated by the psychology of what's moving them and what they might be hungry for as I am concerned about rebutting the content of what they're saying to me. And I think that that's certainly something I care to revive. We don't talk about in politics that much, but reviving that sense of curiosity, I think, is in a certain way one of the ways we're going to be able to disagree but still remain friends and fellow citizens at the end of it.
I agree with you. I think fundamentally most people are good. And one of the things I love most about humans is the very thing you said, which is curiosity. I think we should lean into that.
You're a curious person. I know this podcast is basically born of your curiosity, I'm sure. And so I just think we need more of that in America. That kind of, when I talked about our founding fathers, we were joking about it, but they were inventors, they were writers, they were political theorists, they were founders of a nation. They kind of had that boundless curiosity too. And I think part of what's happened culturally in the country is we've gotten to this place where we've been told that stay in your lane. You don't have an expert degree in that, therefore you can't have an opinion about it. I don't know. I think it's a little bit un-American in terms of the culture of it. And yeah, it's one of the things I like about you and why I was looking forward to this conversation too, is it's cool to have intellectual interests that span sports to culture to politics to philosophy. And it's not like you just have to be an expert trained in one of those things to be able to engage in it. But actually, maybe, just maybe, you might even be better at each of those things because you're curious about the others. The Renaissance man, if you will. I think we've lost a little bit of that concept in America, but it's certainly something that is important to me. And this year it's been kind of cool. After leaving the campaign, I've been doing a wide range of things, right? I've been picking up my tennis game again. I practice at the Ohio State.
You're damn good at tennis.
I used to be better, but I'm picking
Somebody
it up.
online was trying to correctly. I think you shot a very particular angle of that video. I think they were criticizing your backhand was weak potentially because
That would be fair criticism. but it's got better. Yeah, it's got better recently. I've been playing with I've been practicing with the Ohio State team in the morning. They're like number one in the country or close to it. Now the guys on the team play, but there's a couple coaches who were recently on the team. One of whom used to be a guy I used to play with in the juniors who invited me out. So I hit with them in the mornings alongside the team. My goal, I should be careful.
Oh no!
My hips are telling me that. So I've been playing so many days a week that I set a goal for myself by the end of it to play in a particular tournament. But we'll see if that happens.
No.
But regardless, it's been fun to get back into tennis. I was an executive producer on a movie, something I've never done before. It's called City of Dreams. It's about a story of a young man who was trafficked into the United States. The thriller. It's a very cool movie to be a part of. I've actually started a couple companies. One company in particular that I think is going to be significant this year, guiding some of the other businesses that I've gotten off the ground in the past. So for me, I'm re-energized now, where I was in the thick of politics for a full year there, and getting a little bit of oxygen outside of politics, doing some things in the private sector has actually given me a renewed sense of energy to get back into driving change through public service.
Well, it's been fun watching you do all these fascinating things, but I do hope that you have a future in politics as well, because it's nice to have somebody that has rigorously developed their ideas and is honest about presenting them and is willing to debate those ideas out in the public space. So I would love for you and people like you to represent the future of American politics. So thank you so much. For every time I'm sitting in this chair, I'm thinking of Thomas Jefferson.
It's good. That was my goal.
So big shout out to Thomas Jefferson for the swivel chair, and thank you so much for talking to me. This is fun.
One final fact is Jefferson. Whether you cut this out, of course, he wrote 16,000 essays in his life, letters. Right. So I've written 4 books in 4 years. That is nothing compared to how prolific this guy was. Anyway, good stuff, man. Thanks for having me.
Neither of us will ever live up to anything close to Thomas Jefferson.
I love your curiosity, man. Thanks for reading the book. I appreciate your feedback on it as well. Hopefully we'll do this again sometime. Yep. Thank you, brother.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Vivek on the Swan. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from George Orwell. Political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable, and to give an appearance of solidity
to pure wind. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
And the outcome here is a horrific man-made famine, not a natural disaster, not bad harvest, but a man-made famine as a result of then the compulsion that gets used by the Soviet state to extract those resources, cordoning off the area, not allowing starting people to escape. You put very well some of the implications of this case study and how things look in the abstract versus in practice. And those phenomena were going to haunt the rest of the experience of the Soviet Union. The whole notion that up and down the chain of command, everybody is falsifying or tinkering with or prettifying the statistics or their reports in order not to look bad and not to have vengeance visited upon them, reaches the point where nobody, in spite of the pretense of comprehensive knowledge, right? There's a state planning agency that creates 5-year plans for the economy as a whole, in which is supposed to have accurate statistics. All of this is founded on the foundation of saying a deliberate plan to bring class conflict and bring civil war and then heighten it in the countryside does damage, and not least of that is this phenomenon of a negative selection. Those who have most enterprise, those who are most entrepreneurial, those who have most self-discipline, those who are best organized, will be winnowed again and again and again, sending the message that mediocrity is comparatively much safer than talent. Hitler and Himmler envisioned permanent war on the Eastern Front. Not a peace treaty, not a settlement, not a border, but a constant moving of the border every generation, hundreds of miles east, in order to keep winning more and more living space. And with analogy to other frontiers, to always give more fighting experience and more training and aggression to generation after generation of German soldiers. In terms of nightmarish visions, this one's right up.
The following is conversation with Vehas Vicious, a historian specializing in Germany and Eastern Europe. He has lectured extensively on the rise, the reign, and the fall of communism. Our discussion goes deep on this, the very heaviest of topics, the communist ideology that has led to over 100 million deaths in the 20th century. We also discuss Hitler, Nazi ideology, and World War II. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Vehas Vicious. Let's start with Karl Marx. What were the central ideas of Marx that laid the foundation of communism?
I think there were several key ideas that Marx deployed that were destined to have such an impact. And in some ways, they were actually kind of contradictory. On the one hand, Marx insisted that history has a purpose, that history is not just random events, but that rather it's history, we might say with a capital H, history moving in a deliberate direction, history having a goal, a direction that it was predestined to move in. At the same time, in the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels also suggested that there was a role for special individuals who might, even if history was still moving in this predetermined direction, might give it an extra push, might play a heroic role in that process. And I think that these two ideas added together, the notion that there is a science of revolution that suggests that you can move in a deliberate and meaningful, rational way towards the end of history, a resolution of all conflicts, a total liberation of the human person, and that, moreover, that was inevitable, that was pre-programmed and destined in the order of things. When you add to that the notion that there's also room for heroism and the individual role, this ended up being tremendously powerful as a combination. Earlier thinkers who were socialists had already dreamt of or projected futures where all conflict would be resolved and human life would achieve some sort of perfection. Marx added these other elements that made it far more powerful than the earlier versions that he decried as merely utopian socialism.
So there's a million questions I could ask there, but so on the utopian side, so there is a utopian component to the way he tried to conceive of his ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first of all, one has to stress Marx would have gotten extremely upset at this point in the conversation because to call someone a utopian was precisely to argue that you're not scientific, you're not rational, you're not laying out the iron laws of history, you're merely hoping for the best. And that might be laudable, but it was fundamentally unrealistic. That said, hidden among Marx's insistence that there are laws and structures as history moves through class conflict, modes of production towards its ultimate goal of a comprehensive final revolution that will see all exploitation overthrown and people finally being freed from necessity. In smuggled in among those things are most definitely utopian elements, and there they come especially at the end, in which Marx sketches the notion of what things will look like after the revolution has resolved all problems. There, vagueness sets in. It's clear that it's a blessed state that's being talked about. People no longer exploiting one another. People no longer subject to necessity or poverty, but instead enjoying all of the productivity of industrialization that hitherto had been put to private profit, now collectively owned and deployed. The notion that one will be able to work at one job in the morning and then engage in leisure activity or yet another fulfilling job in the afternoon. All of this free of any contradictions, free of necessity, free of the sort of ordinary irritations that we experience in ordinary lives. That's deeply utopian. The difference was that Marx charted a route towards that outcome that was that presented itself as cutting-edge science, and moreover having the full credibility that science commanded so much, especially in the 19th and early 20th century.
So there is a long journey from capitalism to communism that includes a lot of problems. He thought once you resolve the problems, all the complexities of human interactions, the friction, the problems will be gone.
To the extent that they were based on inequalities and on man's exploitation of man, the result was supposed to be a resolution of all of this. And inevitably, when you talk about the history of communism, you have to include the fact that this often tragic and dramatic history produced a lot of jokes that were in part reactions sometimes to the ideological claims made by people like Marx. And one of the famous jokes was that, what's the difference between capitalism and communism? And the joke's answer was, capitalism is the exploitation of man by man, and communism is the exact opposite.
Yeah, you actually have a lecture on humor. I love it. And you deliver in such a dry, beautiful way. Okay, there's, again, a million questions. So you outline a set of contradictions, but it's interesting to talk about his view. For example, what was Marx's view of history?
Marx had been a student of Hegel, and Hegel, as a German idealist philosopher, had announced very definitively that history has a purpose. History is not a collection of random facts. And as an idealist, he proposed that the true movement of history, the true meaning of history, what made history with a capital H, something that's transcendent and meaningful, was that it was the working out of an idea through different civilizations, different stages of historical development, and that idea was the idea of human freedom. So it was not individuals or great thinkers alone making history and having an impact. It was the idea itself striving to come to fruition, striving to come to an ever more perfect realization. In the case of Hegel, in this very Prussian and German context, he identified the realization of freedom also with the growth of the state, because he thought that governments are the ones that are going to be able to deliver on laws and on the ideal of a state of the rule of law. In German, the Rechtsstaat. That was a noble dream. At the same time as we recognize from our perspective, state power has been put to all sorts of purposes besides guaranteeing the rule of law in our own times. What Marx did was to take this characteristic insistence of Hegel that history is moving in a meaningful and discernible way towards the realization of an idea and flipped it on its head. Marx insisted that Hegel had so much that was right in his thinking, but what he had neglected to keep in mind was that, in fact, history is based on matter. So, hence dialectical materialism. Dialectical referring to things proceeding by clashes or conflicts towards an ever greater realization of some essential idea. And so Marx adapts a lot of ideas of Hegel. You can recognize entire rhetorical maneuvers that are indebted to that earlier training, but now taken in a very different direction. What remained, though, was the confidence of being on the right side of history. And there are few things that are as intoxicating as being convinced that your actions not only are right in the abstract, but are also destined to be successful.
And also that you have the rigor of science backing you in your journey towards the truth.
Absolutely. So Engels, when he gives the graveside eulogy for his beloved friend Marx, claims that Marx is essentially the Darwin of history, the Darwin of history that he had done for the world of politics and of human history, what Darwin had done with his theory of evolution, understanding the hidden mechanism, understanding the laws that are at work and that make that whole process meaningful rather than just one damn thing after another.
What about the sort of famous line that history of all existing societies is the history of class struggles? So what about this conception of history as a history of class struggle?
Well, so this was the motive force that Karl Marx and Engels saw driving the historical process forward. And it's important to keep in mind that class conflict doesn't just mean revolutions, revolts, peasant uprisings. It's sort of the totality of frictions and of clashes, conflicts of interest that appear in any society. And so Marx was able, in this spirit that he avowed was very scientific, to demarcate stages of historical transformation. Primitive communism in the prehistoric period, then moving towards what is called state slavery. That's to say the early civilizations deploying human resources and ordering them by all-powerful monarchs. Then private slavery in the ancient period. And then moving to feudalism in the Middle Ages. And then here's where Marx is able to deliver a pronouncement about his own times, seeing that the present day is the penultimate, the next to last stage of this historical development. Because the feudal system of the Middle Ages and the dominance of the aristocracy has been overcome, has been displaced by the often heroic achievements, astonishing achievements in commerce and in world building of the middle class, the bourgeoisie, who have taken the world into their own hands and are engaged in class conflict with the class below them, which is the working class or the proletariat. And so this sort of conflict also, by the way, obtains within classes. So the bourgeoisie are going to be grave diggers, Marx announces, of their own supremacy because they're also competing against one another. And members who don't survive that competition get pressed down into the subordinate working class, which grows and grows and grows to the point where at some future moment, the inevitable explosion will come and a swift revolution will overturn this penultimate stage of human history and usher in instead the dictatorship of the working class and then the abolition of all classes because there's only one class remaining. Everyone is finally unified and without those internal contradictions that mark class conflict.
The dictatorship of the working class is an interesting term. So what is the role of revolution?
But this in particular for Marx, I think, is a really key moment, which is what makes that such a good question. In his vision, the epic narrative that he's presenting to us, revolution is key. It's not enough to have evolutionary change. It's not a question of compromises. It's not a case of bargaining or balancing interests. Revolution is necessary as part of the process of a subjugated class coming to awareness of its own historical role. And when we get to the proletariat, this working class in its entirety, to whom Marx assigns this epic Promethean role of being the ones who are going to liberate all of humanity, a class that is universal in its interests and in the sort of role in salvation history that they'll be playing in this secular framework. They need revolution, the experience of revolution, in order to come into their own. Because without it, you'll only have half-hearted compromise and something less than the consciousness that they then need in order to rule, to administer, and to play the historical role that they're fated.
How did he conceive of a revolution, actually a violent revolution, stabilizing itself into something where the working class was able to rule?
That's where things become a good deal less detailed in his and Engels' accounts. The answer that they proposed in part was, this is for the future to determine. So all of the details will be settled later. I think it was allied to this was a tremendous confidence in some very 19th century ideas about how society could be administered and what made for orderly society in a way where if the right infrastructure was in place, you might expect society to kind of run itself without the need for micromanagement from above. And hence, we arrive at Marx's tantalizing promise that there will be a period where it will be necessary to have centralized control. And there might have to be, as he puts it, despotic inroads against property in order to bring this revolution to pass. But then afterwards, the state, because it represents everybody, rather than representing particular class interests that are in conflict with other classes, the state will eventually wither away. So there won't be need for it. Now, that's not to say that pure stasis arrives, right? Or that the stabilization equals being frozen in time. It's not as if that is what things will look like. But instead, the big issues will be settled. And henceforth, people will be able to enjoy lives of, as he would consider, authentic freedom without necessity, without poverty, as a result of this blessed state that's been around.
Despotic inroads against property. Did he elaborate on the despotic inroads?
Dispossession of the middle classes, of the bourgeoisie. In his model, humanity is never standing still, right? So he'd probably argue in this dynamic vision of how history unfolds that there's always conflict. He's always moving, propelling history forward towards its predestined ending. In the way he saw this climax was that as things did not stay the same, the condition of the working class was constantly getting worse, and hence their revolutionary potential was growing. And at the same time, the expropriators, the bourgeoisie, were also facing diminishing returns as they competed against one another, with more and more wealth concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, and more elements of what had been the middle class detached from the ruling class and being pressed down into the working class. For Marx, this is really a key part. I mean, it's a key part of this whole ratchet effect that's going to produce this final historical explosion. And in German, the word given to that process was Verelendung, which is very evocative. Elend means misery, so it's the growing misery. When this gets translated into English, the results are never quite as evocative or satisfactory. The words that get used are immiseration or pauperization, meaning more and more people are being turned into paupers. But for Marx, that prediction is really key. And even in his own lifetime, there were already hints that, in fact, if you look sociologically at the really developed working classes in places like Great Britain or Germany, that process was not playing out as he had expected. In fact, although there have been enormous dislocations and tremendous suffering in the early chaotic sort of Wild West stages of capitalism and of industrialization, there had been reform movements as well. And there had been unions which had sought to carve out rules and agreements with employers for how the conditions under which workers labored might be ameliorated. Moreover, the middle class, rather than dwindling and dwindling, seemed to actually be strengthening and growing in numbers, and the appearance of new kinds of people like white-collar workers or technical experts. So already in Marx's own lifetime, and then especially in what follows Marx's lifetime, this becomes a real problem because it puts a stick into the spokes of this particular historical prediction.
Can you speak to this realm of ideas, which is fascinating, this battle of big ideas in the 19th century? What are the ideas that are swinging around?
Yeah. Well, to describe the 19th century as sort of an age of ideologies is very apt because Europe is being racked and being put through the ringer of nationalism, demands for self-expression of peoples who have been in empires or under monarchical rule, demands to redraw the map. The tremendous transformations of the Industrial Revolution meant that in the course of about a generation, you would have seen the world around you change in ways that made it entirely unfamiliar. You'd be able to travel across the landscape at speeds that had been unthinkable when you were a child. So it's enormous change and demands for yet more change. And so it's a great mix of ideas, ideologies, the old and the new, religious ideas, religious revivals, as well as demands for secularization. And stepping into all of this are Marx and Engels together in what has been called, I think with justice, one of the most important and influential intellectual partnerships of history. But they were very different. They were both German by origin. Marx had trained as an academic. He had married the daughter of a baron. Because of his radical ideas, he had foreclosed or just found himself cut off from a possible academic career and went the route of radical journalism. Engels was very different. Engels was the son of an industrialist, and the family owned factories in Germany and in England. So he was most definitely not a member of the proletariat that he and Marx were celebrating as so significant in their future historical role. There were also huge differences in character. Marx, when people met him, they were astonished by his energy, his guidance. They also saw him as a man who felt determined to dominate arguments. He wanted to win arguments and was not one to settle for compromise or a middle road. He was disorderly in his personal habits. We might mention, among other things, that he impregnated the family maid and didn't accept responsibility for the child. He was also not inclined to undertake regular employment in order to support his growing family. That's where Engels came. Engels essentially, from his family fortune, and then from his journalism afterwards, supported both himself and the Marx family for decades. And so in a sense, Engels made things happen. In the mysterious way that friendships works, the very differences between these men made them formidable as a dynamic duo because they balanced off one another's idiosyncrasies and turned what might have been faults into potential strengths. British historian H.A.P. Taylor always has a lovely turn of phrase, even when he's wrong about historical history. In this case, he was right. He said that Engels had charm and brilliance. Marx was the genius. And Engels saw himself as definitely a junior partner in this relationship. But here's the paradox. Without Engels, pretty clearly Marx would not have gone on to have the sort of lasting historical impact in the world of ideas that he had.
Just to throw in the mix, there's interesting characters swimming around. So you have Darwin. He has it's difficult to characterize the level of impact he had, even just in the religious context. It challenges our conception of who we are as humans. There's Nietzsche, who's also, I don't know, hanging around the area. On the Russian side, there's Dostoevsky. So it's interesting to ask, maybe, from your perspective, did these people interact in the space of ideas to where this is relevant to our discussion, or is this mostly isolated?
I think that it's part of a great conversation. Right? I think that in their works, they're reacting to one another. I mean, Dostoevsky's thought ranges across the condition of modernity, and he definitely has things to say about industrialization. I think that they react to one another in these oblique ways rather than always being at each other's throats in direct confrontations. And that's what makes the 19th century so compelling as a story, just because of the sheer vitality of the arguments that are taking place in ways big and small.
What we should say here, when you mentioned Karl Marx, maybe the color red comes up for people, and they think the Soviet Union, maybe China, but they don't think Germany necessarily. It's interesting that Germany is where communism was supposed to happen. That's right. So, can you maybe speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is definitely a factor in the entire history that we're referencing. Marx and Engels never really shed their identity as Germans. Many of their preconceptions, even those traces of nationalism that they had within themselves, even as they were condemning nationalism as a fraud against the working class, their entire formation had been affected by their German background. And it's very true, as you point out, that Germany is intended to be the place where these predictions will play out. And also in Britain, also in France, also eventually in the United States. But it's it's Germany by virtue of being its central location and then its rapid development later than Britain or France in industrialization, give it a special role in Marx's worldview. And so it's a lasting irony, or a central irony of this whole story, that when a government establishes itself that claims to be following Marx's prescriptions and realizing his vision, it happens in the wreckage of the Russian Empire, a place that did not match the requirements of being industrialized, developed, well on its way in this historical process. And nobody knew this better than the Bolsheviks. Lenin and his colleagues had a keen sense that what they were doing, exciting as it was a gamble. It was a risk because, in fact, the revolution to really take hold had to seize power in Germany. And that's why immediately after taking power, they're not sure they're going to last. Their hope, their promise of salvation is that a workers' revolution will erupt in Germany, defeated Germany, in order to link up with the one that has been launched in this unlikely Russian location, and henceforth, great things will follow that do hew to Marx's historical vision. The last thing to mention about this is that this predominance of Germany in the thinking of Marx had two other reflections. One was that German socialists and later communists organized in order to fulfill Marx's vision, and they produced something that leaves other Westerners in awe in the late 19th century, and that's the building of a strong German workers' movement and a social democratic party. That social democratic party, by 1912, is the largest party in German politics by vote, and there's the possibility they might even come to power without needing radical revolution, which, again, also goes against Marx's original vision of the necessity for a revolution. Workers around the world, or rather radical socialists, look with admiration and awe at what the Germans have achieved, and they see themselves as trying to do what the Germans have done. The final point is, growing up during the Cold War, one thought that, well, if you want to represent somebody as being a communist, that person has to have a Russian accent, because Russia, after all, the homeland of this form of government, the Soviet Union, that must be the point of origin. Before the Bolsheviks seized power, in order to really be a serious radical socialist, you needed to read German, because you needed to read Marx, and you needed to read Kautsky, and you needed to read Bernstein and other thinkers in this tradition. And it's only after the Soviet seizure of power that this all changed. So there's lots of Marx that,
which is why the clash between nationalism and communism in Germany is such a fascinating aspect of history and all the different trajectories it could take. And we'll talk about it. If we return to the 19th century, you said that Marx's chief rival was Russian anarchist Mikhail Bakunin, who famously said in 1942, "quote, the passion for destruction is also a creative passion." So, what kind of future did Bakunin envision?
Well, Bakunin, in some things, agreed with Marx, and in many others, disagreed. He was an anarchist rather than hewing to the sort of scheme of history that Marx was proposing. So he did see humanity as fighting a struggle for a better way of life. He envisioned, as your quote suggests, that revolution and sheer confrontation and overthrow of the existing state of things, not compromise, was going to be the way to get there. But his vision was very different. Rather than organizing conspiratorial and hierarchical political movement, Bakunin envisioned that the ties would be far looser, that both the revolutionary movement and the future state of humanity would grow out of a free association, anarchist thinking, the free association of individuals who rejected hierarchical thinking in their relations with one another, rejected the state as a form of organized violence, and rejected traditional religious ideas that he saw as buttressing hierarchies. So Bakunin is part of a broader movement of socialists and anarchists who are demanding change and envisioning really fundamental transformation, but his particular anarchist vision steers him into conflict with Marx. And he makes some prophetic remarks about the problems with the system that Marx is proposing. You should add to this that the very fact that Marx is a German by background and Bakunin is Russian kind of adds a further nationalist or element of ethnic difference there. Bakunin warned that a sort of creeping German authoritarianism might insinuate its way into a movement that hewed too closely to having hierarchies in the struggle to overthrow hierarchies. And his anarchist convictions are not in question here. They led him into conflict with Marx, and Marx railed against him, denounced him, and eventually had him expelled from the International. One of the things, though, that also makes Bakunin so significant is Bakunin is the first in a longer series of approaches between anarchists and communists where they try to make common causes. And you have to say that in every case it ends badly for the anarchists, because the communist vision in particular, especially in its Leninist version, argued for discipline and a tightly organized professional revolutionary movement. The anarchists who sought to make common cause with communists, whether it was in the days of the Russian Revolution or the Russian Civil War, or whether it was then in the Spanish Civil War, the anarchists found themselves targeted by communists precisely because of their skepticism about what turned out to be an absolutely key element in the Leninist prescription for a successful revolution.
We need to take that tangent a little bit. So I guess anarchists were less organized.
By definition.
Yeah. Why do you think anarchism hasn't been rigorously tried in the way that communism was? If we just take a complete sort of tangent, I mean, in one sense, we are living in an anarchy today because the nations are in an anarchic state with each other. But why do you think there's not been an anarchist revolution?
Well, I think that probably some anarchists would beg to differ. Right? They would see communes in Spain during the Spanish Civil War as an example of trying to put anarchist ideas into place. Bakunin, flitted from one area of unrest to another, hoping to be in on finally the founding of the sort of free communes that he had in mind. Another key point in all of this is that anarchy means something different to different people as a term. And so when you point out quite correctly that we have an anarchic international situation, that's kind of the Hobbesian model of the war of all against all, where man is a wolf to man. Generally, except if you're talking about nihilists in the Russian revolutionary tradition, anarchists see anarchy as a blessed state, and one where finally people will be freed from the distorting influence of hierarchies, traditional beliefs, subjugation, inequalities. But for them, anarchy, growing out of the liberation of the human being, is seen as a positive good and peaceful. Now, that's at odds with the prescription of someone like Bakunin for how to get there. He sees overthrow as being necessary on the route to that. But, as we point out, it's absolutely key to this entire dynamic that to be an anarchist means that your efforts are not going to be organized the way a disciplined and tightly organized revolutionary movement.
Yeah, it's an interesting stretch that a violent revolution will take us to a place of no violence or very little violence. It's a leap.
It's a leap, and it points to a phenomenon that would have enraged Marx and would have been deeply alienating to others who traditionally followed him, but that so many scholars have commented on, and that's that there is a religious element, not a avowed one, but a kind of hidden religious or secular religious element to Marx's vision, to the tradition that follows Marx. And just think of the correspondence, right? Marx himself as kind of positioning himself as a savior figure, whether that's a Prometheus or a Moses who will lead people to the promised land. The apocalypse of the end times is this final revolution that will usher in a blessed final state, a utopia, which is equivalent to a secular version of heaven. There's the working class playing the role of humanity in its struggle to be redeemed. And scholar after scholar has pointed this out. Reinhold Niebuhr, back in the 1930s, had an article in the Atlantic magazine that talked about the Soviet Union's communism as a religion. Erich Föderlin, a German-American scholar who fled the Nazis and relocated to Louisiana State University and wrote tomes about the new phenomenon of political religions in the modern period. And he saw fascism and Nazism and the Soviet communism as bearing the stamp of political religions, meaning ideologies that promised what an earlier age would have understood in religious terms. We're going to call this the eschaton. It said that these end times, the eschaton, was being promised in the here and now, being made imminent. And he warned against it, saying the results are likely to be disastrous.
So that's actually a disagreement with this idea that people sometimes say that the Soviet Union is an example of an atheistic society. So when you have atheism as the primary thing that underpins the society, this is what you get. So that's what you're saying is a kind of rejection of that, saying that there's a strong religious component to a communism.
A hidden component, one that's not officially recognized. I mean, I think that I had a chance to witness this actually. When I was a child, my family, I grew up in Chicago to a Lithuanian American family. And my father, who was a mathematician, got a very rare invitation to travel to Soviet Lithuania, to the University of Vilnius, to meet with colleagues. And at this point, journeys of more than a few days or a week were very rare for the Soviet Union for Americans. And the result was that I had unforgettable experiences visiting the Soviet Union in Brezhnev's day. And among the things I saw there was a museum of atheists that had been established in a church that had been ripped apart from inside and was meant to kind of embody the official stance of atheism. And I remember being baffled by the museum on the inside because you would expect exhibits, you would expect something dramatic, something that will be compelling. And instead, there was some folk art from the countryside showing bygone beliefs. There were some lithographs or engravings of the Spanish Inquisition and its horrors, and that was pretty much it. But as a child, I remember being reproved in that museum for not wearing my windbreaker, but instead carrying it on my arm, which was a very disrespectful thing to do in an official museum of atheism. When I was able to visit the Soviet Union later for a language course in the summer of 1989, one of the obligatory tours that we took was to file reverently past the body of Lenin outside the Kremlin in the mausoleum at Rothschild. And communist mummies, like those of Lenin, earlier Stalin had been there as well. Communist mummies like Mao or Ho Chi Minh really, I think, speak to a blending of earlier religious sensibilities, reverence for relics of great figures, almost saintly figures, so that even what got proclaimed as atheism turned out to be a very demanding faith as well. And I think that's a contradiction that other scholars have pointed out as well.
Yeah, it's a very complicated sort of discussion. When you remove religion as a big component of society, whether something like the framing of political ideologies in religious ways is the natural consequence of that.
You hear nature abhorring a vacuum. I think that there are places in human character that long for transcendental explanations. Right? That it's not all meaningless. In fact, there's a larger purpose, and I think it's not a coincidence that such a significant part of resistance to communist regimes has in part come from, on the one hand, religious believers, and on the other hand, from disillusioned true believers in communism who find themselves undergoing an internal experience of revulsion, finding that their ideals have not been followed through.
So this topic is one of several topics that you eloquently describe as contradictions within the ideas of Marx. So there is a kind of religious adherence versus also the rejection of religious dogma that he stood for. We've talked about some of the others, the tension between nationalism that emerged when it was implemented versus what communism is supposed to be, which is global, so globalism. Then there's the thing we started talking with is individualism. So, history is supposed to be defined by the large collection of humans, but there does seem to be these singular figures, including Marx himself, that are like really important. Geography of global versus restricted to certain countries, and tradition. If you're supposed to break with the past in communism, but then Marxism became one of the strongest traditions
That's
in
right.
history.
That's right. That's right. I think that that last one is especially significant because it's deeply paradoxical. I mean, trying to outline these contradictions, by the way, is like subjecting Marx to the sort of analysis that Marx subjected other people to, which is to point out internal contradictions, things that are likely to become pressure points or cracks that might open up in what's supposed to be a completely set and durable and effective framework. The one about tradition, Marx points out that the need for revolution is in order to break with the traditions that have hemmed people in. There's earlier ways of thinking, earlier social structures, and to constantly renovate. And what happens instead is a tradition of radical rupture emerges, and that's really tough. Because imagine the last stages of the Soviet Union, where keen observers can tell that there are problems that are building in society. There are discontents and demands that are going to clash, especially when someone like Gorbachev is proposing reforms and things are suddenly thrown open for discussion. The very notion that you have the celebration of revolutionaries and the Bolshevik legacy at a time when the state wants to enforce stability and an order that's been received from a prior generation, think of Brezhnev's time, for instance. All of that is an especially volatile mix and unlikely to work out very durably in the long run.
I would love to sort of talk about the works of Marx, the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital. What can we say that's interesting about the manifestation of his ideas on paper?
Well, the first thing to note, obviously, is that those two works are very different. Das Kapital is an enormous multi-volume work that Marx worked at and only got the first volume out because Engels begged him to stop revising. Please just finally get it into press. And then the rest, Engels had to actually reconstruct out of notes after Marx passed away. It's a huge work. By contrast, the Communist Manifesto is a brief pamphlet that ended up affecting the lives of many millions worldwide, in spite of its comparative brevity. The Communist Manifesto, moreover, is also something of the nature of having a delayed fuse, you could say, because when it first appears amid the revolutions of 1848 that sweep across Europe, the work is contrary to what people often believe. That pamphlet did not cause the revolutions of 1848, many of which had national or liberal demands. The voice of Marx and Engels was barely to be heard over the din of other far more prominent actors. It is, however, in the aftermath that this work takes on tremendous significance and becomes popularly read and popularly distributed. It's especially the episode, the bloody episode of the Paris Commune in 1871, which comes to be identified with Marx, even though it was not purely inspired by Marx alone, nor were all of the communards devoted Marxists. It's the identification of this famous or infamous episode in urban upheaval that really leads to worldwide notoriety for Marx and attention to those works. And they're very different in form. Das Kapital is intended to be the origin of species of its realm of economic thought and represents years and years of work of Marx laboring in the British Museum Library, working through statistics, working on little bits and pieces of a larger answer to big historical questions that he believes that he's arrived at. Its tone is different from that of the Communist Manifesto, which is a call to arms. It announces with great confidence what the scheme of history will be, but rather than urging that the answer might be passivity and just waiting for history to play out in its preordained way, it's also a clarion call to make the revolution happen. And is intended to be a pragmatic, practical statement of how this is going to play out. And starts in part with those ringing words about ghost or a specter haunting Europe, the specter of communism, which wasn't true at the time, but decades later, most definitely is.
Is there something we could say about the difference between Marxian economics and Marxist political ideology? So the political side of things and the economics side of things.
So I think that Marx would probably have responded that, in fact, those things are indivisible. If the analysis, as sort of purely theoretical, is certainly can be performed on any economic reality you care to mention, but the imperatives that grow out of that economic analysis are political. Marx and Engels emphasize the unity of theory and practice. So it's not enough to dispassionately analyze. It's a call to action as well. Because if you've delivered the answer to how history evolves and changes, it obligates you, right? It demands certain action. You sometimes hear from undergraduates that they've heard from their high school history teachers that Marxism was just a theoretical construct, that was the idle production of a philosopher who was not connected to the world and was never meant to be tried in practice. Marx would have been furious to hear this, and it's almost heroically wrong as a historical statement, because Marx insisted that all previous philosophers have theorized about reality. What now is really necessary is to change it. So you could say that in the abstract, a Marxist economist can certainly use Marx's theoretical framework to compare to a given economic reality. But Marx would have seen that as incomplete and as deeply unsatisfactory. There's kind of a footnote to all of this, which is that even though Marxist dialectical materialism grounds itself in these economic realities, and the political prescription is supposed to flow from economic realities and be inevitably growing out of them. In the real history of communist regimes, you've actually seen periods where the economics becomes detached from the politics. And I'm thinking in particular of the new economic period, early in the history of the Soviet Union, when Lenin realizes that the economy is so far gone that you need to reintroduce or allow in a limited way some elements of private enterprise just to start getting Russia back on course in order to have the accumulation of surplus that will be necessary to build the project at all. And that's, there are many Bolsheviks who see the new economic program as a new economic policy as a terrible compromise and a betrayal of their ideas. But it's seen as necessary for a short while, and then Stalin will wreck it entirely. Or consider, for that matter, China today, where you have a dominant political class, the Communist Party of China, which is allowing economic development and private enterprise as long as it retains political control. So some of these elements already represent divergences from what Marx would have expected. And this points to a really key problem, a question with all of the history of communism. It has to do with it being a tradition in spite of itself. And that could be expressed in the following way. An original set of ideas is going to evolve. It's going to change because circumstances change. What elaborations of any doctrine, whether it's communism or a religious doctrine or any political ideology, what elaborations are natural stages in the evolution of any living set of ideas? Or when you reach the point where some shift or some adaptation is so radically different that it actually breaks with the tradition. And that's an insoluble problem. You probably have to take it on a case-by-case basis. It speaks to issues like the question that gets raised today: is China, in a meaningful sense, a communist country anymore? And there's a diversity of opinion on this. Or if you're looking at the history of communism and you look at North Korea, which now is on its third installment of a dynastic leader from the same family who rules like a god king over a regime that calls itself communist. Is that still a form of communism? Is it an evolution of? Is it a complete reversal of? I tend to want to take an anthropological perspective in the history of communism and to take very seriously those people who avow that they are communists. This is the project that they have underway. And then, after hearing that avowal, I think as an historian, you have to say, well, let's look at the details. Let's see what changes have been made, what continuities might still exist, whether there's a larger pattern to be discerned here. So it's a very, very complicated history.
Let's step back to the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, and let's steelman the case for communism. Let's put ourselves in the shoes of the people there, not in this way we're going to look back at what happened in the 20th century. Why was this such a compelling notion for millions of people? Can we make the case for it?
Well, clearly it was a compelling case for millions. And part of this story has to do with, overall, has to do with the faith, conviction, stories of people sacrificing themselves as well as their countrymen in a cause that they believed was not just legitimate, but demanded their total obedience. I think that throughout the early part of the 20th century, late 19th century, early part of the 20th century, so much of the compelling case for communism came from the confidence that people in the West more generally placed in science. The notion that science is answering problems. Science is giving us solutions to how the world around us works, how the world around us can be improved. Some varieties of that, watch the quotation mark, science, were crazy, right? Like chronology, so-called scientific racism that tried to divide humanity up into discrete blocks and to manipulate them in ways that were allegedly scientific or rational. So there were horrors that followed from those invocations of science. But its prestige was enormous. And that in part had to do with the lessening grip of religious ideas on intellectual elites. More generally, processes of secularization, not total secularization, but processes of secularization in Western industrial societies. And the sense that here's a doctrine that will allow escape from wars brought on by capitalist competition, poverty and economic cycles and depressions brought on by capitalist competition, the inequalities of societies that remain hierarchical and class-based, and this claim to being cutting-edge science, I think, allows people like Lenin to derive immense confidence in the prescription that they have for the future. And that paradoxically, the confidence that you have in broad strokes, the right set of answers for how to get to the future, also allows you to take huge liberties with the tactics and the strategies that you follow as the ultimate goal remains the one sketched by this master plan. So, ultimately, some of the predictions of someone like Lenin, that once society has reached that stage of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the notion that governments will essentially be able to run themselves. The model he had in mind, oddly enough, was Swiss post office. Being in Swiss exile must have impressed him so much with the orderliness and the sheer discipline and rationality of a Swiss post office. He thought, why can't you organize governments like this, where you don't need political leaders, you don't need grand visions, you have procedures, you have bureaucracy, which does its job in a way that's not alienating, but simply produces the greatest good. When you think of the experiences of bureaucracy in the 20th century, one's hair stands on end. to have the comparative naivete on display with a prediction like that, but it derives from that confidence that it's all going to be okay because we understand, we have the key, we have the plan to how to arrive at this final configuration of humanity.
Yeah, the certainty of science, in quotes, and the goal of utopia gets you in trouble. But also, just on the human level, from a working class person perspective. In the Industrial Revolution, you see the growing inequality, wealth inequality. And there is a kind of, you see people getting wealthy, and combined with the fact that life is difficult, life in general, life is suffering for many, for most, for all, if you listen to some philosophers. And there is kind of a powerful idea in that the man is exploiting these. And that's a populist message that a lot of people resonate with because to a degree is true in every system. And so before you kind of know how these economic and political ideas manifest themselves, it is really powerful to say, here, beyond the horizon, there's a world where the rich man will not exploit my hard work anymore. And I think that's a really powerful idea.
It is. I mean, at the same time, though, it kind of points to a further problem, and that's the identity of the revolutionaries. It turns out that many of these revolutionary movements and then the founding elites of communist countries in the aftermath of the Soviet seizure of power turned out to be something quite different from people who have spent their lives in factories experiencing the Industrial Revolution firsthand. There's a special role here for intellectuals. When Marx and Engels write into the Communist Manifesto the notion that certain exceptional individuals can rise above their class origins in a way other people can't and transcend their earlier role, their materially determined role, in order to gain a perspective on the historical process as a whole and ally themselves with the working class in its struggle for communism. This sort of special role they carved out for themselves is enormously appealing for intellectuals, because any celebration of intellectuals as world movers appeal to them. That gap, that frequent reality of not being in touch with the very classes that the communists are aiming to represent is a very frequent theme in this story. It also speaks to a crucial part of the story, which is the breaking apart or the civil war, the war of brother against brother, the fraternal struggle that splits socialism and splits followers of Marx. And that's in the aftermath of the First World War in particular, or during this traumatic experience, the way in which Lenin encourages the foundations of radical parties that will break with social democracy of the sort that had been elaborated, especially in places like Germany, scorning their moderation and instead announcing a new dispensation, which was the Leninist conception of a disciplined, hardcore, professional revolutionaries who will act in ways that a mere trade union movement couldn't. And what this speaks to is, a fundamental tension in radical movements, because left to their own devices, Lenin announces, workers tend to focus on their reality, their family, their workplace, want better working conditions, unionize, and then aim to negotiate with employers or to agitate for reforms on the part of the state to improve their living conditions. And then they're happy for the advances that they have won. And for Lenin, that's not enough, because that's a half measure. That's the sort of thing that leads you into an accommodation with the system rather than the overthrow of the system. So there's a constant tension in this regard that plays itself out over the long term.
Let's go to Lenin and the Russian Revolution. How did communism come to power in the Soviet Union?
It came to power as a result of stepping into a power vacuum. And the power vacuum was created by the First World War, and it's the effect that it had was a total unprecedented pressure placed on a regime that in many ways was a traditional feudal monarchy, only experiencing the beginnings of the modernization that the rest of Europe had undergone. Uh, for this reason, communism comes to power in a place that Marx probably wouldn't have expected, in the wreckage of the Russian Empire. Lenin is absolutely vital to this equation because he's the one who presses the process forward. Ironically, um, given the claim of communist leaders to having the key to history, just a few months previous, in exile in Switzerland, Lenin had been despairing, been convinced that he may not even live to see the advent of that day. But then, when revolution does break out in the Russian Empire in February of 1917, Lenin is absolutely frantic to get back. And when he does get back, as a result of a deal that is negotiated with the German high command, a step that they'll later live very much to regret, he's able to get back and to go into action and to press for nothing less than the seizure of power that brings his Bolshevik faction, the radical wing of the socialist movement, to power and then to build the Soviet Union.
So even he was surprised how effective and how fast the revolution happened.
He was, although I think that he would have agreed that what was necessary was a cataclysm on the scale of the First World War to make this happen. The First World War shatters so many of the certainties of the 19th century. We talked about as a dynamic period with argument between ideologies. It scrambles all sorts of earlier debates. It renegotiates the status of the individual versus an all-powerful state and claims of the state, because to win or even just to survive in World War I, you need to centralize, and to put everything onto an authoritarian wartime footing in country after country. So Lenin earlier had already articulated the possibility that this might happen by talking about how the entire globe already was connected. And there's a chain of capitalist development that is connecting different countries so that the weakest link in the chain, if it breaks, if it pops open, it might actually inaugurate much bigger processes and start the chain reaction. And that's what he intended to do and has the chance to do in the course of 1917. Incidentally, just to get a sense of the sheer chaos and the human, on an individual human level, what the absence of established authority meant. There's few works of literature that are as powerful as Boris Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago for giving just the whole suite of contending forces in a power vacuum. It's an amazing testimony to that time and place.
So you said the Bolsheviks saw violence and terror as necessary. Can you just speak to this aspect of their, because they took power, and so this was a part of the way they saw the world.
Right, and it had antecedents. Even though Lenin and his colleagues are competing amongst each other for the title of most faithful disciple of Marx, and most true to the received theory in practice, there's other influences, earlier influences that operate in the Russian context that were not operative, let's say, in the German context. And here you have to step back and think about the nature of Tsarism, which had maintained still into the 20th century the notion of a divine right to rule, that God had ordained the Tsarist system and its hierarchies, and that to question these was sinful and politically not advisable. And the restrictive nature of Russian society at this point is dominated by the Tsarist establishment. Its harshness, its reactionary nature meant that people who in another country might have been reformers could instead very easily be provoked into becoming revolutionaries. And Lenin is a perfect example of this because his older brother was executed as a result of being in a radical revolutionary movement that was who was arrested and executed for association with terrorism. And earlier generations of Russian radicals had founded populist groups that would aim to engage in terrorism and resistance against the Tsarist regime. And this included people who called themselves nihilists. These nihilists were materialists who saw themselves ushering in a new age by absolute rejection of earlier religious traditions and aiming for material answers to the challenges of the day. Among them was Nikolai Chernyshevsky, who wrote what's been called the worst book ever written. It was, in fact, one of Lenin's favorite books. In Russian, it's Что делать. In English, it gets translated, What is to be done? And it's a utopian novel about revolutionaries and how revolutionaries should act with one another in open ways, new ways, non-traditional ways, in order to help usher in the coming revolution. Lenin loved the work and said it had the great merit of showing you how to be a revolutionary. So there's the Marxist influence, and then there's Russian populist nihilist influence, which is also a very live current in Lenin's thinking. And when you add these things together, you get an explosive mix. Because Lenin, as a result and part of this family trauma of his brother, becomes a absolutely irreconcilable enemy of the Tsarist regime and sets about turning himself into what you might call a guided missile for revolution. He turns himself into a machine to produce revolutionary change. And I mean that with little hyperbole. Lenin at one point shared with friends that he loved listening to music, but he tried not to listen to beautiful music like Beethoven because it made him feel gentle. What the revolution demanded was realism, hardness, absolute steely resolve. So Lenin worries even the fellow revolutionaries by the intensity of his single-minded focus to revolution. He spends his days thinking about the revolution, probably dreamt about the revolution, and so 24/7 is an existence where he's paired off other human elements quite deliberately in order to turn himself into an effective instigator of revolution. So when the opportunity comes in 1917, he's primed and ready for that role.
It's interesting that nihilism, Russian nihilism, had an impact on Lenin. And traditionally, nihilist philosophy rejects all sorts of traditional morality. It's a kind of cynical, dark view. Where's the light?
The light is science. Light is science and materialism. The nihilists, some of them did a very bad job of hiding their political beliefs because they were famous for wearing blue-tinted spectacles, kind of the sunglasses of the late 19th century, as a way of shielding their eyes from light, but also having a dispassionate and realistic view of reality outside. So nihilists, as the name would suggest, do reject all prior certainties. But they make an exception for science and see that as the possibility for founding an entirely new mode of existence.
For most people, I think nihilism is introduced in a brilliant philosophical work. I don't know if you're familiar with it, by the name of The Big Lebowski. Nihilists appear there. And I think they summarize the nihilist tradition quite well. But it is indeed fascinating. And also it is fascinating that Lenin, and I'm sure this influenced Stalin as well, that hardness was a necessary human characteristics to take the revolution to its end.
That's right. That's right. So prior generations of nihilists or populists had resembled Lenin's single-mindedness by being, by arguing that one needed total devotion for this. This was, if to play this role in society, it was not enough to be somewhat committed. Total commitment. And the other theme that's at work here, obviously, is if we consider Lenin affected by Marxist ideas and the homegrown Russian revolutionary tradition that predates the arrival of Marxist socialism in Russia, it's the theme of needing to adapt to local conditions. So Marxism or communism in Vietnam or in Cuba or in Cambodia or in Russia will be very different in its local adaptations and local themes and resonance than it was in Germany, where Marx would have expected all of this done for.
So let's talk about Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin, this little interplay that eventually led to Stalin accumulating, grabbing, and taking a hold of power. What was that process like?
So Lenin's supreme confidence leads the party through some really difficult steps. That involves things like signing the humiliating treaty with the Germans, Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, where critics of the Bolsheviks said that no one who loved their country would have agreed to a so draconian, so harsh a settlement that saw the peeling off of large territories that belonged to the Russian Empire. Lenin is willing to undertake this because it's the larger prize. He even says that he's not going to bother to read the treaty because shortly that treaty is going to be a dead letter. His expectation is revolution is going to break out everywhere, especially after we've raised the standard, first of all, in the wreckage of the Russian Empire.
And we should probably say that that treaty, to some small degree, maybe you can elaborate now or later, lays the groundwork for World War II, because resentment is a thing that with time can lead to just extreme levels of destruction.
Right. For German sensibilities, for German nationalists, that treaty meant that Germany had essentially won World War. And only a turn of events that many of them couldn't even follow or conceive of, the arrival of American troops, the tipping of the balance in the West, led to that reversal. And one of the many scholars and contemporaries pointed out that Germany, between the wars, was full of people who were convinced that Germany had actually not lost the war. However, that victory of theirs was defined. So most definitely that groundwork is laid. And incidentally, this is something we can talk about later. World War I and World War II have a lot of linkages like that. And as time goes by, I think historians are going to focus on those linkages even more. But Lenin also, in his leadership against the odds, leads the Bolsheviks to power in the Russian Civil War, where most betting people would have given them very slight odds of even surviving, given how many enemies they faced off against. Lenin's insistence upon discipline and upon good organization allowed the Bolsheviks to emerge as the winners. And yet, a great disappointment. Lenin, as we said, had expected that revolution will break out soon everywhere, and all it will be necessary for the Bolsheviks to do, having given the lead, is to link up with others. And so he considered that what would be established would be a red bridge between a communist Russia and, once Germany inevitably plunged ahead into its revolutionary transformation, for communist Germany. That doesn't end up happening. On the contrary, what happens in Germany is a out-and-out shooting war between different kinds of socialists. When Germany establishes a democracy that later goes by the name of the Weimar Republic, the government is a government of social democrats, moderate social democrats, who are fearful of what they see as Russian conditions of disorder, and who are not necessarily in sympathy with the Leninist vision of tightly organized authoritarian rule. So communists who revolt in Germany are brutally suppressed by mercenaries hardened front fighters and nationalist radicals hired by the German socialist government. And the result is a wound that just won't heal in the German socialist movement as a result of this fratricide. It frustrates Lenin's ambitions. So too is the fact that Poland, rather than going Bolshevik, resists attempts by the Bolsheviks to move forward and connect up with Germany. The Poles, yet again, play a tremendously important historical role in changing the expected course of historical events. It's in the aftermath of these unexpected turns that Lenin and his colleagues realize that they're in this for the long haul. It's necessary to wait longer. They don't lose hope in, or confidence, you might say, in the eventual coming of international workers' revolution, but it's been deferred. It's been put off. So the question then arises: what do you build within a state that's established called the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, or the Soviet Union? Lenin, as a result of an assassination attempt, is deeply affected in his health, and would have loved to continue for years longer to steer the regime, but he's sidelined because of his declining health. And there emerges a contest between a very charismatic leader, Trotsky, on the one hand, who is an amazing orator, who is an intellectual, who has traveled widely in the world, who has seen much of the world, and who is a brilliant writer, a far-ranging intellect, and is seen as extremely radical because of his demand for permanent revolution, the acceleration of revolutionary processes to drive history forward, to strike while the iron is hot. And on the other hand, is an extremely unlikely contender for power. That's a man who's probably the antithesis of charisma, if you were to meet him in person. A guy with a squeaky, somewhat high-pitched voice, not well suited to revolutionary oratory. His face pockmarked with the scars of youthful illness, and who, moreover, doesn't speak fine, sophisticated Russian, but speaks a Russian heavily inflected with a Georgian accent from that part of the Russian Empire which he came, and that was Stalin. And I know that you already have a marvelous interview with Stephen Kotkin, the brilliant biographer of Stalin, who has so many insights on that subject. The one thing that even after reading about Stalin, that never ceases to surprise me, even in retrospect, is that Stalin gains a reputation not as a fiery radical, but as a moderate, a man who's a conciliator, someone who's calm when others are excited, someone who is able, because of his organizational skills, to resolve merely theoretical disputes with practical solutions. Now, to fully take this aboard, we have to unknow what we know from our vantage point about Stalin's leadership, Stalin's brutality in eliminating his opposition, the cult of personality that, against all odds, got built up around Stalin so successfully, and the absolute dominant role that led him later to be described as Genghis Khan with a telephone, a brutal dictator with ancient barbarism allied to the use of modern technology. While Trotsky is delivering stirring speeches and theorizing, Stalin works behind the scenes to control personnel decisions in the Bolshevik movement and in the state. And, it's a cliche because it's true that personnel is policy. Trotsky is increasingly sidelined and then demonized and eventually expelled from the Soviet Union and later murdered in Mexico City. For Stalin, eliminating his enemies turned out to be the solution.
So from that perspective, there's a lot of fascinating things here. So one is that you can have a wolf, a brutal dictator in moderate clothing. So just because somebody presents as moderate doesn't mean they can't be one of the most destructive, the most destructive humans in history. The other aspect is using propaganda, you can construct an image of a person, even though they're uncharismatic, not attractive, their voice is no good, all of those aspects, you can still have uh, there's still to this day a very large number of people that see him as a religious type of godlike figure. So the power of propaganda there.
Maybe we call that curating the image.
Curating the image, but the extent to which you can do that effectively is quite incredible. So in that way, also, Stalin is a study of the power of propaganda. Can we just talk about the ways that the power vacuum is filled by Stalin, how that manifests itself? Perhaps one angle we can take is how was the secret police used? How did power manifest itself under Stalin?
Well, before getting to the secret police, I would just want to add the other crucial element, which is Lenin's patronage. Stalin doesn't, draw his way into the Bolshevik party and dominate. He's co-opted and promoted to positions of importance by Lenin, who sees him as a somewhat rough around the edges, not very sophisticated, much less cosmopolitan than other Bolsheviks, but dependable, reliable, and committed revolutionary. So I think that one of the things that's emerged, especially after archives opened up with the fall of the Soviet Union, and we were able to read more and more of the communications of Lenin, is that it's not the case that we're talking here about a unconnected series of careers. Rather, there are connections to be made. It's true that towards the end of his life, Lenin came to be worried by complaints about Stalin's rudeness towards fellow Bolsheviks, and in his testament, he warned against Stalin's testimonies. Lenin fundamentally saw himself as irreplaceable, and so that doesn't really help in the succession struggle, right? Stalin is able to rely on a secret police apparatus that had been built up under Lenin. And it's very early in the foundation of the Soviet state that the Cheka, or the Extraordinary Commission, is established as a secret police to terrify the enemies, beat down the opponents of the regime, and to keep an eye on society more generally. The person who's chosen for that task also is an anomaly among Bolsheviks. That is a man of Polish aristocratic background, Felix Dzerzhinsky, who comes to be known by the nickname Iron Felix. Here's a man about whom a cult of personality also is created. Dzerzhinsky is celebrated in the Soviet period as the model of someone who's harsh but fair, an executioner but with a heart of gold, somebody who loves children, somebody who has a tender heart but forces himself to be steely-willed against the opponents of the ideological project of the Bolsheviks. Dzerzhinsky is succeeded by figures who will be absolutely instrumental to Stalin's exercise of power. And they're not immune. Stalin, in his purges, takes care also to purge the secret police as a way of finding others on whom to deflect blame for earlier atrocities, and to produce a situation where even committed Bolsheviks are uncertain what's going to happen next, and feel their own position to be precarious. I mean, incidentally, there are other influences that probably are brought to bear here as well. It gets said about Stalin that he used to spend a lot of time flipping through Machiavelli's The Prince. And it seems that Stalin's personal copy of The Prince, nobody knows where that is, if it still exists. But historians have found annotations in works by Lenin that Stalin, who was a voracious reader, as it turns out, made in the back of one of the books, which sounds almost like a commentary on Machiavelli's almost but not quite suggestion that the ends justify the means. Stalin's own writing says that if someone is strong, active, and intelligent, even if they do things that other people condemn, they're still a good person. And so Stalin's self-conception of himself is someone who, along these lines, in line with Lenin's emphasis on practical results and discipline, somebody who gets things done, that's the crucial ethical standard. And it ultimately, in criticism by later dissidents of Bolshevik morality, this question of what is the ethical standard, what is the ethical law, will bring this question into focus, because and this goes back to Marx as well, incidentally, the notion that any ethical system, any notion of right or wrong, is purely a product of class identity, because every class produces its distinctive ideas, its distinctive religion, its distinctive art forms, its distinctive styles, means that with no one transcendent or absolute morality, it's all up for grabs. And then it's a question of power, and the exercise of power with no limits, untrammeled by any laws whatsoever. Dictatorship in its purest form, something that Lenin had avowed, and then Stalin comes to practice even more fully.
Not that it's possible to look deep into a person's heart, but if you look at Trotsky, you could say that he probably believed deeply in Marxism, obviously. Probably the same with Lenin. What do you think Stalin believed? Was he a believer? Was he a pragmatist that used communism as a way to gain power, as ideology, as part of propaganda? Or did he, in his own private moments, deeply believe in this utopia?
That's an excellent question. You're quite right. I mean, we cannot peer into the inmost recesses of somebody's being and know for sure. My intuition, though, is that this may be a false alternative, a false dichotomy. It's natural enough to see somebody who does monstrous things to say, well, this ideology is being used as a cover. But I think that my suspicion is that these were actually perfectly compatible in his historical role. The notion that there's an ideology that gives you a master plan for how history is going to develop, and your own power, the increase of that power to unprecedented proportions, your ability to torment even your own faithful followers in order just to see them squirm, which Stalin was famous for, to keep people unsettled. To me, it seems that for some people, those might not actually be opposed, but might even be mutually reinforced, which is a very scary.
It's terrifying, but it's really important to understand. If we look at when Stalin takes power, at some of the policies, the collectivization of agriculture, why do you think that failed so catastrophically, especially in the 1930s with Ukraine and Holodomor?
I think that the short answer is that the Bolsheviks in particular, but also communists more generally, have had a very conflicted relationship with agriculture. Agriculture as a very vital, obviously, but also very traditional and old form of human activity, has about it all of the smell of tradition and other problematic factors as well. In a place like Russia, or the Russian Empire, peasants throughout history for centuries had wanted one thing, and that was to be left alone to farm their own land. That's their utopia. And that, for someone like Marx, who had a vision of historical development and transcendence and progress as being absolutely key, does not mesh at all with that vision. For that reason, when Marx comes up with this tableau, this tremendous display of historical transformation taking place over centuries and headed towards the final utopia, the role of farmers there is negligible. Peasants get called conservative and dull as sacks of potatoes in Marx's historical vision, because they're limited in their horizon. They farm their land, their plot, and don't have greater revolutionary goals beyond working the land and having it free and clear. By contrast, industrialization, that's progress. And images that today would be deeply disturbing to an environmentalist sensibility. Smokestacks, belching smoke, the byproducts of industry, a landscape transformed by the factory model. That's what Marx and then later the Bolsheviks had in mind. Similarly, the goal, even as articulated in Marx's writings, is to put agriculture and farming on a factory model so that you won't need to deal with this traditional role of the independent farmer or the peasant. Instead, you'll have people who benefit from progress, benefit from rationalization by working factory farms. So in approaching the question of collectivization, you have to keep in mind that for Stalin and his comrades, who are bound and determined to drag Russia kicking and screaming into the modern age and not to allow it to be beaten because of its backwardness, as Stalin puts it, traditional forms of agriculture are not what they have in mind. And in their rank of desired outcomes, industrialization, especially massive heavy industry, is the sine qua non. That's their envisioned future. Agriculture rates below. So in that case, the crucial significance of collectivization is to get a handle on the food situation in order to make it predictable and not to find oneself in another crisis like during the Civil War, when the cities are starving, industry is robbed of labor, and the factories are at a standstill. So this is really the core approach to collectivization, to put the productive capacities of the farmers in a regimented way, in a state-controlled way, under the control of the state. This produces vast human suffering because for the farmers, their plot of land that they thought they had gained as a result of the revolution is now taken away. They no longer have the same incentives they had before to be successful farmers. In fact, if you're a successful farmer and maybe have a cow as opposed to your neighbors who have no cow, you're defamed and denounced as a kulak, a tight-fisted exploiter, even though you might be helping to develop agriculture in the region that you're from. So the result is human tragedy on a vast scale, and allied to that, incidentally, is Stalin's sense that this is a chance to also target people who are opposed to the Bolshevik regime for other reasons, whether it's because of their Ukrainian identity, whether it's because of a desire to a different nationalist project. So for Stalin, there are many motives that roll into collectivization. And the final thing to be said is you're quite right that collectivization proves to be a failure because the Soviet Union never finally gets a grasp on the problems of agricultural production. By the end of the Soviet Union, they're importing grain from the West in spite of having some of tremendously rich farmland to be found worldwide. And the reason for that had to do in part, I think, with the incentives that have been taken away. Prosperous individual farmers have a motive for working their land and maximizing production. By contrast, if you are an employee of a factory-style agricultural enterprise, the incentives run in very different directions. So the joke that was common for decades in the Soviet Union and other communist countries with similar systems was we pretend to work and they pretend to pay us. So even labor, which is rhetorically suspected and valorized, in practice is rewarded with very slim rewards. And last point, immobility. The collectivization reduces the mobility of the peasants who are not allowed because of eternal passports to move to the cities unless they have permission. They're locked in place. I got to say, at the time and afterwards, that looked a lot like feudalism or neo-feudalism in terms of the restrictions on workers in the countryside.
It is a terrifying, horrific, fascinating study of how the ideal, meaning reality, fails. So the idea here is to make agriculture more efficient, to be more productive, so the industrialized model. But the implementation through collectivization had all the elements that you mentioned that contended with human nature. So first with the kulaks, so that successful farmers were punished. And so then the incentive is not just not to be a successful farmer, but to like hide. Added to that, there's a growing quota that everybody's supposed to deliver on, that nobody can deliver on. And so now, because you can't deliver on that quota, you're basically exporting all your food, and you can't even feed yourself. And then you suffer more and more and more, and there's a vicious downward spiral of like you can't possibly produce that. Now there's another human incentive where you're gonna lie. Everybody lies on the data, and so even Stalin himself, probably as evil or incompetent as he may be, he was not even getting good data about what's even happening. Even if he wanted to stop the vicious downward cycle, which he certainly didn't, but he wouldn't be even able to. So there's all these like dark consequences of what on paper seems like a good idea. And it's a fascinating study of like things on paper.
Yes, that's right.
When implemented, can go really, really.
That's right. And the outcome here is a horrific man-made famine. It's not a natural disaster, not bad harvest, but a man-made famine as a result of then the compulsion that's used by the Soviet state to extract those resources, cordoning off the area, not allowing starving people to escape. You put very well some of the implications of this case study and how things look in the abstract versus in practice. And those phenomena are going to haunt the rest of the experience of the Soviet Union. The whole notion that up and down the chain of command, everybody is falsifying or tinkering with or prettifying the statistics or their reports in order not to look bad and not to have vengeance visited upon them, reaches the point where nobody, in spite of the pretense of comprehensive knowledge, right? There's a state planning agency that creates 5-year plans for the economy as a whole, and which is supposed to have accurate statistics. All of this is founded upon a foundation of saying that's inadvertent. That's not an intended side effect. But what you describe as in terms of the internal dynamics of fostering conflict in a rural society was absolutely not inadvertent. That was deliberate. The doctrine was you bring civil war. Now, had there been social tensions before? Of course there have. Had there been envies? Had there been differentiations in wealth or status? Of course there have been. But a deliberate plan to bring class conflict and bring civil war and then heighten in the countryside does damage, and not least of that is this phenomenon of a negative selection. Those who have most enterprise, those who are most entrepreneurial, those who have most self-discipline, and those who are best organized will be winnowed again and again and again, sending the message that mediocrity is comparatively much safer than talent. And this pattern, incidentally, gets transposed in tremendously harrowing ways also to the entire group of Russian intelligentsia and intellectuals of other peoples who are in the Soviet Union. They discover similarly that to be independent, to have a voice which is not compliant carries with it tremendous penalties, especially in Stalin's reign.
Again, a difficult question about the psychology of one human being. But to what degree do you think Stalin was deliberately punishing the farmers and the Ukrainian farmers? And to what degree was he looking the other way and allowing the large-scale incompetence, the horrific incompetence of the collectivization of agriculture that happened?
Well, I think there's both things, right? I mean, there were not only sins of omission, but also sins of commission. Incidentally, one should add, I don't think for Stalin it was personal. These are people who are very remote from him, never coming into contact with the people who are suffering in this way. Attributed to him is the quote that one death is a tragedy, a million deaths is a statistic. I think he, in action, certainly acted in a way that would vindicate that. But the process of collectivization was not just a bureaucratic snafu following a bureaucratic snafu. There was the mobilization of communist youth, of military, of party activists to go into the regions and to search for hidden food, to extract the food where it could be found. And we have testimony to this in the case of people who later became dissidents, like Lev Kopelev, who wrote in his memoirs about how he was among those who were sent in to enact these policies. And he saw families with the last food being taken away, even as signs of starvation were visible already in the present. And yet he did not go mad. He didn't kill himself. He didn't fall into despair because he believed. Because he had been taught and believed, at least then, that this was justified. This was a larger historical process, and a greater good would result even from these enormities. So I think that this was quite deliberate.
Following this, as you mentioned, there was the process of the Great Terror, where the intellectuals, where the Communist Party officials, the military officers, the bureaucrats, everybody. 750,000 people were executed, and over 1 million people were sent to the Gulag. What can you say by way of wisdom from this process of the Great Terror that Stalin implemented from 36 to 38?
Well, the terror had a variety of victims. There were people who were true believers and who were Bolsheviks, who were especially targeted by Stalin because he aimed to revenge himself for all the sort of condescension that he'd experienced in that movement before, and also to eliminate rivals, potential rival power centers, and members of their families. And then there were people who simply got caught up in a process whereby the repressive organs in the provinces were sent quotas. You have to achieve your quota, and maybe even better yet, overachieve your quota, overperform. That would be the key to success in rising in the bureaucracy of the ages of terror. What's so horrifying is the way in which a whole society stood paralyzed in this process, and how neighbors would be taken away in the middle of the night, and people would be wary of talking. Resistance, at least in these urban centers, was entirely paralyzed by fear when, if one had somehow found a way to mobilize, somehow a way to resist the process, the results might have been different. There's an astonishing book. I mean, there are so many great books that have come out quite recently, even on these topics. Orlando Figes has an amazing book called The Whisperers that traces several families' history in the Stalin period. And it's a testimony to how a whole society and some of its most intelligent people got winnowed again and again and again in that process of negative selection we talked about. the lasting dislocation of scars that this left, and the way in which people were not able to talk about these things in public, because that would put you next on the list, suspected of having less than total devotion to the state. I think one of the things that also is so terrifying about the entire process is even total devotion wasn't enough. The process took on a life of its own, and I think that it might even have surprised Stalin in some ways, not enough to short circuit the process, but the notion where people were invited to denounce neighbors, coworkers, maybe even family members, meant that ever larger groups of people would be brought into the orbit of the secret police, tortured in order to produce confessions. Those confessions then would lead to more lists of suspects, of people who had to be investigated and either executed or sent to the gulags. The uncertainty that this produced was enormous. Even loyalty was not enough to save people. The stories, Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago is full of stories of dedicated communists who find themselves in the Gulag and are sure that some mistake is. And if only Comrade Stalin would hear about the terrible thing that has happened to them, surely it would be corrected. And nothing like this would have. Everyone else, by contrast, accused of terrible crimes, there must be some truth. So, talk about ways of disaggregating society, ways of breaking down bonds of trust. This left lasting traces on an entire society that endured to this very day.
Yeah, they're, again, a fascinating study of human nature. There essentially was an emergent quota of confessions of treason. So, like, even though the whole society was terrified and were through terror loyal, there still needed to be a lot of confessions of people being disloyal. So you're just making shit up now. Like, at a mass scale, stuff is being made up. And it's also the machine of the secret police starts eating itself, because you want to be confessing on your loss, on your, it's this weird, dark, dynamic system where human nature is just is worst.
Absolutely.
Why, if we look at this deep discussion we had about Marxism, to what degree can we understand from that lens why the implementation of communism in the Soviet Union failed in such a dark way, both on the economic system with agriculture and industrialization, and on the human way with just violation of every possible human right, and the torture and the suffering and gulags and all of this?
Well, I think some of it comes back to the ethical grounding that we mentioned earlier. The notion that ethics are entirely situational, and that any ethical system is an outgrowth of a particular class reality, a particular material reality, and that leaves the door wide open. So I think that aspect was present from the very beginning. I think that the expectations of Marx that the revolution would take hold and be successful in a developed country played a role here as well. Russia, which compared to the rest of Europe was less developed even before the First World War, is in a dire state after all of the ravage of the millions of deaths that continue even after the war has ended in the West. That leaves precious little in the way of structural restraints or a functioning society that would say, let's not do things this way. I think that in retrospect, that special role carved out for special individuals who can move this process forward and accelerate historical development allowed for people to step into those roles and appoint themselves executors of this ideological vision. So I think those things play a role.
Now, it's hard to do counterfactual history, but to what degree is this basically that communist ideals create a power vacuum and a dictator type figure steps in, and then it's a roll of the dice of what that dictator is like. So, can you imagine a world where the dictator was Trotsky? Would we see very similar type of things? Or is the hardness and the brutality of somebody like Stalin manifested itself in being able to look the other way as some of these dark things were happening more so than somebody like Trotsky, who would presumably be see the realizations of these policies and be shocked?
Well, counterfactuals are hard, and one very quickly gets off into really deep waters in speculation. There were contemporaries, and there have been scholars since, who suggest that Trotsky, by all indications, might have been even more radical than Stalin in the tempo that he wanted to achieve. I think of the slogan of permanent revolution. Trotsky also, who dabbled in so many things in his intellectual life, also spoke in almost utopian terms that are just astonishing to read. Utopian terms about the construction of the new man and the new woman. And that out of the raw material of humanity, once you really get going, once you've established a system that matches your hopes for the future, it'll be possible to reconfigure people. And they talk about ambition, to create essentially the next stage in human evolution, a new species growing out of humanity. Those don't sound like very modest or limited approaches, and I guess we just really won't know.
Do some of the destructive characteristics of communism have to go hand in hand? So, central planning, that we talked about, the censorship, the secret police, the concentration of power in one dictatorial figure, and well, let's say again with the secret police, the violent oppression.
What one should add to those factors that have a kind of interrelated logic of their own, the sheer fact that communism comes to power in most of these instances as a result of the war, as a result of the destruction of what came before and the power vacuum. So think of the Russian Revolution in the wake of the fall of Tsars. Think of the expansion of Stalin's puppet regimes into Eastern Europe in the wake of World War II and the Red Army moving in to occupy areas in Eastern Europe, although they announced that they're coming as liberators. Consider the foundation of Communist China on the heels of World War II and yet more Chinese Civil War. Consider cases like Korea, Vietnam. It's likely that this already is a key element in setting things up for further crisis, because upon seizure of power, if your expectation is, well, it ought to be relatively easy to get the system rolling and put it on a basis that's, after all, we have the roadmap to the future, there will follow frustrations and impediments and resistance. And there's a ratchet effect then there, because it will produce more repression, producing even more problems. What drives the whole thing forward, though, especially in its Leninist version, but already visible with Marx and Engels, is the insistence on confidence. If you have the key to the future, all of these things are possible and necessary. This leads to an ethos. I think that it's very hard for historians to quantify or to study in a methodical way, but it's the insistence that you hear with Lenin, and then especially with Stalin, that to be a Bolshevik means to be hard, to be realistic, to be consequential, meaning you don't shy away from doing what needs to be done, even if your primordial ethical remainders from whatever earlier experience you had rebel against it. under Stalin, there's a constant slogan of the Bolshevik temple. The Bolsheviks, there's no fortresses they can't storm. They can do everything. And in a way, this is the assertion that it's will over everything. History can be moved forward and accelerated, and probably your own actions justified as a result, no matter what they were, if you are sufficiently hard and determined and have the confidence to follow. And then that obviously raises the ultimate question: what happens when that confidence ebbs or erodes or when it's lost?
If we go to the 1920s, to the home commerce, fascism, as implemented by the Nazi Party in Germany, was called the National Socialist German Workers' Party. So what were the similarities and differences of fascism, socialism, how it was conceived of in fascism, and communism? And maybe you could speak to the broader battle of ideas that was happening at the time, and battle of political control that was happening at the time.
Well, I mean, there's a whole bunch of terms that are in play here, right? And when we speak of fascism, fascism in its original sense is a radical movement founded in Italy, which, though it had been allegedly on the winning side of World War I, is disappointed with the lack of rise in national prestige and territory that commences after the end of the war. So bizarrely enough, it's a socialist by the name of Benito Mussolini who crafts an ideological message of glorification of the state, the people at large united in a militaristic way, on the march, ready to attack, ready to expand, a complete overthrow of liberal ideas of the rights of the individual or of representative democracy, and instead vesting power in one leader, in this case the Duce, Mussolini, in order to replicate in peacetime the ideal of total military mobilization in wartime. Although the Nazis in Germany are inspired and borrow heavily from fascist ideology, there also are different emphases that they include, and that includes their virulent racism from the outset, which, in addition to a glorification of the state, glorification of the leader, and preparation for national greatness, race is absolutely core. And it's that racial radicalism that the Nazis espouse as a central idea, along with anti-Semitism, the demonizing in particular of the Jews and this insane racialist cosmology that the Nazis provide. It is the assertion that the Nazis will uniquely bring to pass unity in the people, unity in the society, that leads them to give themselves this odd name of National Socialists. Some leaders like Goebbels among the Nazis accent the socialist part to begin with. Others put the accent firmly on the nationalist part. In part, the term they chose for the movement was meant to be confusing. It was meant to take slogans or words from different parts of the political spectrum, to fuse them into something unfamiliar and new, and claim that they'd overcome all earlier political divisions. That the Nazis claimed that they were a movement, not a party, even though their party was called a party. So what did Nazism and Bolshevism and communism share, or how were they opposed to one another? Well, we need to start with making clear they were ideological archenemies. In both worldviews, the opposite side represented the ultimate expression of the evil that needed to be exorcised from history in order for their desired utopia to be brought about. And this leads to strange and perverted beliefs about war. From the perspective of the Nazis claimed that because they saw the Jews as a demonic element in human history, the Bolsheviks weren't even really, didn't really believe all of this economic dialectical materialism. they were in fact a racial conspiracy, it's alleged. And so the Nazis used the term of Judeo-Bolshevism to argue that communism is essentially a conspiracy steered by the Jews, which was complete nonsense. For their part, the communists, and from the perspective of the Soviet Union, the Nazis were in essence a super capitalist conspiracy. If the cosmological enemy are the capitalists and the owners, the exploiters, then all of the rigmarole about race and nationalism are distractions. They're meant to fool the poor staffs who enlist in that region. It's essentially steered by capitalist owners who, it is claimed, are reduced to this desperate expedient of coming up with this thuggish party that represents the last gasp of capitalism. So, bizarrely enough, from the communist perspective, the rise of the Nazis could be interpreted as a good sign because it means that capitalism is almost done, because this is the last undisguised, naked face of capitalism nearing its end. So, the other, beyond this ideological total opposition in terms of their hopes for futures, the reality is that there were aspects that were shared on either side. And that included the conviction that they could agree that the age of democracy was done, and that the 19th century had had its day with experiments with representative democracy, the claims of human rights, classical liberal ideas, and all of this had been revealed as bankrupt. It had gotten you what? It got you first the First World War as a total conflict leaving tens of millions dead, and then economically the Great Depression, showing that the end was not far away. This produced, at one and the same time, both ideological opposition and instances of vastly cynical cooperation. In terms of the Weimar Republic, it's obvious, with the benefit of hindsight, that German democracy had ceased to function even before Hitler comes to power. But in the process of making democracy unworkable in Germany, the extremes, the Nazi stormtrooper army with their brown shirts and the communist street fighters, had cooperated in heightening an atmosphere of civil war that left people searching for desperate expedients in the last days of the Weimar Republic. The most compelling case of their cooperation was the signing of the Nazi-Soviet Pact on August 23rd, 1939, which enables Hitler to start World War II. A non-aggression pact in official terms. It contains secret clauses whereby the Nazis and the Soviets, meeting in Moscow under Stalin's very eye, had agreed on territorial division of Eastern Europe and making common cause, as each claiming to be the winner of the future. So, in spite of their oppositions, these were regimes that were able, very cynically, to work together to dire effect. In the course of the 1950s, in particular, there arose political scientists who also crafted an explanation for ways in which these regimes, although they were opposed to one another, actually bore morphological resemblance. They operated in ways that, in spite of ideological differences, bore similarities. And such political scientists, Hannah Arendt, chief among them, crafted a model called totalitarianism, borrowing a term that the fascists had liked about themselves, to define regimes like the Nazis, like Stalin's Soviet Union, for a new kind of dictatorship that was not a backwards cast revival of ancient barbarism, but was something new, a new form of dictatorship that laid total claims on hearts and minds, that didn't want just passive obedience, but wanted fanatical loyalty, that combined fear with compulsion in order to generate belief in a system, or at the very least, atomize the masses to the point where they would go along with the plans of the regime. This model has often met with very strong criticism on the grounds that no regime in human history has yet achieved total control of the population under its grip. That's true, but that's not what Hannah Arendt was saying. Hannah Arendt was saying there will always be inefficiencies, there will be resistance, there will be divergences. What was new was not the alleged achievement of total control, it was the ambition. The articulation of the ambition that it might be possible to exercise such fundamental and thoroughgoing control of entire populations. And the final frightening thought that Arendt kept before her was, what if this is not a model that comes to us from benighted, uncivilized ages? What if this is what the future is going to look like? That's a horrifying thing.
So let me ask you about Daryl Cooper, who is a historian and podcaster, did a podcast with Tucker Carlson, and he made some claims there and elsewhere about World War II. There are two claims that I would love to get your perspective on. First, he stated that Churchill was, quote, the chief villain of the Second World War. I think Daryl argues that Churchill forced Hitler to expand a little beyond Poland into a global war. Second, the mass murder of Jews, Poles, Slav, Gypsies in death camps was an accident, a byproduct of global war. And in fact, the most humane extermination of prisoners of war possible, given the alternative, was death by starvation. So I was wondering if you can respond to each of those.
Well, I think that this is a bunch of absurdity, and it would be laughable if it wasn't so serious in its implications. To address the points in turn, Churchill was not the chief villain of the Second World War. The notion that Churchill allegedly forced Hitler to escalate and expand a conflict that could have been limited to Poland that assertion is based on a complete neglect of what Nazi ideology was. The Nazi worldview and racism was not a ideology that was limited in its application. It looked toward world domination. In the years since the Nazis come to power, they sponsored programs of education called geopolitics, which urged Germans to think in continents, to see themselves as one of the superpowers that would battle for the future of the world. And now, in retrospect, we of course can see that Germany was not in a position to legitimate a claim like that. But the Nazis' aims were anything but limited. In particular, this sort of argument has been tried out in different ways before. In previous decades, there had been attempts by historians who were actually well-read and well-published to argue that World War II had been, in part, a contingent event that had been brought about by accidents or miscalculations. And such explanations argued that if you put Hitler's ideology aside, you actually could interpret him as a pretty traditional German politician in the stripe of Bismarck. Now, when I say it like that, I think you can spot the problem immediately. When you put the ideology aside, to try to analyze Hitler's acts or alleged motives in the absence of the ideology that he himself subscribed to and described in hateful detail in Mein Kampf and other manifestos and speeches is an enterprise that's doomed to failure justifiably. The notion that the mass murder of Jews, Poles, Slavs, and Gypsies was an event that simply happened as a result of unforeseen events and that it was understood as somehow being humane is also runs contrary to the historical fact. When Poland was invaded, the Nazis unleashed a killing wave in their so-called Operation Tannenberg, which sent in specially trained and ideologically pre-prepared killers who were given the name of the units of the Einsatzgruppen in order to wipe out the Polish leadership and also to kill Jews. This predates any of the Operation Barbarossa and the Nazis' invasion of the Soviet Union. The Nazis, moreover, in many different expressions of their ideology, had made clear that their plans, you can read this in Mein Kampf, for Eastern Europe were subjugation and ethnic cleansing on a vast scale. So I consider both of these claims absolutely untenable, given the facts and documents.
Do you think it was always the case that Nazi Germany was going to invade the Soviet Union?
I think, as you can read in Mein Kampf, this is what's necessary in order to bring that racial utopia to pass. And so while the timetable might be flexible, while obviously geopolitical constellations would play a role in determining when such a thing might be possible, it was most definitely on his list. And I would want to add that in my own scholarship, I've worked to explore some of these themes a little bit further. My second book, which is entitled The German Myth of the East, which appeared with Oxford University Press, examines centuries in the German encounter with Eastern Europe and how Germans have thought about Eastern Europe, whether in positive ways or in negative ways. And one thing that emerges from this investigation is that even before the Nazis come to power in Germany, there are certainly negative and dehumanizing stereotypes about Eastern Europeans, some of them activated by the experiences of German occupation in some of these regions during the First World War. But the Nazis take the very most destructive and most negative of all those stereotypes and make them the dominant ones, making no secret of their expected future of domination and annihilation in the East.
The idea of Lebensraum, is it possible to implement that idea without Ukraine?
Hitler has Ukraine in his horizon as one of the chief prizes. And the Nazis then craft extensive plans, a master plan that they work on in draft after draft after draft, even as the balance of the war is turning against them on the Eastern Front. This master plan is called the Generalplan Ost, meaning the general plan for the East. And it foresees things like mega highways on which the Germanic master race will travel to vacation in Crimea, or how their settlements will be scientifically distributed in the wide open spaces of Ukraine for agriculture that will feed an expanded and purified Germanic master race. So this was not peripheral to the Nazi ambitions of some.
As I best understand, there is extensive and definitive evidence that the Nazis always wanted to invade the Soviet Union, and there was always a racial component, and not just about the Jews. They wanted to enslave and exterminate the Jews, yes, but the Slavic people, the Slavs. And if he was successful at conquering the Soviet Union, I think the things that would be done to the Slavic people would make the Holocaust seem insignificant. In my understanding, in terms of the numbers and the brutality and the viciousness in which he characterized the Slavic people.
In their worldview, the Jews were especially demonic. And so the project of the domination of Eastern Europe involves this horrific program of mechanized, systematized, bureaucratically organized, and horrifyingly efficient mass murder of the Jewish populations. What the Nazis expected for the Slavs had a longer timeline. Himmler expected, the head of the SS is given a special mission to be part of the transformation of these regions ethnically. And Himmler, in his role of envisioning this German future in Eastern Europe, gives such a chilling phrase. He says that while certain Slavs will fall victim immediately, some proportion of Slavs will not be shipped out or deported or annihilated, but instead they will remain as slaves for life. And in that one phrase, Himmler managed to defile and deface everything that the word culture had meant to generations of the best German thinkers and artists in the centuries before the Nazis. The notion of slaves for our culture was part of his longer-term expectations. And then there's finally a fact that speaks volumes about what the Nazis planned for the East. Hitler and Himmler envisioned permanent war on the Eastern Front. Not a peace treaty, not a settlement, not a border, but a constant moving of the border every generation, hundreds of miles east, in order to keep winning more and more living space. And with analogy to other frontiers, to always give more fighting experience and more training and aggression to generation after generation of German soldiers. In terms of nightmarish visions, this one's right up.
And always repopulating the land conquered with the German, the Aryan race. So in terms of race, repopulating with race. And enslaving the Slavic people and exterminating them. Because there's so many of them, it takes a long time to exterminate.
And even in the case of the Germans themselves, the hidden message behind even Nazi propaganda about unity and about German national identity was the Nazis envisioned relentless purges of the German genetic stock as well. So among their victims are people with disabilities, people who are defined as not racially pure enough for the future, even though they are clearly Germans by identity. The full scale and the comprehensive ambitions of the Nazis are as breathtaking as they are.
One of the other things I saw on a tweet was that what ended up happening in the Second World War was the worst possible thing that could have happened. And I just also wanted to comment on that, which I can imagine a very large number of possible scenarios that could have happened that are much, much worse, including the successful conquering of the Soviet Union, as we said, the kind of things that would be done, and the total war ever ongoing for generations, which would result in hundreds of millions of deaths and torture and enslavement. Not to mention the other possible trajectory of nuclear.
I would think that the Nazis with atomic weapons, with no compunctions about deploying them, would rank up there as even worse than the horrors that we see.
Now, let me steal a point that was also made as part of this. That oversimplified narrative of sort of, put it crudely, Hitler bad, Churchill good, has been used and abused by neocons and warmongers and the military-industrial complex in the years since. To basically say this particular leader is just like Hitler, or maybe Hitler in the 1930s, and we must invade now before he becomes the Hitler of the 1940s. And that has been applied in the Middle East, in Eastern Europe, and God forbid that could be also applied in the war with China in the 21st century. But yes, warmongers do sure love to use Hitler and apply that template to wage war. And we should be wary of that, be careful of that. Both the over application of this historical template onto the modern world and of warmongers in general.
Yeah, and I think that nobody should like oversimplified narratives. We need subtle and accurate.
And also, I just would like to say that probably, as we've been talking about, Stalin and Hitler are singular figures. And just as we've been talking about the implementation of these totalitarian regimes, they are singular in human history. That you never saw anything like it, and I hope, from everything it looks like, we'll never see anything like it again.
There's certainly striking and unique historical characters in the record. One of the things that's so disturbing about Hannah Arendt's model of totalitarianism is the leader can be changed. The system itself demands that there be a leader who allegedly is all-powerful and all-knowing and prophetic and the like. But whether particular figures are interchangeable in that role is a key question.
Let me go back to the 1920s to sort of ask a counterfactual question. Given the battle between the Marxists and the communists and National Socialists, was it possible, and what would that world look like if the communists indeed won in Germany, as Karl Marx envisioned, and it made total sense given the industrialized expanse that Germany represented? Was that possible, and what would it look like if it happened?
I would think that the reality is probably very remote, but that was certainly their ambition. German communists get quoted as saying, after Hitler, it's our turn. Their sentiment was that the arrival of Nazism on the scene was a sign of how decrepit and incompetent and doomed capitalism was. In hindsight, that's almost impossible to believe, because what happens is the Nazis, with their characteristic brutal ruthlessness, simply decapitate the party and arrest the activists who were supposed to be waiting to take over. So that's forestalled. A further hypothetical that gets raised a lot is, couldn't the Social Democrats and the communists have worked together to keep Hitler out of power? That's where the prior history comes into it. The very fact that the German Revolution in 1919 sees socialists killing socialists produces a dynamic that's so negative that it's nearly impossible to settle on cooperation. I added to the fact that the communists see the Social Democrats as rivals for the loyalty of the working class. In terms of just statistical likelihood, a lot of experts at the time felt surely the German army is going to step in. And the most likely outcome would have been a German general shutting down the democracy and producing a military dictatorship. It says a lot about how dreadful and bloody the record of the Nazis was, that some people in retrospect would have felt that that military dictatorship would have been preferred if it had obviated the need for the ordeal under the Nazis.
What do you think Marx would say about these lectures? Let's take it before we get to Mao and China, just looking at the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany.
That's a really good question. I think that Marx was flexible in his expectations about tactics and strategies, even as he was sure that he had actually cracked a big intellectual problem of what the future is going to look like. So how it would play out, he was a man who had to deal with a lot of disappointments because in revolutionary uprising after revolutionary uprising, whether it was in the revolutions of 1848 across Europe, whether it was in Poland, whether it was in the Paris Commune, this is it. This is the outbreak of the real thing, and then it doesn't end up. So I think that he probably tried to be patient about the turn of events. We mentioned at the outset that Marx felt it was unlikely that a workers' revolution would break out in the Russian Empire because for that you needed lots of industrial workers and you didn't have a lot of industry. There's a footnote to that, and it proves his flexibility. A Russian socialist wrote to Marx asking, might it not be possible for Russia to escape some stages of capitalist development? Would you have to rigidly follow that scheme? And Marx's answer was convoluted, but it wasn't a no. And that suggests that Marx was willing to entertain all sorts of possible scenarios. I think he would certainly have been very surprised at the course of events as it unfolded. It didn't match his expectations at the outset.
Not to put this on him, but would he be okay with the price of Holodomor for the utopian destination of communism? Meaning, is it okay to crack a few eggs to make an omelet?
No, we don't know what Marx would say if he would pose that question deliberately, but we do know in the case of a Marxist historian, Eric Hobsbawm, who was a prolific and celebrated British historian of the 19th and 20th centuries. And he was put this question in the 90s after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And he stated forthrightly that because the Soviet Union failed, such sacrifices were inordinate. But if the experiment had succeeded and a glorious future had been opened for mankind as a result of the Soviet Union's success, that would lead to a different reply. And that is one person's perspective.
That takes us to the other side of the world. The side that's often in the West not considered very much when we talk about human history. Chinese dynasties and empires are fascinating, complex, and there's just a history that's not as deeply explored as it should be. And the same applies to the 20th century. So Chinese radicals founded the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, in July 1921. Among them, as you talk about, was Mao. What was the story of Mao's rise to power?
So Mao takes a page from the book of Lenin by adapting or seeking to adapt Marx's ideology to a context that would have surprised Marx significantly. And that is not only to set the revolution in an as yet not industrialized country, but moreover to make the peasants, rather than being conservative sacks of potatoes, to make them into the prime movers of the success of this political venture. That's a case of the phenomenon that we talked about earlier. When is an adaptation of an ideology or a change to an ideology a valid adjustment that you've made or adaptation? And when is it already so different that it's something entirely distinct? Maoism was very clearly intended to answer this question for the Chinese context, and by implication, other non-Western parts of the world. This was, in part, Mao's way, whose ambition was great, to put himself at the head of a successful international movement, and to be the successor to Stalin, whose role he both admired and resented from having to be the junior partner. To take an example of a masterwork in a major milestone in the history of communism, the Polish philosopher Lech Kolakowski, who was at first a committed communist and then later became disillusioned, wrote a 3-volume study of Marxist thought called Currents of Marxism. In that book, when he reaches Maoism, Kolakowski essentially throws up his hands and says, like, it's hard to even know what to do with this, because putting the peasantry in the vanguard role is something that is already at variance with the original design. But Marx says this is an improved version. This is an adapted, a truer version of Marxism for the Chinese context. In case after case, in Mao's rise to power, we see a really complicated relationship with Stalin. He works hard to gain Stalin's support because the Comintern, the international organization headquartered in Moscow, working to encourage and help revolutionaries worldwide, is skeptical about the Chinese communists to begin with, and believes that China still has a long way to go before it's reached the stage where it's ripe for communist revolution. And in a way, that's more orthodox Marxism than what Mao is championing. Mao chafes under Stalin's acknowledged leadership of international communism as a movement. And in 1950, when Mao goes to visit Stalin in Moscow in order to sign a treaty of cooperation, he's left waiting for days and days and days in a snub that is meant to show him that you're just not as important as you think you are. And then when Stalin dies in 1953, Mao feels the moment is ready for him to step into the leadership position, surpassing the Soviet Union. So many of Mao's actions, like the Great Leap Forward and the agricultural disasters that follow from that, are literally attempts to outdo Stalin, to outperform Stalin, to show that what Stalin was not able to do, the Chinese communist regime will be able to bring on. And the toll for that hubris is vast.
Yeah, in the darkest of ways, he did outdo Stalin.
That's right, in the statistics.
The Great Leap Forward ended up killing approximately 40 million people from starvation or murder. Can you describe the Great Leap Forward?
So it was modeled on the crash industrialization that Stalin had wanted to undertake in the Soviet Union and to outdo it. The notion of the Great Leap Forward was that it would be possible for the peasant masses, out of their conviction in the rightness of the common cause, to industrialize China overnight. That involved things like creating small smelting furnaces in individual farm communes. It involved folding together farming territories into vast communes of very large size that were, just because of their sheer gigantism, supposed to be, by definition, more efficient than small-scale farming. It ended up producing environmental disasters, and campaigns to eliminate birds or insects were supposed to demonstrate mastery over nature by sheer acts of will. These included things like adopting Soviet agricultural techniques that were pioneered by a crackpot biologist by the name of Trofim Lysenko that produced more agricultural disasters. That involved things like plowing to depths that were not practical for the seeds to germinate and grow, but were supposed to produce super plants that would produce bumper harvests and outpace the capitalist countries and the Soviet Union. So the context for all of this is a race to get first to the achievement of full-scale communism. And one of the themes that I think it's so valuable to pursue and to take seriously in the history of communism is what concrete promises were made. In the case of China, Mao made promises and projections for the future that were worrying even to some of his own assistants. He exclaimed that perhaps by 1961, perhaps by 1973, China would be the winner in this competition. And it would have achieved full communism. So that which Marx had sketched as the end point of humanity would be achieved first by the Chinese. But later, his own comrades, when he passed from the scene, felt the need to temper that a little bit and promised that they would achieve full communism by the year 2000. Such promises are helpful to a regime to create enthusiasm and to hold out to people the prospect of real success is just around the corner. But what happens when the date arrives and you haven't actually achieved that goal? That's one ticking time bomb that played a role in the increasing erosion of confidence in the Soviet Union. In the case of China, it must have been something similar.
But there's a lot of other elements that are similar to the Soviet Union. Maybe you could speak to the 100 Flowers campaign.
The 100 Flowers campaign is a chance for Mao, who has felt that he has lost prestige and lost standing in the party because of the disasters of the Great Leap Forward, to regain some of that momentum. And the whole 100 Flowers campaign, officially titled the Rectification Campaign, to set things right, is still shrouded in mystery. Historians disagree about how to interpret what Mao was actually up to. The most cynical there is that Mao encouraged Chinese thinkers and intellectuals to share ideas and to engage in constructive criticism, to propose alternatives, and to let a full discussion happen. And then, after some of them had ventured that, to come in and purge them, to punish them ruthlessly for having done what he had invited them to do. That is the most cynical thing. Some historians argue that Mao himself was not prepared for the ideas that he himself had invited into the public square, and that he grew anxious and worried and angry at this without having thought this through in a cynical way to begin with. The end result is the same. The end result is, once again, negative selection, decimation of those who are most venturesome, those who are most talented and intelligent, are punished relentlessly.
And just a general culture of censorship and fear and all the same stuff is always for you.
That's right. I mean, think of the impact on officials. We're loyal servants of the regime and just want to get along. The message goes out loud and clear. Don't be venturesome. Do not propose reforms. Stick with the tried and true, and that'll be the safe route, even if it ends in, ultimately, stagnation.
So, as the same question I asked about the Soviet Union, why do you think there was so much failure of policies that Mao implemented in China during his rule?
Mao himself had a view of human beings as being, as he put it, beautiful blank pieces of paper upon which we can write new characters. And that is clearly at variance with what you and I know about the complex nature of human beings as we actually encounter them. I think that in the process of hatching schemes that were one size fits all for a country as big and as varied in its communities as China, inevitably such an imposition of one model was going to lead to serious malfunctions. And so much of the, what other episodes in Chinese history show, the entrepreneurial capacity, the productive capacity economically of the Chinese people was suppressed by being fitted into these rigid schemes. What we've seen since, after Mao passes from the scene and with the reforms of Deng Xiaoping, one sees just how much of those energies had been forcibly suppressed for so long, and now we're allowed to do that.
Mao died in 1976. He wrote that the CCP in 81, looking back through the lens of historical analysis, said that he was 70% correct. 70, exactly 70% correct.
Yeah, not 69,
Not 71. The scientific precision, I mean, we should say that again and again. The co-opting of the authority of science by Soviet Union, by Mao, by Nazi Germany, Nazi science is terrifying and should serve as a reminder that science is the thing that is one of the most beautiful creations of humanity, but is also a thing that can be used by politicians and dictators to do horrific things.
Its essence is questing, not certain.
Yeah, exactly. Humility, intellectual humility. So how did China evolve after Mao's death to today?
Well, I think that there is, without denouncing Mao, without repudiating Mao's 70% correctness, the regime actually undertook a new venture. And that venture was to open up economically, to gain access to world markets, and to play a global role, always with a proviso that the party retained political supremacy. It's been pointed out that while Khrushchev tries in the Soviet Union in 1956, especially with a secret speech in which he denounces Stalin's crimes, he tries to go back to the founders' intentions of Lenin. Nothing like that, it's argued, is possible in the Chinese case, because Mao was not the equivalent of Stalin for Communist China. Mao was the equivalent of Lenin. Mao was the founder, so there's no repudiating him. They're stuck with that formula of 70%, and acknowledging that there were some problems, but by and large arguing that it was the correct stance of the party and its leader that was paramount. And the results of this wager are, where we are today. China has been transformed out of all recognition in terms of not all of the living standards of the country, but many places. Its economic growth has been dramatic, and the new dispensation is such that people will ask, is this a communist country anymore? And that's probably a question that haunts China's current leadership as well. With Chairman Xi, we've seen a return to earlier patterns. Xi insisting that Mao's achievement has to be held as equal to that of the reform period. Sometimes imitations or nostalgia for the Mao period, or even the sufferings of the Cultural Revolution, are part of this volatile mix. But all of this is outward appearance. Statistics can also be misleading. And I think that very much in question is China's further revolution in our own times.
In the West, China is often demonized. And we talked extensively today about the atrocities that result from atrocities, both internal and external, that result from communist nations. But what can we say by way of hope to resist the demonization? How can we avoid cold or hot war with China, we being the West or the United States, in the 21st century?
Well, you mentioned in the context of the claims of science, humility as a crucial attribute. I think that humility, sobriety, realism are tremendously valuable in trying to understand another society, another form of government. And so I think one needs to be very self-aware that projection onto others of what we think they're about is no substitute for actual study of the sources that a society like that produces. It's declarations of what matters most to them, the leadership's own pronouncements about what the future holds. I think that matters a lot more than pious hopes or versions of being convinced that inevitably everyone will come to resemble us in a better future.
You mentioned this earlier, but just to take a small detour, what are we supposed to think about North Korea and their declaration that they're supposedly a communist nation? What can we say about the economic, the political system of North Korea? Or is it just like a hopelessly simple answer? This is a complete disaster of a totalitarian state.
I think that the answer that a historian can give is a historical answer, right? That we have to inquire into what has to happen in order to arrive at the pass we are today. We have a regime that's claiming to be communist, or has an even better version of Marx's original ideas in the form of a Korean adaptation called Yuche. How does that mesh with the reality that we're talking about a dynastic government and a monarchy in all but name, but a communist monarchy, if that's what it is? I think that examining as much as we can learn about a closed society that is goes about its everyday in ways that are inscrutable to us is very, very challenging. But the only answer, when an example like this escapes your analytic categories, probably there's a problem with your analytic categories rather than the example being the problem in all its messiness.
Yeah, so there's a component here in the release of China as well, to bring like somebody like John Mearsheimer into the picture. There's a military component here too, and that is ultimately how these nations interact, especially totalitarian nations interact with the rest of the world. So nations interact economically, culturally, and militarily. And the concern with countries like North Korea is the way for them to be present on the world stage in the game of geopolitics is by flexing their military might. And they invest a huge amount of their GDP into the military. So I guess the question there to discuss in terms of analysis is how do we deal with this kind of system that claims to be a communist system, and what lessons can we take from history and apply it to that? Or should we simply just ignore and look the other way as we've been kind of hoping it doesn't get out of hand?
Yeah, I mean, there's realists see states following their own interests and prioritizing their own security. And there's probably not much that can be done to change that. But conflict arising as a result of misunderstanding or mixed messages or misinterpretation, those are things that policymakers probably do have some control over. I think that there's internal processes that will work their way out in even as opaque a place as North Korea. It's also the reality, just as we saw with the divided Germans, that um, it's a precarious kind of twinned existence when you have countries that are across the border from one another that are derived from what used to be a single unit that now are kind of a real life social science experiment in what kind of regime you get with one kind of system, what sort of regime you get with another kind of system. That's a very unstable setup.
Now let us jump continents, and in the 20th century, look to North America. So you also have lectured about communism in America, the different communist movements in America. It was also founded in 1919 and evolved throughout a couple of Red Scares. So what was the evolution of the Communist Party and just in general communism in America?
It's fascinating to observe this story because one longstanding commonplace has been that socialism has less purchase or radical socialism in the United States than in European countries. So, to the extent that that was true, it was an uphill battle for the communists to get established in the United States. But it makes it all the more interesting to follow the development of the movement. And there were two challenges in particular that played a role in shaping the American communist experience. One was the fact that, to begin with, the party was often identified with immigrants. The communities that had come over across the Atlantic from Europe often had strong socialist contingents, and when this break happens within the socialist movement between radical socialists and more moderate socialists, there were fiery individuals who saw the opportunity to help shape the American communist movement. But the result was that for many American workers, they saw the sheer ethnic variety and difference of this movement as something that was unfamiliar. It would only be with the rise to the leadership of the Communist Party of Earl Browder, an American-born political leader with vast ambitions for creating an American communist movement, that image would start to be modified. Earl Browder had a meteoric rise and then fall over the promise he made that went by the slogan, "Communism is 20th century Americanism." The notion was that communism could find roots in American political discourse and experience, where Earl Browder fell afoul of other communists was in his expectations during World War II that it might be possible for the Soviet Union and the United States to make their current cooperation permanent and to come to some sort of accommodation that would moderate their rivalry. As it turns out, with the dawning already of Cold War tensions that would later flower more fully, that was unacceptable, and the movement divested itself of Earl Browder. Another point that shaped American perceptions of the communist movement in the United States involved issues of espionage. During the 1930s and the 1940s, American communists, not all of them obviously, but select members of the movement, were called upon by Soviet intelligence to play a historical role by gathering information, winning sympathies. One of the most amazing books of the 20th century is the book written by Whittaker Chambers, who had served as a Soviet spy, first a committed communist, then a Soviet spy, and then later a renegade from those allegiances. His book is entitled Witness in 1950. It published in 1952, and it's one of the most compelling books you could ever read because it's so full of both the unique character of the author in all of his idiosyncrasies and a sense of huge issues being at stake. ones upon which the future of humanity turns. So talk about the ethical element being of importance there. Through the apparatus of the state, the Soviets managed to infiltrate spies into America's military as well as government institutions. One great irony is that when Senator McCarthy in the 50s made vast claims about communist infiltration of the government apparatus, claims that he was unable to substantiate with details, that reality had actually been closer to the reality of the 1930s and the 1940s than his own time. But the association of American communists with the foreign power of the Soviet Union and ultimately an adherence to its interests did a lot to undermine any kind of hearing for American communists. An example, of course, was the notorious Nazi-Soviet pact in 1939. The American Communist movement found itself forced to turn on a dime its propaganda. Before the Nazi-Soviet pact of August 1939, they had denounced Nazi Germany as the greatest threat to world peace. Just after the signing of the pact, they had to proclaim that this was a great win for peace and for human harmony, and to completely change their earlier relationship of being mortal enemies with Nazi Germany. There were many American communists who couldn't stomach this and who, in disillusionment, simply quit their party memberships or drifted away. But it's a fascinating story of the ups and downs of a political movement with radical ambitions in American political history.
Yeah, the Cold War and the extensive levels of espionage sort of created, combined with Hollywood, created basically firmly solidified communism as the enemy of the American ideal. That was sort of embodied. And not even the economic policies, the political policies of communism, but like the word and the color red, the hammer and sickle, Rocky IV, one of my favorite movies.
Well, that's canonical.
Yeah. And, I mean, it is a bit of a meme, but meme becomes reality, and then enters politics and is used by politicians to do all kinds of name calling. You have spoken eloquently about modern Russia and modern Ukraine and modern Eastern Europe. So how did Russia evolve after Stalin and after the collapse of the Soviet Union?
Well, I think the short answer is without a full historical reckoning that would have been healthy about the recent past. In ways that's not very surprising, because given the economic misery of dislocations and the cumulative damage of all of those previous decades of this experiment, it left precious little patience or leisure or surplus for introspection. But after an initial period of great interest in understanding the full measure of what Russia and other parts of the Soviet Union had undergone in this first initial explosion of journalism and of reporting and investigations, historical investigations with news sources. After an initial period marked by such interest, people instead retreated into the here and now, in today. And the result is that there's been less than would be healthy of a taking stock, a reckoning, even an assigning of responsibility for those things that were experienced in the past. No Nuremberg trial took place in order to hold responsible those who had repressed others in the aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union. In other ex-communist countries, there was also precious little in the way of legal proceedings that would have established responsibility. And keep in mind, the Nuremberg trials had as one of their goals, a very important one, as it turns out, not even individual verdicts for individual people found guilty, but to collect and publicize information, to create knowledge and transparency about what the reality had been in the past. In the case of the former Soviet Union, in the case of Russia today, instead of a clear-eyed recognition of the vast nature of what it all cost, Putin, upon replacing Yeltsin, was in a position to instead traffic in the most varied, eclectic, and often mutually contradictory historical memories or packages of memories. So, on the one hand, in Putin's Russia, the Tsars are rehabilitated as heroes of Russian statehood. Putin sees Lenin in a negative light because Lenin, by producing federalism as a model for the Soviet Union, laid a time bomb at the base of that state that eventually smashed it into many constituent parts as nations regained their independence. While Stalin, it's acknowledged, exacted a dreadful toll, but also was effective as a representative of Russian statehood. This produced where we are today. It's a commonplace that echoed by many that Russia without Ukraine is a nation state, or could be a nation state. Russia with Ukraine has to be an empire. And Putin, who is not really seeking a revival of Stalin's rule, but still is nostalgic about earlier forms of greatness and of the strength of Russian statehood to the exclusion of other values, has undertaken a course of aggression that has produced results quite different from what he likely expected. And I think that timing is crucial here. It's fascinating to try to imagine, what if this attempt to redigest Ukraine into an expanded Russian imperial territory had taken place earlier? I think that the arrival on the scene of a new generation of Ukrainians has produced a very different dynamic and a disinclination for any kind of nostalgia for the past, packaged however it might be and however nostalgic it might be made to appear. And there, I think that Putin's expectations in the invasion of 2022 were entirely overturned. His expectation was that Ukraine would be divided on this score, and that some significant portion of Ukrainians would welcome the advance of Russian forces, and instead there has been the most amazing and surprising heroic resistance that continues to this day.
And it's interesting to consider timing and also individual leaders. Zelensky, you can imagine all kinds of other figures that would have folded much easier. And Zelensky, I think, surprised a lot of the world by somehow, this comedian, somehow becoming essentially an effective war president. So, that put that in the bin of singular figures that define history.
Surprising.
How do you hope the war in Ukraine ends?
I'm very pessimistic on this score, actually, and for the reasons we just talked about how these things escape human management or even rationality. I think that war takes on a life of its own. as accumulated suffering actually eliminates possible compromises or settlements that one might talk about in the abstract. I think that it's one thing for people far away to propose trades of territory or complicated guarantees or arrangements that sound very good in the abstract and that will just be refused by people who have actually experienced what the war has been like in person and what it has meant to them and their families and everyone they know in terms of lives destroyed. I think that peacemaking is going to face a very daunting task here, given all that's accumulated. And I think, in particular, just from the last days of the launching of missile attacks against indiscriminate or civilian targets, that's not easy to turn the corner.
Let me ask a political question. I recently talked to Donald Trump, and he said if he was elected, before he was sworn into office, we'll have a peace deal. What would a peace deal like that look like, and is it even possible, do you think? So we should mention that Russia has captured 4 regions of Ukraine now, Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson. Also, Ukraine captured the Kursk region within Russia. So just like you mentioned, territory is on the table. NATO, European Union is on the table. Also, funding and military help from the United States directly to Ukraine is on the table. Do you think it's possible to have a fair deal that, from people like you said, far away, where both people walk away, Zelensky and Putin, unhappy but equally unhappy, and peace is negotiated?
Equally unhappy is a very hard balance to strike, probably. I think my concern is about the part of the equation that involves people just being desperately unhappy and laying the foundation for more trouble to come. I couldn't imagine what that looks like, but that's once again, these are things that escape human control in the details.
So laying the foundation for worse things to come. It's possible you have a ceasefire that lays the foundation for a worse war and suffering in a year, in 5 years, in 10 years.
In a way, we may already be there, because ratifying the use of force to change borders in Europe was a taboo since 1945, and now look where we are. If that is validated, then it sets up incentives for more of the same.
If you look at the 20th century, is what we've been talking about, with horrendous global wars that happened then, and you look at now, and it feels like just living in the moment, with the war in Ukraine breaking the contract of you're not supposed to do territorial conquest anymore in the 21st century. That, then the just intensity of hatred and military tension in the Middle East with Israel, Iran, Palestine just building. And then China, calmly, but with a big stick, talking about Taiwan. Do you think a big conflict may be on the way? Do you think it's possible that another global war happens in the 21st century?
I hope not, but I think so many predictions reach their expiration dates and get invalidated. Obviously, we're confronting a dire situation.
So, as a historian, let me ask you a question. What advice would you give on interviewing world leaders, whether it's people who are no longer here, or the people we've been talking about, Hitler, Stalin, Mao, Well, people that are still here: Putin, Zelensky, Trump, Kamala Harris, Netanyahu, Xi Jinping. As a historian, like, what is it possible to have an interesting conversation? Maybe as a thought experiment, what kind of conversation would you like to have with Hitler in the 1930s or Stalin in the 1920s?
First of all, the answer is very clear. I would never presume to advise you about interviewing world leaders and prominent people, because the roster that you've accumulated is just astonishing. So, but I know what I might aim for, and that is, I think, in historical analysis, in trying to understand the role of a particular leader, the more one understands about their prior background and formative influences, the better a fix I think one gets on the question of what are their expectations. What is in German, there's a beautiful word for this. The Germans managed to mash together several words into one even better word. And in German, it's Erwartungshorizont, the horizon of expectation. So, in the case of figures like Churchill or Hitler, their experience of World War I shaped their actions in World War II. Their values were shaped in their childhood. Is there a way of engaging with someone you're interviewing, even obliquely, that gives a view in on their sense of what the future might hold? And I mean that, obviously, such people are expert at being guarded and not being pinned down, but the categories in which they're thinking, a sense of what their own ethical grounding might be, or their ethical code. It gives hints to their behavior. It gets said, and again, it's a cliche because it's true, that one of the best measures of a person, especially a leader, is how they treat people from whom they don't expect it. Are they condescending? Are they, on the contrary, fundamentally interested in another person, even if that person can't help them or be used in some way? Speaking of prominent world leaders to interview, there's Napoleon. Napoleon psychologically must have been a quite amazing person to make a bid for mastery of Europe and then already thinking about the mastery of the world. But contemporaries who met Napoleon said that it was very disturbing to talk with him, because meeting with him one-on-one revealed that he could talk to you but look like he was looking right through you, as if you were not fully real. You were more in the nature of a character on a chessboard. And for that reason, some of them called Napoleon the master of the sightless stare. So if you're talking with a world leader and he or she has a sightless stare, that's probably a bad sign. But there might be other inadvertent clues or hints about the moral compass or the future expectations of a leader that emerge in one of your wonderful conversations.
Yeah, you put it brilliantly in several ways, but the moral compass, sneaking up to the full nuance and complexity of the moral compass. And one of the ways of doing that is looking at the various horizons in time about their vision of the future. I imagine it's possible to get Hitler to talk about the future of the Third Reich and to see in ways like what he actually envisions that as, and similar with Stalin. But of course, funny enough, I believe those leaders would be easier to talk to because they have nothing to be afraid of in terms of political competition. Modern leaders are a little bit more guarded because they have to they have opposition often to contend with constituencies. You did a lot of amazing courses, including 4 the great courses. On the topic of communism, you just finished the third. So you did a series of lectures on the rise of communism, then communism and power, and then decline and fall. So when I was sort of listening to these lectures, I can't possibly imagine the amount of work that went into it. Can you just speak widely? What was that journey like of taking everything you know, your expertise on Eastern Europe, like just bringing your lens, your wisdom, your focus onto this topic and what it takes to actually bring it to life?
Journey is probably just the right word, because it's this week that the third of that trilogy, Decline of Communism, is being released. And it felt like something that I very much wanted to do, because the history that's narrated there is one that is so compelling and often so tragic that it needs to be shared. Um, the vast amount of material that one can include is probably dwarfed by the amount that actually ends up on the cutting room floor. One could probably do an entire lecture course on every single one of those lecture topics that got broached. But one of the great satisfactions of putting together a course like this is also being able to give further suggestions for study to the listeners, and in some cases to introduce them to neglected classics or books that make you want to grab somebody by the lapels and say, you've got to read this. There's probably few things that are as exciting as a really keen and targeted reading recommendation. In addition, I've also done other courses on the history of World War I, on the diplomatic history of Europe from 1500 to the present, a course on the history of Eastern Europe, and also a course on dictatorships called Utopia and Terror, and then also a course on explorers and a course on turning points in modern history. And every single one of those is so rewarding because there's learned so much in the process, and it's really fantastic.
And I should highly recommend that people sign up to the. First of all, this is the Great Courses where you can buy the courses individually, but I recommend people sign up for Great Courses Plus. There things like a monthly membership where you get access to all these courses. I mean, it's incredible. And I recommend people watch all of yours. Since you mentioned books, this is an impossible question, and I apologize ahead of time, but is there books you can recommend just in your own life that you've enjoyed, whether it's really small or some obvious recommendation that you recommend people read? It is a bit like asking what's your favorite band.
That's right. Well, would a book that got turned into a movie be acceptable as well?
Yes.
So in that case, all of us reflect on our own childhood and that magical moment of reading a book or seeing a movie that really got you launched on some particular set of things that you're going to find fascinating for the rest of your life. And there's a direct line to the topics we were talking about today, from myself in the Chicagoland area as a kid, seeing the film of Dr. Zhivago, and then later reading the novel of which it was based on Pastor. And even though the film had to be filmed on location in Spain, pretending to be revolutionary Russia, it was magical for the sheer sweep and tragedy and human resilience that it showed. The very way in which a work of literature or of cinematography could capture so much, I'm still amazed by that. And then there's also, in the spirit of recommending neglected classics, my favorite author. My favorite author is now a late Canadian author by the name of Robertson Davies, who wrote novel after novel in a mode that probably would get called magical realism, but is so much more. Robertson Davies was heavily influenced by Carl Jung and Jungian philosophy, but in literary form, he managed to create stories that blend the mythical, the mystical, and the brutally real, to paint a picture of Canada as he knew it, Europe as he knew it, and the world as he knew it. And he's most famous probably for the Deptford trilogy, 3 novels in a series that are linked, and they're just masterful. If only there were more books like
The Deptford trilogy, Fifth Business, The Manticore, World of Wonders, and he got a really nice beard.
that. Yes, it was amazing. Very 19th century.
Okay, beautiful. What advice would you give to young people today that have just listened to us talk about the 20th century and the terrifying prospects of ideals implemented into reality? And by the way, many of the revolutions were carried out by young people. And so, the good and the bad and the ugly is thanks to the young people. So, the young people listening today, what advice would you give them?
Well, it comes down to one word, and that one word is read. I'm, as a college teacher, I'm concerned about what I'm seeing unfolding before us, which is classes, not my class, but classes in which students are asked to read very little, or maybe in some cases not at all, or snippets that they are provided digitally. Those have their place. It can be valuable. But the task of sitting down with a book and absorbing its message, not agreeing with it necessarily, but taking in the implications, learning how to think within the categories and the values of the author, is going to be irreplaceable. And my anxiety is that with college bookstores now moving entirely to the paperless format, it changes how people interact with texts. And if the result is not a renaissance and a resurgence of reading, but less reading, that will be dreadful. Because the experience of thinking your way into other people's minds that sustained reading offers is so crucial to human empathy, a broadening of your own sensibilities of what's possible, what's in the full range of being human, and then what's best. What are the best models for what has been thought and felt and how people have acted? Otherwise, we fall prey to manipulators and the ability of artificial intelligence to give us versions of realities that never existed and never will.
It's a really interesting idea. So let me give a shout out to Perplexity that I'm using here to sort of summarize and take quick notes and get little snippets and stuff, which is extremely useful. But books are not just about information, trust me. It's, just as you said, it's like a journey together with a set of ideas, and it's a conversation. And getting a summary of the book is the cliche thing, is it's really getting to the destination without the journey. And the journey is the thing that's important, thinking through stuff. And I've actually learned, I've been surprised, I've trained my brain to be able to get the same thing from audiobooks also. It's a little bit more difficult because you don't control the pacing. Sometimes pausing is nice, but you can still get it from audiobooks, so it's the audio version of books. And that allows you to also go on a journey together, and it's sometimes more convenient because you can take it to more places with you as well. But there is a magical thing, and I also trying to train myself mostly to use Kindle, the digital version of books. But there is, unfortunately, still a magical thing about being there with the page.
Well, audiobooks are definitely not to be scorned because, as people have pointed out, the original traditions of literature were oral, right? So that's actually the 1.0, right? And combining these things is probably the key. I think one of the things I find so wonderful about the best lectures that I've heard is it's a chance to hear someone thinking out loud. Not laying down the law, but taking you through a series of logical moves, imaginative leaps, alternative suggestions, and that that's much more than data transfer.
The use case of AI as a companion as you read is really exciting to me. I've been using it recently to basically, as you read, you can have a conversation with a system that has access to a lot of things about a particular paragraph. And I've been really surprised how my brain, when given some extra ideas, other recommendations of books, but also just like a summary of other ideas from elsewhere in the universe that relates to this paragraph. It's like it sparks the imagination of thought, and you see the actual richness in the thing you're reading. Now, nobody's, to my knowledge, has implemented a really intuitive interaction between AI and the text. Unfortunately, partially because the books are protected under DRM, so there's like a wall where you can't access, the AI can't access the thing. If you want to play with that kind of thing, you have to break the wall a little bit, which is not a nice thing, not a good thing. But just like with music, Napster came up. People started illegally sharing music, and the answer to that was Spotify, which made the sharing of music revolutionized everything. It made the sharing of music much easier. So there are some technological things that can enrich